sexual offenses model court by cutting the tape.
The Sexual Offences Model Court in Bo comes with special facilities. There is a holding center or waiting room, a victim and witness protection box, which are designed to conceal the identity of the child or victim, thereby guarding against stigma and instill confidence in victims of sexual violence to come forward.
One of the problems we were faced with is there was no conducive environment to get our especially the victims. You see, for example, victims are normally in court with us, open court, because there were no waiting room for them. And then when we want to call the case, you see, I will walk out, take my victim by the hand. All those are outside the court. We'll see them, and they are supposed to be protected victims, right? We don't want the stigmatization when they are out there. People are saying, oh, look, that picking the middle raper.
Stakeholders and members of the public commended the move by the judiciary under the leadership of Justice Komba Commander to establish the courts in that part of the country, calling it history-making.
This type of court will set in this region, in particular. Let us tell our colleague, male friends to tighten their buttocks. Because any moment you be brought here, we need to control ourselves. If you don't get embarrassed, don't embarrass yourself.
Them and they will not really know what they happen with them now. At least man they see picking of in underage, they go tamper with her for spoil a destiny. So like if that happen, like how this decision whether they don't take it nice. Whenever such happen for Kana court, let court take action against the people where they do that.
The Sexual Offences Model Court in Bo is only the second in the country. The other is located in Freetown. Chief Justice Komba Commander said this is a testament of the judiciary's commitment to making justice accessible and speedy. Commending UNICEF for the support, the Chief Law Lord described the establishment of the court as a landmark in the criminal justice system in Sierra Leone. He called on the security sector and stakeholders in the region to protect the facility.
Let me assure you all present here, and even those who are not present, that the judiciary is capable, willing and ready to deal effectively with matters touching and concerning sexual offences, as we have done over the years, and we shall ensure that the said sexual offences model court is maintained and also should live up to its expectation.
Sierra Leone has seen a surge in sexual violence against women in recent times, which prompted the president to declare rape and sexual violence as a national emergency. The southern region, like other places, is also recording a huge number of sexual offenses, according to residents Senior State Council for Bo and Pujon districts, Augustine Sheku. For Program Coordinator, Prevention and Safeguarding Rainbow Initiative, sexual violence in the region is on the increase.
Experience. In 2017, we did a backlog for the southern region. In September and October, we were in Bo, and then November in Pujon. And it's very, very clear that the most the offense that is being committed in the south is predominantly sexual related offenses, because it was 490 plus cases, and of those over 460 were sexual related offenses: sexual penetration, rape, meeting a child for sexual purposes, sexual touching.
I want to tell you, say a really day in that increase every day, especially from picking the way they come up from 11 years to 16 years. Really they go through sexual penetration, sexual abuses or assaults almost every day.
The Sexual Offences Model Court is a division of the High Court of Sierra Leone that has the jurisdiction to deal with matters of rape, sexual penetration and other forms of sexual violence. It is one of the several structures established to curb the troubling spates of violence against women and girls. Suri Kamara, SLBC News, Freetown.
Wildfires have destroyed stretches of land filled with vegetables in Hogboy Village, Chiefdom, Bond District. The blaze ravaged various vegetables including garden eggs, watermelons, okra, peppers, cucumbers, and more. Mohammed Kebi, the manager of Batiland, explained the dire situation faced by over 500 farmers who cultivate the land due to its rich nutrients, and farmers travel from across the country to work in Batiland, which is known for its food production. However, it was disclosed that it is not the first time they have faced such adversity. Kebi urgently called on the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security for assistance as farmers are racing against time. With the rainy season expected to begin in May, the risk of flooding looms large. He emphasized the need for more seedlings to ensure they can eat plants in time for the upcoming planting season. Amor Charles, a 53-year-old farmer from Blama Pula in the Panga Chiefdom, shared his lifelong dedication to the vegetation production. He has been traveling to Batiland to work, paying a fee of 1,000 for access to the land. Like his fellow farmers, Sengova was dismayed to see all the hard work go up in flames. As the community grapples with this crisis, the call for assistance goes louder, highlighting the resilience and determination of these farmers who strive to feed their families and communities despite overwhelming challenges. Now, in a heartwarming display of community support, 2 men have successfully undergone surgeries funded by the Jagaban Charity Foundation. Patients Mohammed Aliyu and Suleiman Kamara expressed profound gratitude for the timely intervention that saved their lives. They had been suffering in silence for over 2 years, unable to afford the medical bills and burdened by the stigma surrounding their condition. Our reporter Christina Kamara was at the clinic and our reports.
One of the beneficiaries, Mohammed Aliyu Banke, shared his journey, stating the suffering he underwent. Mohammed Aliyu Banke disclosed that he was ashamed to open up to people and was not financially strong to cover the surgery cost.
Jagaban make a belief, saved me life from problem. Very tedious to me your life. Will not be the things I will be able to solve by me yourself. But I tell him thank you for what you do for me so now. He saved me life. I feel good and I tell him plenty thank you.
Sulaiman Kamara's wife, Aminata Sise, revealed that her husband had been struggling with the ailments for 3 years without proper medication, noting they have saved her husband's life.
This man, this is
Director of the Jagaban Charity Foundation, Baba Kamara, emphasized the organization's commitment to supporting those that are in need. He said they find joy in making a difference in people's lives and they will continue to do so in any way they can.
You have to help people the time that they are in need. Not the time that you are in need of them, but the time that they are in need of you. That is the right time you have to come in their doorstep to help them. And that is the right thing that we are doing right now as an organization, and even the one that is sponsoring this organization, who is Mr. Mohammed Omar Kamara Jagaban. So we are calling on others out there to come on board and help the common Sierra Leoneans to survive and to live.
The surgeries conducted at the Better Health Clinic in Mounticourt cost over 14,000 millions, according to the matron in charge at the clinic, Mayan Bangura. The operations were successful, highlighting the urgent need for awareness and treatment of hernias, particularly among men who are more vulnerable due to various risk factors.
After today, it will be admitted for the next 3 days, and after that, it will be discharged home, and then it will be coming on alternative days for dressing. And after the wound is healed, he will still need to come to the clinic for follow-ups and checkups.
The successful surgeries not only highlight the importance of accessible healthcare, but also serve as a reminder of the critical role that charitable organizations play in bridging the gap for those who are financially disadvantaged. SLBC News in Freetown, Christian Akama reporting.
Women in the security sector in Sierra Leone have called for increased support at all levels to enhance gender equality, rights and empowerment. This appeal was made during an engagement held at the police mesh in King Tom under the theme For All Women and Girls, Equality, Rights and Empowerment, Security Sector Local Empowering Women as a Vital Tool for Nation Building. Jonathan Turner reports.
The event brought together female officers from the Sierra Leone Police, Fire Force, RSLAF, ONS, Correctional Services and other security agencies, along with policymakers and civil society representatives. Speakers emphasized the crucial role of women in maintaining peace and security, highlighting the need for greater opportunities, leadership roles and resources to enhance their contributions.
Capacity building programs. Women should enjoy those benefits. Women should enjoy part of the resources of what our institutions benefit. Women should be represented not only to be admins, but to be heads of units, heads of departments, heads of sections, so that they'll be able to give command and see how their leadership goes. I feel
the female officers said empowering women in the security sector is not just about gender equality, it's about strengthening the nation's capacity for peace and development.
Promise them that we'll pay for you, of course, that cannot be said, but we'll try to teach them or explain to them how some of us thrive in these institutions, because most of the time people will learn fastly from experiences shared. So we want to share our success stories to them and also get from them their challenges, and we see how we can meet and map the way forward so that they too can grow, because some of us are already at the middle to the upper cadre in these institutions, but we want more women to come on board, and that's our goal.
Participants urged the government and stakeholders to implement policies that promote the inclusion of women in decision-making processes and provide them with the necessary training and resources to excel in their roles. The women called for a renewed commitment to fostering a more inclusive and supportive environment for women in Sierra Leone's security sector. For SLBC News, Jonathan Turner reporting.
You're still watching Weekend News on the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation in Freetown. We'll continue with more stories. Now, Vice President Dr. Mohamed Jude Jallo has pledged government's continued support for women, especially social protection, and in actualizing the Feed Salon program. He said during the commemoration of the International Women's Day, government has done so much for women, ranging from increasing enrollment in education, reduction in maternal mortality, health, sports, trade, and fisheries, among others. This year's theme is For All Women and Girls, Rights, Equality, Empowerment, as an excerpt of his statement during an event held at Meta Conference in Freetown.
On Feed Salon, we continue to focus on how to support women businesses, so that we give them the resources we are able to open up for them, so that to support them to engage in small businesses, particularly in the food production chain. Social protection. In social protection, we continue to make huge gains, particularly to support women in what we call the social protection productive portfolio. We have seen situations where we give out safety net cash transfers. We are focusing on women. We are making sure that the largest group of beneficiaries are women, and we don't only give them safety net, but we encourage them to get into the productive logic. So use those safety net so that they are able to look after. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am a politician. If you give me a mic, I will go on and on and on to tell you what we have been doing for women empowerment. Because since we are the largest voter population in this country, so that when 2020 comes, you remember me. That we are going to do more. And you remember the Sierra Leone People's Party. That we are going to do more, and we are going to continue to push gender and women issues. Against this backdrop, we have made considerable progress in strengthening what I've just said, our institutional mechanism to enhance the legislative and policy framework to promote gender equality and women empowerment. Make no mistake, His Excellency the President established a distinct Ministry of Gender and Children's Affairs. Since independence, we don't have a ministry in this country that is dedicated to promoting woman business. We did it, and we are going to continue to do more. And the mandate of that ministry is to promote women and gender-related issues. This bold act, by creating a dedicated ministry for that, we have been able to shift significantly the gender landscape over the last 6 years. You could have imagined if you don't have a Minister of Gender.
Well, that was the Vice President, Dr. Mohamed Djalo, speaking there at Meta Conference. Now, in commemoration of the International Women's Day, Advocate Sierra Leone organized a legal education and stakeholders meeting with female inmates at the Female Correctional Center in Freetown. The event aimed to empower incarcerated women with legal knowledge and support, coupled with a donation of essential items. Esther Nekama reports.
As part of the International Women's Day celebration, Advocate Sierra Leone brought up and support for female inmates at the Female Correctional Service in Freetown. Advocates meeting with the incarcerated women created a platform for the women to gain valuable insight into their legal rights and justice system. During the event, a paralegal, Ayo Max Dixon, engaged the inmates, providing education on issues such as legal representation, fair trial rights, and the procedure involved in accessing justice.
They call them felonious offense and serious offense. If the charge go court for no offense, the magistrate not get the power for determining that case. They call and waiting preliminary investigation. And for let the prosecution say, okay, you get a case for answer, then send the matter high court. So like if the charge go court for any other offense, as I say, any serious offense, when they put you on the dog, when they really charge them, say you don't get nothing for say because now preliminary investigation, no matter when they send high court.
Inmates were given the opportunity to share their stories.
We now the inmates say we go come back, and now we 3 no more day inside here. We go the 26th of November. We come inside back. I get a student like me, they not already jail me, and I don't carry age. I dey look am as if young.
And then I come from hostel now happen. Like the old one, I just it's an argument to many friends there. But later on, they had problems that so I mean I killer. I don't know for 3 years, 5 months, I don't go up till now. People all on carry, but not look to that. Because when they go college at the age of 40. You know me, send the waste there, I don't come November 26, I don't come back.
So many of we there, for things them, we not go say we innocent. But some of we can mean good. Bad thing can happen to good people, of course. I there with my mommy, my younger sister, and my younger brother. In back then, prison. For something where we mean good, but unfortunately it turned very bad. But yet still will be willing for refund the money. And I get my other colleague there back where can inside prison here for small money then. And money where they willing for give. But some of the complainants say, oh, Genado, they can do and willfully say, you, and they make you go lead on a jail.
Deputy Director, Ministry of Gender, Bamisese said the ministry is willing and ready to empower and protect women and children's rights. Added that they are working tirelessly to ensure that they enact laws that will protect and promote the rights of women and girls. Chair Advocate Board, Josephine Dowda, emphasized the importance of ensuring that every woman, regardless of her circumstances, is treated with dignity and has access to justice.
We're always here working with the women, advocating for them, providing legal education, and also providing legal assistance. So today was a day we felt we should be here to celebrate with them and ensure they get the message of equality which comes with International Women's Day.
Deputy Director General of the Sierra Leone Correctional Service, Susan Coker, encouraged inmates not to give up and embrace skills training and also be positive that one day they will be set free. In addition to the legal education, Advocate Sierra Leone donated various items to support the daily needs of inmates. The donations included foodstuffs, wrappers, slippers, plates, and cups. The gesture was well received, bringing smiles and a sense of relief to the women. For Slbc News in Freetown, Estanine Kamal reporting.
It is often said that by educating a girl, the community can be educated. The One Girl NGO is hoping to gain more public commitment towards this objective by raising funds for their work in Tonkolili and the Western area. The One Girl organization, NGO, chose the International Women's Day to make the appeal for donor support and partnership towards girls' education and their retention in school. The fundraising events took place at the Vanilla Complex in Aberdeen Resort area in Freetown. Howard Williams reports.
The One Girl organization chose the International Women's Day as an opportune moment to proudly showcase their work. Visiting on her second trip to Sierra Leone from Australia, One Girl CEO Emma Hess described One Girl as a small but mighty organization that gets girls to stay in school by integrating their education with their health and service to both family and community.
Our fundraising team is based in Melbourne, Australia, where I'm based, where also Eva is based. And we have a large group of supporters who donate generously to One Girl to support our mission. They understand the value of our work and want to contribute to a more equitable world. They are your friends from across the sea. The real work happens here in Sierra Leone with our talented team who work here.
Testimonies from a few beneficiaries expressed deep gratitude for the change made in their lives. Some are partially orphaned or otherwise come from broken homes or extreme poverty, but demonstrated promising prospects to utilize the scholarship and mentorship of the One Girl organization.
So I started to my daycare, then go to another school, government secondary technical school. SS1 again. Between second term to third term, my mom also fell sick.
Nene Alice, National Coordinator for Slango, thanked the One Girl organization and all NGOs working on girls and women's empowerment, which has contributed towards a favorable shift in legislation to the increased support to women. She said One Girl was an organization that was deserving of donor funding and asked girls to reciprocate by becoming conscious of their vulnerability and becoming resolute to achieve credible positions in society.
I don't even know my parents. I only survived with my grandma and my grandfather. They are the only people that took care of me up to today. So when I got to One Girl, everything changed. I have a family, I have a place that I call home. They not only support me through my education, but they give me a place that I call home. They make me live as a person. They give me a safer place. They made me a better version of myself. They made me who I am today.
My father could not even afford my uniform, neither pay the fee that was demanded. So it was really hard and tough since he wasn't doing that kind of job that would provide him a lot of money, and I have like 3 siblings.
Big thanks to One Girl because they are doing they are playing a great role like a mother to us.
One Girl's fundraising director, Eva Foreman, expressed belief in Sierra Leone that there is incredible space for partnerships with organizations such as One Girl that have grassroots connections. This was underscored by One Girl's Program and Partnerships Director Sia Lajaku Williams.
The Electricity Distribution and Supply Authority (EDSA) and the Electricity Generation and Transmission Company (EGTC) have jointly commemorated International Women's Day under the global theme Accelerate Action. The event held at the Golf Club in Freetown brought together government officials, energy sector stakeholders and development partners, all aiming to amplify women's voices in society. Esther Susan Bassi reports.
Over the years, significant progress has been made for women in the energy sector, ranging from personal growth to technical skills development that has helped address crucial challenges in the industry. During the event, women emphasized the need for increased female representation in strategic managerial positions, as this would unlock more opportunities for women within the energy sector.
For equality, hence the need for acceleration. So what does acceleration look like? Firstly, it begins with education. Education is the foundation of empowerment. When we educate a girl, we educate a community. We must invest in programs that ensure more girls attend school, stay in school, and pursue higher education without barriers. Secondly, acceleration requires economic inclusion. Women must have equal opportunities to participate in the workforce. We cannot settle for only 30%.
Various speakers, including Deputy Minister of Energy 1, Engineer Edmond Noni, and Dr. Joe Lahai Somano, Director General of EDSA, highlighted the importance of women's representation in the energy industry. They stressed the need for collective efforts from the government and development partners to accelerate gender equality and social change.
In the sector, and year after year, we will see things then get better, not just for the sector, but by extension for the women as well. Because when the energy sector does well, it actually helps the woman in many fronts. Now, us, on our businesses, and in other personal activities.
And that we owe it to you, and you owe it to your fellow women to make sure that electricity improves. The good news is that we have a lot of very competent women in the sector at all levels, from the support staff all the way to the technical level. I'm very blessed to be able to work with 3 extremely competent women in ministry leadership. We now have directors, assistant directors, the accountants, who are all women.
The celebration, spearheaded by women in energy from EDSA, EGTC, and the Electricity and Water Regulatory Commission, not only honored female engineers, but also provided a platform to address challenges and opportunities for women in the sector. Many emphasized that such initiative mark a significant step towards greater gender inclusion, with hopes that these efforts will drive lasting change in the industry and beyond. SLBC News are in Freetown. Esther Susanette Bassi reporting.
It is well with my soul.
The death is reported of Simeon Alan James Wilson of 7 Lamina Sanko Street, which took place on Friday the 7th of March, aged 17. He survived by his parents, Mr. and Mrs. Alan Cyril Wilson of 7 Lamina Sanko Street. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at 7 Lamina Sanko Street or call on mobile numbers 076 413 215 or 078 648 593. The family at home and abroad wish to announce the death of Mr. Austin Alan Thomas, who passed away in London on the 6th of March, formerly of the main Motor Road, Regent's Village, and a staff of the Awoko newspaper. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call on mobile numbers 075 060235, 074 053 977, or 3 main Motor Road, Regent's Village, between the hours of 12 noon to 6 p.m. or 18 Alcock Street, between the hours of 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. May his gentle soul rest in perfect peace. The death took place in the USA on the 16th of February of Mrs. Fanta Ali, fondly called Yaitombo, aged 95. She is survived by her children James, Bacchus, Joshua, and John Eli, Mrs. Agnes Fondoa, Moses Suluku, and others. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at 10F Old Railway Line, Tengbe Town, or call on mobile numbers 079 019 222, 075 274 908, or 076 722 944. The death took place on the 28th of February of Mrs. Dora Kamara, commonly known as Mama D, of 22 Jones Street, Kisii, age 61. She is survived by her son, Jibrila Kabo, daughter-in-law, Hawa in Holland, brothers and sisters, Mr. Ali Kamara, Sine Kamara, Sento Kamara, Aminata, Mrs. Bate Conte, Mrs. Aisata Caldwell, Mr. Sanusi Kamara, Mr. Samfa Kamara, Mrs. Makai Kamara, Mrs. Mbalu Kamara, and Mrs. Mususise. In-law, Yonde, several nieces, nephews, close friends, and other relatives at home and abroad. Funeral service will be held at the Kisii Baptist Church, Newcastle Street, Kisii, on Thursday the 13th of March at 2 p.m. Burial at the Kisii Mesmes Cemetery. Funeral service for Mrs. Aisatu Sanu of 48 Sanders Street, Calabar Town, who died on the 16th of February, age 77, will take place on Tuesday the 11th of March at the Christ Royal Heritage Ministry, Maclean, Calabar Town at 1 p.m. Burial at the Kisii Road Cemetery. A vigil will be held on Monday the 10th of March at a residence, 48 Sanders Street, Calabar Town at 7 p.m. She is survived by her children, Mrs. Memuna Tukanu, Saidu Abasi Sanu Jr. in the UK, Momodu Sanu, and Mayatu Sanu. Sisters, Mrs. Aisatu Kamara in the UK, and Madam Nimata Savage in Freetown. Brothers, Yakin Ibrahim and Mr. Yunisa Kamara. Several grand and great-grandchildren, in-laws, nieces, nephews, cousins, relatives and friends at home and abroad include the Sanu, Kalon, Kamara, Bangura, Ibrahim, and Sise families. Transportation will be available for mourners from the church to the cemetery. May her soul rest in perfect peace.
Peace be still, though the storms surround.
The death took place on the 5th of March of Mr. Jonathan Pratt, commonly known as J.J. Pratt, aged 90. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may contact Mr. Adeyemi George on 076 588 745 or 080 588 745.
My sin not in part, but the whole is nailed to his cross.
The death is reported of Mrs. Dora Kamara, commonly known as Mama D of 22 Jones Street, Kisii, who died on the 28th of February, aged 61. She survived by her son Jibril Kagbo, daughter-in-law Hawa in Holland, brothers and sisters Mr. Ali Kamara, Sine Kamara, Sento Kamara, Mrs. Bate Conte, Mrs. Aisata Caldwell, Mr. Sanusi Kamara, Mr. Sanfa Kamara, Mrs. Makai Kamara, Mrs. Balu Kamara, and Mrs. Mususise. Several in-laws, nephews, nieces, close friends, and other relatives at home and abroad. Funeral service will be held at the Kisii Baptist Church, Newcastle Street, on Thursday the 13th of March at 2 p.m. Burial at the Kisii Mesmes Cemetery.
It shall sound, and the Lord shall. It is well with my soul.
The death occurred on Tuesday, the 4th of March, of Mr. Brahma Ali Fona, former general manager of Sayaba Clearing and Forwarding Agency, and of One Harmony Drive, CRS Grafton, age 66. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at his residence, One Harmony Drive, CRS Grafton.
That Christ hath regarded my helpless estate, and has shed his own blood for my soul. It is well with my soul. It is well with my soul.
The death is reported of Mr. George Melbourne Tilandios Goldson, former employee of NPA, now EDSA, who died on the 4th of March. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call on the following numbers: 077-842-719, 079-099609, or 82S Freetown Road, Lumley, Olukoka Drive.
Praise the Lord, oh my soul. It is well, it is well with my
The death is announced of Mrs. Sia Masa Kamara of 20 Martin Farmer Street, Koso Town, and the finance officer at Focus 1000. She died on Monday the 17th of February in Bo, aged 39. She is survived by her husband, Mr. Abdul Kamara, children, Precious and Blessing, several brothers, sisters, aunts and uncles. Other relatives and friends include the Focus 1000, Chief Samuel Ndomaina and family, the Champ, Amara, Kembe, Fode Ngamo, Ture, and Paul Leby families at home and abroad. There will be a wakekeeping on Saturday the 8th of March at 20 Martin Farmer Street, Koso Town. Funeral services on Sunday the 9th of March at the Agape Bible Church, New London, Koso Town at 1 p.m. Burial at the Koso Town Cemetery. Sympathizers may call at 20 Martin Farmer Street, Koso Town, or call on 079 506 611 or 075 007 708.
Peace be still, though the storms surround you. Always I am with you.
The death is announced of Mr. David Francis Conte, commonly known as Yoni Penn, which took place on the 3rd of March. He is survived by his wife, Mrs. Awanatu Conte, a midwife nurse at In Sister S and Our Lady of Guadalupe Man 91. Children Davidson S. Conte, Samuel M.J. Conte, and David M.B. Conte. Sisters Mayan Fofana and Mabel Kamara. Brother Mr. Mohamed Beskoma. Several cousins, nieces, aunts, uncles, close friends, and other relatives at home and abroad. A vigil will be held on Friday the 14th of March at Yoni Bana. Funeral Mass will take place on Saturday the 15th of March at the Roman Catholic Church, Yoni Bana at 2 p.m. Burial at the family grave in Yoni Bana. Sympathizers may call on the following numbers: 076-627-657, 034-247-725, or 077-610-573.
Blessed assurance, Jesus is mine. Oh, what a foretaste of glory divine, heir of salvation. And when from death I'm free, I'll sing on, I'll sing on. And when from death I'm free.
With gratitude to God for a life well spent, funeral and communion service for retired Venerable Archdeacon Canon Zikrai Sigismond Fawumbi Smith, fondly known as Gaddafi, who had his home call on the 16th of February, aged 81, will be held at Christ Church, Pademba Road on Sunday the 9th of March at 2 p.m. Burial at the Moretown Cemetery opposite the Sierra Leone Grammar School. There will be an evening song and vigil at Christ Church, Pademba Road on Saturday the 8th of March at 7 p.m. He is survived by his wife, Mrs. Slbc Rachel Emmeline Smith, children Mrs. Ramata Macaulay, Mr. Ibrahim Denke in Lagos, Nigeria, Miss Bilkisu Kandet Ture in the USA, and Mr. Jazz Sanusi Sise of the National Shipping Company. Siblings Mrs. Alice Maud Bell Stanley, Mr. and the Reverend Mrs. Victor H. Sawyer, the Reverend Canon Priest Williams, and Mrs. Ophelia Madi. Several cousins, nieces, nephews, in-laws, mothers and fathers-in-law, close associates, relatives and friends at home and abroad. May his soul rest in perfect peace. Sympathizers may call on mobile numbers 031-029-020 or 077-292-988.
Built on this chief cornerstone. If you are ill, if death draws near, this truth your in the cross, be my glory.
In loving memory of our beloved husband and father, Mr. Anthony Adebayo Chico Ofori, commonly known as the General. 20 years ago, on March 6, 2005, our hearts were broken as we said goodbye to a loving husband and father, a guiding light and our greatest inspiration. Time has passed, but the pain of your absence remains. We miss your wisdom, your laughter, and the warmth of your embrace. It saddens us that you never got to meet your grandchildren, yet we see glimpses of you in them, in their smiles, their kindness, and their strength. Your legacy lives on in us, in the values you instilled, and in the love you left behind. You may be gone from our sight, but never from our hearts. We love you always, forever missed, forever cherished. Continue to rest in the Lord's bosom. From your wife, Beryl Ofori, and children, Elizabeth Lisk, Magdalene Peters, Laurel Chapman, and Lydia Redwood Sawyer.
And wait, hoping, trusting, and I bear.
The death took place on Sunday the 2nd of March of Mrs. Cynthia Kayode George of 11 Madongo Town, Congo Cross, aged 81. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at 11 Madongo Town, Congo Cross, or call on 034 773 838 or 076 605 057. The Kamara and Tarawali families at home and abroad announced the death of their beloved mother, grandmother, sister and friend, Mrs. Rebecca Mabinti Kamara ni Tarawali, which took place on the 20th of February in Waterloo, and a descendant of Mayopo village, Tonkolele district, aged 83. She survived by children, Baba and Hana Mabinti Tarawali, Mariama, Alfiu and Samson Kamara. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at Liberia Camp, Kisi Town, Waterloo, or call on mobile number 099 157 342.
With my soul,
the family announces the death of their father, uncle, grandfather, and friend, Mr. Albert Francis Johnson, which took place on the 1st of March. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at the family residence, 6D George Brook Dwazak, or call on mobile numbers 078 952 803, 076 218 765, or 079 918 881. May his soul rest in perfect peace.
where bright angel feet have trod with its crystal tide.
The death took place on the 1st of March of Reverend Nathaniel Olatunji Vincent of Greater Evangelism World Crusade Sierra Leone and of Calvary Assembly of God Church Moyamba, age 67. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at 20 Andrew Street, Moretown, or call on 076 280
On the margin of the river, washing up its silver spray, we will walk and worship at.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance.
Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever.
Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change. We've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place, all of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else,
or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
Freetown!
Freetown!
Yeah!
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
The taxi driver,
The barber,
the drummers, the dancers,
all of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
The future is ours. It's our time again.
and this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
The greengrocer,
The teacher,
the dog.
this space is ours.
this light is ours.
The beaches are ours.
the rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown, Freetown.
We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don dey from ten. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
You ready for the Zoom meeting today with the investor then?
Yes, boss. I'm ready for the meeting today. And I don't download all the reports they sent to me on the internet.
Make sure so you get super connection, because I don't want one problem during the meeting.
Everything is okay. Everything is fine.
Counting on you, even though we're not in the same office. I will be with you every step of the way.
As mama, I always want waiting best for me picking them, especially when it comes out waiting them for eat and drink. Now this make I always they choose Sierra juice because they make come from with local foods them and nutritious and it gets less sugar than the other drinks them. Not to me say so.
We lab test show say Sierra juice gets 50% less sugar than the other drinks them na the market.
Because we mama they know waiting best for we picking them, I make we always they choose Sierra juice. Sierra juice and nutritious, a healthy and a sweet. Sierra juice, not the taste of Salome.
From the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television, this is Good Morning Sierra Leone, today being Monday, the 10th of March 2025. I am Sheku Smaila, and this is the program that always starts your day.
And Francis Bernard is my name. Our quote of the day is from American author Dait Banga, and it says, "Wise people make trails and paths, clever people walk on them, and stupid people can't decide." This is a food for thought. In the program this morning, 13 FCC staff and 2 bank employees arrested over missing 4 billion loans in corruption scandal. Sierra Leone Dock Workers Union speaks on their recent elections, and the Voice Motivational Forum to organize a school tour and media engagement to raise awareness on World Speech Day and its importance. These stories plus more, including your messages, which you can send to the number on your screen, or you find us on our Facebook page, Slbc TV Live. The number is 0300737719. This is Good Morning Sierra Leone. This is Good Morning Sierra Leone, and as always, this program starts today with analysis and views on issues of national concern. We start with our guest this morning. During a press conference organized by the Anti-Corruption Commission, the ACC Commissioner Francis Baikefala disclosed details of an ongoing corruption investigation involving the Freetown City Council. The investigation was triggered after the FCC detected discrepancies in certain payment that did not appear in its account. One such payment was 100 million loans from MediaTek, which failed to reflect in the FCC's records. Findings revealed that FCC's revenue streams were being manipulated when checks were issued in FCC's name and handed over to various revenue-generating departments. Some individuals found a way to divert the funds by adding football club to the check's name. Money intended for FCC was redirected into a football club's account instead. Approximately 4 billion loans with at least 3 billion loans was misappropriated. Several individuals linked to the scheme have been arrested, and some have already begun returning the stolen funds. For more on this, we have the Public Relations Assistant ACC Alex A. Banda in the studio. We also have the Communications Officer of the Freetown City Council FCC, Kuma Hassan Kamara. Good morning, lady and gentlemen.
Good morning. Thank you so much.
So, the ACC first, let's start with you, Alex. Who actually raised this alarm to the FCC? Is it the FCC?
Yes, thank you so much. The Freetown City Council, they commendably so detected that there were some attacks on their streams of income, because of course the Freetown City Council, they rely hugely also on the revenue generation to run the city. So they realized, they detected that there were some discrepancies with respect to their streams of revenue generation. So they instituted an internal investigations, and before they brought it to our attention. But when they commenced their investigations, it was because of reasons they believe that some monies that are being paid by clients, or for example, billboards, and other streams in which they generate revenue are not reflected. So, but they didn't actually know the magnitude of this attack. So they brought it to our attention and we instituted a full-blown investigation.
All right, Alex, let me go over to Kuma, who definitely come back to you. Kuma, you have a football club which is a bona fide property of the Freetown City Council, the Freetown City Football Club. And from what we heard from the ACC and from some of your findings is that some of the monies were diverted into the football club's account instead of another club. Does the football club not worthy to receive money from your account?
That's the dynamics about the whole situation that happened. This football club account was opened way back in 2017, wherein we have authorities that were signatories. And at the end of the day, it became burdensome on council. So we decided that the football club should be privatized, it should be as a private entity. And most of the staff that are now involved in this scandal, in this corrupt scandal, decided to take up the football club fan club, and they were signatories. That time the authorities are no longer signatories because it has now been privatized. So they took up the responsibility as managers, as technical people, as fan-based club to continue. So that's why you find out that the whole thing started, according to ACC's investigation from 2022. So that was where they started these discrepancies, when they thought that they are working for Freetown City Council and they are staff for Freetown City Council, and most of them are revenue heads of revenue streams, departments. So I think they brought up that idea that now when checks are being brought to Freetown City Council in the name of Freetown City Council, they will just add up the football at the end of the check and then divert it to the football club account.
So Kuma, but even though that club is being privatized, it is however monitored by the FCC. Is that not so?
Well, somehow, but when it comes to monitor, I mean, we all know how accounts do operate. If you are not a signatory, you don't have a right to even ask for balances or even audit the accounts. FCC's vault controller, who is the chief administrator, is not a signatory. The finance officer is not a signatory
to the football
club accounts. And these are people that are vault controller when it comes to financial matters in the institution, but they are not. So these staff, most of them are lower cadre. They are not even senior staff. Being that they took up this football club as a fan-based club, as signatories, decided to take advantage of the situation, unknowingly to the heads of...
Because the Freetown City Council itself has not been monitoring these people. Because this has to do with it. Because I'm only knowing now that that club has been privatized because of this situation. If you wake me in the middle of the night as a sport journalist, you ask me for Freetown City Council, I'll say, okay, let's go to Freetown City Council, let's go to your office and find out more about the club. So it's your property, whatever the situation may be. You must have been doing some sort of monitoring, and if you fail to do that, or they took advantage of the situation and went ahead to do what they did. Is that not so?
So monitoring in the sense that was one of the reasons why we were able to find out what happened.
Okay.
If we have not been monitoring, we will not have been able to discover what went wrong. But we have a limit, as I said.
Okay.
We have a limit.
And all right, we'll come back to you later, because this thing has some implications and complications, as the case may be. But however, we have another guest in the studios, and she's here to talk about something different. We'll come back to you, Mr. Baha and Kuma. Now, the Voice Motivational Forum shall be organizing a school tour and media engagement to raise awareness on the World Speech Day and its importance. The Voice Motivational Forum seeks to inspire and motivate young people. It supports mind-changing development and inspire young people to live a purposeful life. Well, in the studios to talk more on this is Helen Candy, and she is a member or a mentor of the Voice Motivational Forum. Good morning, Madam Candy, and welcome to the program.
Good morning.
Now, the Voice Motivational Forum, according to the background we've got from, the intro, it seeks to inspire and motivate young people. It supports mind-changing development and inspire young people to live a purposeful life. Okay, I have a brief intro, but tell us, really, the reasons or among reasons for your existence.
Well, just as you've mentioned, we want to raise unexpected voices. Voices that people have not heard before. Voices that have plans, expectations, that have power. We want to raise voices that people have not heard. So that is why we focus more on junior school students, because they are the ones that when we, in terms of taking decision, we don't contact them, we don't ask them. So they are the voices now we think we want to hear. And if we want to hear them, we have to inspire them to speak up, to say what's in their mind, to say what their desires are, to have the confidence and boldness to interfere into the public discussion. That is why we exist, to inspire them, to motivate them, to raise their voices, as their voices are unexpected in society. When making decisions, we don't contact them. So that's why we say, well, we have to inspire them, we have to motivate them, we have to give them a reason to speak up.
To speak up. So now, let us know how far you've been, in this space. How far you engage these young people, because the thing is, you are there to make them live a better life, to live a purposeful life. So let us know some of your interventions. How far have you been in this campaign, and what impact you think you've created so far?
Well, we've started since around the COVID from 2020, and we are going to be 5 this year. And every year during this World Speech, which is the 15th of this March, we make sure that we go to schools. As we're targeting 5 schools this year, we've started to do it by Memorial. We make sure we go to them, talk to them during our morning devotion, try to tell them the importance of speaking up, the importance of public speaking, try to motivate them to build their confidence, and in that way we shape their professional life, their career choice, and also their activities in the school curriculum and outside school curriculum.
All right, okay, we'll come back to you as you'll be talking on, speech, because we know that public speech is really a challenge, for most people, students, pupils, even some workers, as the case may be. Now, but we'll come back to you, Mr. Barr, from the country's anti-graft agency, the ACC, the Anti-Corruption Commission. Now, let us know how far you've gone with these investigations. People diverting funds, or siphoning, as the case may be. Let us know how far you've gone.
Yes, the matter was brought to our attention by the FCC, like I stated earlier on, and we instituted a comprehensive investigations into it. And
so this one was not by your Scorpion squad?
No.
You were invited by the FCC?
Not necessarily invited, they brought it to our attention. Okay. And we have different means in which we get to know about corruption, and that is just one means. And of course, then it is commendable, like I stated, they instituted it when they realized there were some discrepancies with it.
So in other words, they have done some internal investigation before blowing the whistle.
Yes, they commenced it. So when we intervened, we were able to understand now the magnitude of it beyond, in fact, what they even thought. We understood that from the 1st of August 2022 to the 31st of December 2024, within that period, staff from the FCC, we arrested 14 staff, and of course some staff from the Commerce and Mortgage Bank, where this FCC football club account is situated. they, within that period, were diverting monies being paid through checks. They were just adding FC to the checks, and they would deposit those monies into that very account, and they were supported, and there was some collusion. The banking staff from the Commerce and Mortgage Bank colluded with these staff to ensure that these monies are diverted, and they would withdraw these monies and they will share among themselves. So within that time, about 4 billion old leons was deposited, and around that same amount as well was withdrawn. So that is the first thing that our investigation revealed to us. But beyond that, we also meant to understood that there were some discrepancies as well with respect to the checks. There were some issues around forgery, that the 3 signatories to the football club accounts, 2 of the individuals are still staff working at the FCC Freetown, and another individual is working at the Bombali District Council. He has been transferred. But we noticed that some of these checks, a lot of them within this period, but some of these checks, some of these staff were forging the signatures of those individuals. So that is part of the revelations.
Mr. Bao, I'll come back to you. But then, Kuma, what, let us know who are the actual, signatories to accounts of the Freetown City Council.
The football accounts, you mean? Because Freetown City Council has a lot of accounts.
What I mean,
So this particular accounts we are not talking about. Is it the question you're asking?
Yes.
We have accounts as a Freetown City Council, and then this accounts, that's illegal or separate accounts we're talking about, is called Freetown City Football Club account. So are you asking the question of the signatories?
So the question I'm asking, how are they able to siphon or to divert, these funds to this said account?
I said earlier, this account was opened way back in 2017, 2018. By then, the club was under Freetown City Council as such. Now it was privatized, it has been a separate entity. The vault controller of Freetown City Council, who happens to be the chief administrator and the mayor, are no longer signatories because it's now a separate entity. It's now a private social club And during those periods, but unfortunately, most of the staff that happens to be signatories are also staff of Freetown City Council working for different revenue streams of revenue departments. So they took the opportunity, being that they are working for different revenue streams and they have access to checks, like they go to clients or taxpayers, collect their monies that are being written in the name of Freetown City Council, and when they come back, they convert or they add the football club at the end of the check, and then deposit the money in the football club.
Why did it take that long for you to uncover these discrepancies? Because we are talking about billions.
Yeah, because
we are talking about billions of leons. So how did it take that long for you to uncover those unscrupulous stuff that we are going on?
This is just simple because it's based on the system strengthening. Every administrator has his own method of strengthening, and the first thing that happened was that the particular administration ensured that all leakages and loopholes were closed, and that was one of the main targets of this the chief administrator, who happens to be Ramadan Farmer. When he took over, he told the entire staff in body that one of his aim is to ensure that he tightens or closes all leakages so that Freetown City Council can generate higher revenue so that we can be able to deliver, because our mandate is to bring service delivery to the people. And how can we do that without resources? So people cannot just sit in the corner and siphon the money and put in their own personal pockets, and then we have a lot of services there to deliver. And we cannot deliver the services without these resources or without these funds. So one of the things he did was to screw up every loophole or leakage. And that was why we were able, with the systems being put in place and the monitoring system, that was why we were able to recover or to find out that things like this are happening.
Alex, now that the FCC has brought forward to you some of these issues that they have, and you've started taking actions. So what's the current status of some of these people that are accused of this whole corrupt act that we are talking about?
Yes, we had all of them arrested, 14 people from the Freetown City Council and 2 staff from the Commerce and Mortgage Bank. And they spent several days at the CID, and of course we had them on bail, and they are providing support to us as we still continue to investigate this matter. We also learned that some of them have started paying, returning some of the monies. Is that true? Yes, because for us, our focus in issues like this is to get every single dime, that is in question. And so would definitely inform the public, but what we've assured and what we continue to assure the public, just as we've done in similar matters like this, the one that has to do with Abdul Salim Ansari and the bank that paid that 34.8 billion euros and all, is that we assure the public that we would recoup every single dime. And where necessary, we would institute, we would make indictments, but our focus first off is to ensure that we get every single dime that is in question, that has been misappropriated and embezzled, and there are also other corresponding sanctions that would definitely follow. Koma, don't you think with what has happened or what is currently ongoing, it's high time you guys started thinking of taking back your club? Because it could be you might have other people coming there to do the same thing. Don't you think so?
Well, as of now, the first step that the administration has taken is to suspend the corporates. They are not under suspension. And what does that mean? It means even the football club of which they were signatories are no longer functioning. So I believe that can be an action that can be taken. I cannot say now, but I believe that another thing, because life has to go on. The club has to go on. Things have to go on. So I believe the administration will take the next step.
And the irony is, with all these monies, the FCC, the football club, is not even one of those attractive football clubs. With all the money they are taking on behalf of this club, yet if you want to compare it in terms of financial strength to that of the Go Rangers and the others, it's not one of them. And yet they are taking money on behalf of this club. That's an irony.
Well, the thing there is, this money are not used for the purpose of the club. They are being used for their own personal benefits or their own personal gains. They withdraw the money and share it among themselves, according to what we understand, because that is why they are even able to start refunding now. They are not used because there is nothing to show that they are using it on, which that is not the purpose, or that was not what they are supposed to do. So for the mere fact of the thought of diverting FCC's fund to something else, it means they have ulterior motive. So
Alex, now that you have some of these people who have started refunding some of the monies, what will be the next step for the FCC in connection with this matter that we are talking about, the FCC?
Yes, in circumstances like this or in matters like this, that we to invoke the provisions contained in Section 89(5).
And what is that?
That is to use the non-conviction recovery model. We ensure that we get in full the amount in question, but in addition to that we impose fine, which is minimum 10%, but it can span up to 30 or more %. And we also ban those individuals from holding public offices for minimum 3 years, and it can go upwards. Some will ban them for 5 or more years, depending on the substance of it. So that is also, in fact, it is one of the most effective alternatives that we've been making use of over the past few years.
So what we want to know, how proactive is the ACC? Are you always there in your office? You wait for whistleblowers to bring out information to you before you going out? Because you have so many ills ongoing in different institutions, in public offices, but because they are not brought to your attention, you don't go after them. How proactive are you?
No, we are both, of course, proactive, but also we are equally effective in reacting to issues like this. That is why the moment it was brought to attention, we had to spring into action.
So what about a situation where even when the administration or the leadership of certain institutions do find out there are corrupt activities ongoing in these institutions, but yet they fail to inform the SCC, so it just goes under the carpet like that?
No, that is why we have intelligence officers. We have different means in which...
But you don't have them in every institution?
In all government institutions, we have their internal anti-graft outfits, which are dubbed as integrity management committees. We have it in the FCC, and like every other government.
You have it at the SLBC?
Yes, we have IMCs across the board in different government agencies, and the IMCs are their internal systems which they use to help us in our work. But way and beyond that as well, we do what we call systems and processes review from time to time. In fact, FCC is one of the institutions that have been conducting this. But what we also need to understand, and what we've been seeing over the past years in our fight against corruption, that in as much as we've invested a lot in terms of preventing corruption through our systems review, through our robust public education and all, but also our enforcement has been very, very effective. And that is why we easily detect issues like this. We collaborate with institutions. Issues before this time that people would think that can be easily swept, people are now aware, and most times they prefer reaching out to us, even the one that had to do with the SLRA, the Accountant General's Department, and so, in which we recouped monies that was up to the tune of about 8.6 billion. It was brought to our attention by the institution. So all of these things shows how much and how well we have been working as a commission.
Okay, Mr. Ba, let me go over to Kuma. Now, Kuma, you've already identified. This one was a huge syndicate because it was a joint criminal enterprise, which means a lot of players are involved in this particular thing. Now, but you know, it has now come to your realization that some of these things do exist. What are you doing to ensure or to prevent it happening again? I mean, recurrence of because here we are talking in billions of euros, which means those monies will have been used, to service programs and projects in this metropolis. So now, what are you going to do to prevent this from happening?
Yeah, to start with, we have to look at what went wrong and why. Look at the lapses. We take it from there as lessons learned. Because looking at the whole thing, little did we realize that the banks would have collaborated with our staff. Instead of them protecting our monies, they are the ones collaborating so that government monies can be just squandered like that. So these are some of the things we need to look into. Even the banks.
So in other words, you're saying here that the banks, the banks were also part of this enterprise.
Yes, yeah. The SCC man just said it. That's why we called them in, because the investigation was beyond. Initially we had an internal investigation, but looking at it, realizing that it's beyond FCC's techniques or training. We brought in SCC so that they can be able to investigate, and we realized that banks were involved, and he just said that two bank staff are now one of the corporates.
They're helping SCC
exactly.
in the investigation.
Yes, and that means that if we realize that there are forging signatories. And that can only happen if the bank is not effective.
Now, based on your investigation, how long did this particular thing take? How long they've been doing it? Because for such a huge amount of money to be siphoned or diverted just like that, it must have taken some time. So
we learned from the SCC, from the investigation that started in 2022. We only realized it this in February, when we realized that one of the checks that was paid by MediaTek did not reflect, and we realized that other checks have not been reflecting in the accounts that's supposed to reflect. That was where we picked it up and went into internal investigation onto the point.
So now, Mr. Barr, it is now very clear. It is now palpable. But this particular situation is not only from something happening in the Freetown City Council. Probably there are some other MDs where some similar things are happening. Because based on what you've explained and also what Madam Kuma has explained, it is very likely, it is clear, it is palpable, but some of these things are happening in some other places.
Yes, I mean, we are at liberty, based on what we've seen with respect to this, to make such presumption. But the uniqueness of this particular matter is that there exists an account that was previously run by the Freetown City Council. The craftiness that the individuals were using was that when checks are being paid, they would just add
the
FC.
football.
So that FC, probably the client paying the check would not even pay attention to that. As far as you're concerned, you're paying it to a staff of the FCC. So when they add the FC there, you could even think, because it's Freetown City Council, it's going directly where it should go. So that's the uniqueness of this. So when these monies are being paid, that is why we've emphasized that financial institutions, they have critical roles like bank, and in this particular one, bank, they played a huge role because those staff could not have succeeded in this without.
So do we know the banks?
No, the bank involved in this is the Commerce and Mortgage Bank. That is where this FC account, this football club account is. So when these checks are deposited into that account, instead of the Freetown City Council actual account, they provide support. Because the fact is, banks, they have very strong internal control systems to detect these things. So it could not have happened if not for the support and the collusion of these staff. They, in fact, they were the midfielders in this entire scheme. So even with respect to the issues of forging of signatories, which our investigation also revealed to us, it could only happen with the support of those very staff of the bank. So they played a very key role.
In other words, whenever they want to cash some of this check, they only go to this particular staff to do it for them.
Yes, so these individuals, and they have strategic positions, that sell. And this interesting thing, they do it in a way that they will hardly leave a visible trace. That is why we do forensic investigations for us to be able to
So you now got forensic experts.
I mean, we've had forensic experts. I mean, the SCC, it's a very professional, intelligence-led outfit, and when the FCC started, they do not have the technical know-how whatsoever to institute
and
this
they never knew how huge that is.
So our forensic experts, they went and they detected and they understood this entire thing, and that is why these banking individuals, they are in our radar, because they actually played significant role, and that is.
But don't you think, Mr. Barr, that based on all the evidence that you have, this particular investigation, because I was attempting to ask, how expeditious these investigations are going. Don't you think this is an investigation that could be truncated? Because the evidence are glaring, they are there. People have started paying back. People have started confessing. So are we expecting a truncated kind of an investigation? Not but an investigation that will remain forever.
No, our investigations are always expeditious, but what is interesting to know is that some of these things, sometimes, generally, they cannot be done as easy as we may assume they can be done. But we are always expeditious in investigations like this. Some evidences can be glaring, but in investigating you have to go beyond, because in events we decide to charge to court, because at the end of our investigations we'll decide which threshold and what would invoke. If we charge to court, we must have ensured that we dot our I's and cross our T's very well, So in gathering all of these evidences, sometimes they take time, but we've been quite expeditious in this, that in this short period since the matter has got to our attention, we've been able to establish all of this. We've been able to get all of the individuals in our grips, and they of course been providing support to us in this matter. But again, what we've also been resounding is that banks, especially in these past few months, since last year to now, they have been reneging in their core functions. If banks are...
You mean the banks?
Banks, generally. The banks. Yes, not just this commerce and mortgage bank involved. We've seen even in recent times, other banks have also, fall short of similar things. So we've been stating this, and resoundingly, we've been cautioning financial institutions like banks that government monies are being kept in these institutions. So where in situations like this, banks, they continue to collude with staff of public institutions to divert government resources, we would ensure that we go after these institutions, not just the individuals involved. So that is why even in our engagements, we've made it known that this is the bank that is involved.
Okay, Mr. Ba, we'll come back to you. He is Alex Ba, a communications officer at the ACC. Earlier we heard Madam Kamara from the Freetown City Council, and the program you're still watching is Good Morning Sierra Leone. We go for a very short break, and we'll be right back.
As a mother of the house, whenever I want to prepare palm soup, there's no need pounding palm fruit. All I need is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. My soup is done, and its preparation, it is not difficult at all. Nkulenu palm soup base, it's easily done with no difficulties. Just take few ladles and your soup is done. And its flavor, it's amazing. This is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. And this is Nkulenu's Ghana's original spiced palm soup base. Iron fruit and turkey berries are naturally added.
Also available Brown Gold Natural Cocoa Powder, Sunny Gold Brown Sugar, Neat Fufu Flour, Shito, Pisa, and Moringa. All available at Nyami Ado Enterprise, 1 Lower Waterloo Street, Freetown.
Nkulenu palm soup base.
Ghanaian original taste.
We are back, and the program you're still watching is Good Morning Sierra Leone. Well, we still have in the studio Helen Kandi, a member of the Boys Motivational Forum. Well, according to them, the forum shall be organizing a school tour and media engagements to raise awareness on the World Speech Day and its importance. Now, let us talk about speech. Now, speech. I can remember that L&DS was very popular in schools. Some of us used to be in some of these things. Now tell us, why are you so particular about speech? Especially among pupils and students. Have you realized that it is a challenge?
It is a challenge, because university students, even workers, professional people now, find it difficult to stand before a crowd and speak their mind or speak for the institution and what they believe in. So that is why we focus more on speech, and we decide to go to peoples, because we say catch them when they are young. If we are able to instill confidence in them, boost their morale, we are able to instill in them that their voices matter, and we encourage them to not be shy and to not follow bandwagons, as they say, follow the crowd, to stand for themselves and believe what they say. We believe that it will change the perspective of professional people and even university students. Because we see now that in colleges, we see even simple presentation to phases that are familiar to them, it's somehow difficult. So we say, let's catch them young in this their junior school term, teach them how to write speeches, teach them what to look in for when writing a speech and when addressing issues. So we think that's why the Voice Motivational
But
Forum.
the is that, have you been able to know why? Because there must be some reasons. And, you know, there are times, you know, even the homes, you know, children don't talk. You know, they are not allowed. Their views are not important. So they decide to keep quiet. They always withdraw. That has been, especially in our society, where people think, you know, children don't speak where elders speak. You understand? So it's like at that very early age, because it's about nurture and nature. It is psychological, anyways.
Yeah.
But these are some of the reasons. Have you been able to know that these are because there are root causes? Yeah. So withdrawal. When a child withdraws, it must have got something to do with what is happening at home in the communities where he or she is living.
That is why I think this is encouraging the unexpected voices. So let's say a child that is not encouraged at home to speak, and we give them this platform in schools, telling them that you can speak, raise your voice against this social injustice, against this household maltreatment, then it will give them the confidence to even go home, try to seek redress, telling them that, okay, my voice too matter, trying to change some perspective in the society. If we don't raise the awareness, they will not have that confidence.
But also, but also, don't you think it is also as a result of the foundation? You know, some people and even children and even students, you know, are very poor in concord. I mean, the subject verb grammar, you know. So don't you think the teachers also have a responsibility to ensure that because the whole thing about English language is about the subject and the verb. They have to agree. And if they are not agreeing, you are shy because you don't want to bull, as you put it, you don't want to bull, you know, talking to your colleagues. So don't you think the teachers also have a responsibility?
The teachers are doing theirs. So we as a forum are saying, since the teachers are teaching you the subject verb agreement, if we don't make mistakes and then criticize us, and then how are we going to improve? In fact, how are we going to know that we are going to make mistakes if we don't talk in the first place?
Okay, so Helen, when are you going to organize this event?
The school tour is already going on. It started today at Vine Memorial. We have other schools as well, FSSG, Convent. We're going out to those schools so that we can tell them, speak.
Most of the times you only target some of these big schools, the St. Joseph's, as you rightly said, the FSSG. You have other schools that also need some of these opportunities that you are taking out to school kids. You have those schools that we refer to as schools in the Fakai. Well,
the reason why we started, even though we've been doing it before now, we want to know like the challenges. If these are big schools and yet still they have these challenges, what more of the schools?
The more reason why you need to go.
So that is why we want to learn. This is, let's say, a learning process. We want to learn from the experiences, the challenges, and seeing how best we overcome them. So when we go now to the schools, you say in Phuket, we have more power and we know how to tackle them. Like we go more prepared. That's why we just don't want to go there, leave them hanging. We want to go and finish it.
So for this particular phase, how many schools are you targeting?
5.
And just in the western area?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. She is Helen Kandi, and she is a member of the Voice Motivational Forum. This is Good Morning Sierra Leone, and we are broadcasting live from Broadcasting House in New England Field. We now go to another segment of the program. We review the front pages of the local newspapers.
Yes, indeed. The front pages of the local tablets. Well, just be reminded that views expressed there are not views of the Slbc, as we are merely reviewing the papers. And I start with the Calabash newspaper, which says Freetown International Airport completes a comprehensive firefighting training for personnel. Mines Minister highlights Sierra Leone's energy progress at 10th Powering Africa Summit in DC, that is Washington. To strengthen intra-Africa trade, Oakwood Green Africa, Afrizim Bank and Trade Ministry to host 2025 IATF Road Show. Well, there are other stories in this newspaper, but you can go and have your own copy.
from the Calabash, we go to the Awareness Times. The Awareness Times with so many stories on its front page. Quickly, in a bold demonstration of their commitment to gender equality and women's empowerment, AfriCell Sierra Leone CEO honors Women's Day. President Bill hails $20 million pandemic fund award. These stories plus more you find in the Awareness Times newspaper, including sports for those of you who are interested in sports.
Yes, and I move over to the Premier News, and the Premier News says Sierra Leone secures $20 million pandemic fund. EU continues crucial development support in Sierra Leone. President Julius Maada Bio, an undisputable he-for-she champion. Sierra Leone Embassy in Dakar repatriates 47 Sierra Leoneans. These are some of the stories you can see in the Premier News newspaper.
From the Premier News, we go to the Standard Times newspapers. Standard Times newspaper, SLPP manufactures brown envelope ministers. Fatima Bio reveals. This goes with a picture of the First Lady of the Republic of Sierra Leone, Madam Fatima Bio. And another story here. This one is not too clear. Aftermath of disputed elections to Nkolini executive. I don't know, this is not too clear, and if you want to know more about these stories, you go and grab the Standard Times newspapers. And also, for those of you who are interested in both local and international sports, you have so many of them in the Standard Times newspapers.
Now, the Awoko newspaper says EU-funded roads and bridges, a life-saving development for Moyamba district. Petroleum Directorate assures Tumbu fishermen oil gas survey will not affect fishing activities. These are some of the stories you can see in the Awoko newspaper.
And from the Awoko newspaper, we go to the African 24 with interesting stories on its front page. Lantern Parade returns with a special day off for female staff after Honours Women's Day. For APC flag bearer, Dr. Bangura Air Mat. This goes with a picture of Dr. Ibrahim Bangura. Capacitate yourselves, MP urges women. And a mad rush for houses. These stories plus more, including international sports and also local sports, you find in the African 24.
Well, the Night Watch, which happens to be my final paper in this edition of Good Morning Sierra Leone, says Bio regime is of dogs. First Lady Fatima Bio says and how also here how far with electoral justice. Here you can see the photo of a former flag bearer of the main opposition APC, Dr. Samora Kamara.
All right, well, my final take for today is the satellite newspapers over rumored termination of Pumbuna project. Energy stakeholders debunk APC's fake claims. This goes with a picture of main opposition whip in Parliament, Honorable Abdulkarim Kamara. And on International Women's Day, VP Julia Jallo calls for National Women's Conference. At Bahrain Africa Summit, Sierra Leone's energy future shines bright. And finally, alarming issue of fruit theft. Sokfin Agricultural Company loses $5 million in 2024. These stories plus more, including sports, you find in the satellite newspapers. Just as Sheku said, we want to remind you that views expressed in these newspapers does not reflect the views of the SLBC. We are merely reviewing what is in these newspapers.
Indeed.
Good Morning Sierra Leone continues. We'll go back to you, Alex. So going forward, what next?
Yes, we will ensure all the persons involved, they face the full force of the law, and we are also poised to recover the full amount in question. And but this also serves as a stark reminder to public officers across the board that no matter how you try to cover your activities, nefarious activities,
it will be uncovered.
It would eventually be uncovered.
Well, now the thing is that, don't you think, especially with the involvement of the banks, I mean the commercial banks, Now we have the central bank, which is the bankers' bank, the bank that regulates all other banks in this country. Their involvement is very unprofessional, it is unethical, which is why, in fact, if you are a holder of SCC and you are involved in such a practice, what they do as a professional body is to retrieve your certificate from you so that you no longer practice. That is why they even negotiate. When you are employed, they negotiate on your behalf on how much you should be paid, other conditions of service as the case may be. So they have the right to retrieve your certificates from you if you are involved in dubious activities. Now, the central bank regulates all commercial banks. Now, don't you think there's a need? It's high time the ACC engaged, I mean, the bank governor on some of these things, so that it will be a warning for him to warn commercial banks to, to kind of avoid involvement in some of these things.
Yes, we have been, of course, having engagements with them as the regulatory body. In fact, in some of the matters we investigated sometime last year, they provided support, and beyond even the central bank as the primary regulatory body, we've had a series of engagements with heads of commercial banks across the board, because they have critical role. Government monies, public resources are being kept there, regardless that they are private institutions.
So now, Kuma, what happens to the corporates? For the fact that they've started repaying, it means they're already guilty. There is no need to prolong investigations as to whether they are guilty or not. Now they've started repaying those monies that they siphoned. So what happens to these staff who are involved in this, malpractice?
Well, at FCC level, we have suspended them to start with, and the rest of what happens, we will do that after the ACC's investigation, and when they have completed investigation, then we know the next step all the way forward. Okay. But as at now, they're under suspension, so our investigation is going.
Okay, Kuma, away from this, we've also noticed that you move around. The FCC will go to certain communities, they will put FCC remove. But with that, it will stay there for more than 2 years, and people will still be using some of those things that you've marked that should be removed. What is it? Like, for example, along this Kenema road, very close to the international school, there are two kiosks there. You placed a remove, FCC removed, but it's been there for over a year. What's happening?
Well, it's somewhat complicated. We have an issue with the urban planning thing, and we as council don't have the mandate in terms of issuing out land permits. So most often people come to us and say, well, this is my private land. So I'm talking about this right of way, just by that UNICEF. Is what we have, yes, that's what just by UNICEF. Those two structures I'm talking about have been there for over a year, and you placed FCC removed, but it's been there for a while, and people are using it. Yes, one of the challenges in that area is the enforcement aspects. We don't have enough metropolitan police. We have barely 200 or less. So this is not even far from your office. This yes, that's where I'm coming. So like we do things step by step. And this has been brought to our notice, so I also bring it up with the administration.
Why can't you recruit more why can't you recruit more metropolis? The advert is out. Instead of leaving the monies to be siphoned by the advert is out, and we are recruiting more for more enforcement. So whatever comes to our attention, we'll take it on. But the one thing I want to say is that staff players should have confidence in FCC, and we are continuing to tighten up close all loopholes. Okay, so thank you so much. And FCC is there to support you. Yes. Now, Kandi, tell us, how decentralized, are your activities? Do you only target schools in Freetown, or do you extend? Do you extend your activities outside Freetown?
For now, we're just targeting schools in Freetown. Okay. Yeah, but next year we'll go out to Freetown.
Next time you're going to Freetown. So you already started. You are already engaging schools here. How many schools have you gone so far?
We've for this year's celebration, we've started at Vine Memorial.
Okay, Vine.
Yeah.
So from Vine, you're going to Via Francis, attended St. Joseph's Convent.
Yeah.
Well, it was just a guess. I don't know.
So Sheku, you are 5 years according to your highlight.
Yes.
And you still not be able to go back to other parts of the country.
When we started, we didn't start outreach school. So we always started online. So it was last year that we started going to school.
All right, thank you very much.
We must say thank you. She is Helen Candy, a member of the Voice in Motivation Forum. Well, they've been going from school to school on, ahead of the World Speech Day, which was on
the 15th March.
Okay, all right. So thank you so much, and that is how we say goodbye. But before going, I want to wish on all Muslims, especially those who are fasting, Ramadan Mubarak. Well, today is 10 days in the holy month of Ramadan, and 6 days in the holy season of Lent. So, I want to say congratulations to all of us, who are fasting.
Sheku, I hope you are also observing the Christian fast.
It has to be observed. There are times, for a year one has to be holy, at least for a month.
Is that so with you now?
Definitely.
All right.
Many thanks to all of you guys for being there with us this morning. Kamara from the Freetown City Council and Alex Barr from the country's anti-graft agency, the ACC, and also Madam Candy from the Voice Motivational Forum. And that is how we say goodbye. Many thanks to the entire production team, especially producer Daphne Zainab Kamara. I am Sheku Smoy.
I'm Frances Bernard is my name. Quickly before go, a reminder of our quote of the day, which is from American author Nate Panga, and it says, "Wise people make trails and paths, clever people walk on them, and stupid people can't decide." Have a lovely and wonderful day. Good morning, Sierra Leone. Returns tomorrow. Good morning.
As a mother of the house, whenever I want to prepare palm soup, there's no need pounding palm fruit. All I need is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. My soup is done, and its preparation, it is not difficult at all. Nkulenu palm soup base, it's easily done with no difficulties. Just take few ladles and your soup is done. And its flavor, it's amazing. This is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. And this is Nkulenu's Ghana's original spiced palm soup base. Iron fruit and turkey berries are naturally added.
Also available brown gold natural cocoa powder, sunny gold brown sugar, neat fufu flour, shito, pisab and moringa. All available at Nyami Ado Enterprise, 1 Lower Waterloo Street, Freetown.
Nkulenu palm soup base.
Ghanaian original taste.
Celebrate International Women's Day for 2025. I want to take this opportunity for, first of all, congratulate we all, but most importantly, for say plenty thank you to all the women them where they in a salon and around the world, but particularly to the market women them where whether na abacha you they sell or whether na lumbly or any side na salon side they sell. I want to take this opportunity for make una know say this year we dey accelerate action based on the theme for International Women's Day. What would they accelerate action? We in the NRA, we don't put systems them in place for make your business go before, for make your business go. Customs, we get Asikuda. DTD, we get ITAS. Non-tax, we get the mobile app. All of this we don't put in place for make your life and your business better. Because we know say if your business better, you will add small bits to it tax, and that's tax where they add. Now the governments they use for provide the services the way you need, whether na toilet una needs na the market or even the school or hospital for you picking them. So I want to take this opportunity for make we accelerate action.
We celebrate the strength, resilience, and achievements of women who are shaping a more inclusive and equitable world. Your leadership inspires change, breaks barriers, and paves the way for future generations. True empowerment also means embracing responsibility, leading with integrity, accountability, and a commitment to fairness. By championing tax compliance, you help build a transparent and thriving economy that supports even more women in leadership. Keep leading with purpose, and together we will create lasting impact.
Gender equality is not just an aspiration. It's a movement we have inherited and are committed to achieving in our lifetime. At the NRA, tax compliance is more than a responsibility. It's a powerful tool for funding essential services that uplift our women and girls, from education to healthcare. By working together with us, we can accelerate progress towards a future where every woman has an opportunity to succeed. Let's take action today by being compliant to make a more inclusive and equitable world for all.
To all the incredible women managing homes and families, your role is the backbone of our communities. Your hard work nurtures the future, and your influence shapes the well-being of society. Therefore, understanding how taxes fund vital services like healthcare, education, and infrastructure gives you the power to advocate for the resources your community needs. So by embracing tax compliance, you help ensure that these services are sustained and improved, creating a brighter, fairer future for all. Your voice matters.
To the ambitious women driving businesses forward, your growth fuels economic progress. Every step you take and every innovation you introduce shapes the future. By registering for GST, using the ECR machines, filing and making payments through the ITAS portal, you are not only building a stronger business, but also contributing to the initiatives that uplift and empower more women.
To the dedicated women in the workforce, your hard work and passion fuel the engine of our economy. Every task you undertake and every challenge you overcome strengthens our collective future. By understanding your tax obligations, you unlock essential benefits like social protection and play a vital role in supporting programs that drives women's advancement. Your commitment not only shapes the present, but also inspires us all to reach higher levels.
To the students and young women who are shaping the future, this International Women's Day, we celebrate your vision, energy, and potential. You're leaders of tomorrow, and your journey towards empowerment starts with knowledge. Financial literacy is your superpower. It enables you to navigate the world with confidence and make informed decisions. By understanding taxes early, you lay the foundation for active citizenship in a society where gender equality thrives.
To all we rural women then,
where they celebrate International Women's Day. Today we want to make una know say the National Revenue Authority (NRA) appreciates una hard work, una efforts, where una self they do for contributes to the revenue generation of the country. Una they do this through una agriculture work una they do, through the businesses where una they do, through every other activity, the movement, transportation, all they contribute. Well, as una they contribute, we want to make una understand as well, say, the benefits from taxation is not just they can directly to we, but specifically, they can support the government in programs then. Through education, we picking them, they're able for access the benefits. Through the roads, we're not able for access, we all able for access the benefits. The healthcare as well, we're able for access the benefits. So do ya, make we all join on for support NRA in work, for we all better one today, we picking them better one tomorrow, and for Mama Salon self in better one.
To all women leading and working in customs-related activities, my colleagues of the NRA, your success moves global trade forward. Your contributions are vital to every transaction and every innovation. As we celebrate International Women's Day, don't forget to continue using the Asikuda World for all your customs processes and procedures. Our services are accessible over the internet, connecting all major border crossing points in Sierra Leone seamlessly. Strengthen your tax knowledge and business today and contribute to programs that empower more women in trade. Let's all together accelerate action to facilitate trade and build a transparent environment.
And so we need one.
Let's accelerate action.
Accelerate action.
And together, we can accelerate action.
Together, we accelerate action.
Let's accelerate action today.
Together, we can accelerate action to build a more empowered future for every woman.
Time no money, oh, time no money. He don't come back, oh, he don't come.
Now who that come?
Now the bomber, the master of the game, the giant, the philanthropist, Bat Cole. Bat Cole is back. Number 1 Anabeka Coca Street, opposite FSSG School. Embia, I just swear to look where it shower is fetching like a babu.
Now that field station up here that come out so with this tripartite.
Now this is the call tripartite.
Anything we can treat us, not tripartite.
They don't call them tripartite. This them call them tricycle.
Our this that way man don't mistake. The man with the self field. Don't look on lobas. Say no day for drink field. And the current go back to Batchko Lusabam. Let go take a mistake, give me money.
It's my money will give it love. This is one of the usual fear. This is an electric tricycle. Now charge you the charger. Now I made the current charge and go. If you don't believe, let's go to Koto. You get light to generator. Let's go charge them. Yay! Batchko don't do it.
Batchko don't come for pull with the power and the perfil wahala. Now that for charge and go easy.
No fuel, no oil, no maintenance, no engine. Charge and go. Now 3 kind tricycle, Batchko cow. The one for go pressure, the one for do delivery, and the one for Toyota. They're good and not so they get speed. Then party then they were poto because na direct from the factory. Oh, Batchko again. The man will never done. It's my picking. If you want buy or forget information, now for call na this number 077-614-200 or you can WhatsApp them. Don't forget to the showroom. Na number 1 Anabeka Coca Street, opposite FSSG School, Bufish. Charge and go.
Time na money, oh. Time na money. Time na money, oh.
bunga fish, you better take a walk to the water side. So if you wanna get high, bunga fish, you better take a walk to the water side. Can you mean around the water side? Lovely fish, we get them every day. Can you mean around the water side? Lovely fish, we get them every day. So if you wanna get a bunga fish, you better take a walk to the water side. So if you wanna get a bunga fish, you better take a walk to the water side. Injiming around the water side. Lovely fish, we get them every day. Injiming around the water side. Lovely fish, we get them every day. So if you wanna get your bunga fish, you better take a walk to the water side. So if you wanna get
This is News Brief on the Hour on the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation with me, Esther Sako. Wildfire have destroyed stretches of lands filled with vegetables in Oboi village, Boom Chiefdom Both District. The blaze ravaged various vegetables including garden eggs, watermelons, okra, peppers, cucumbers, and more. Muhammad Kebi, the manager of Batiland, explained that their situation faced by over 500 farmers who cultivated the land due to its rich nutrients, and farmers travel from across the country to work in Batiland, which is known for its food production. However, it was disclosed that it is not the first time they have faced such adversity. Ahmad Charles Sengova, a 53-year-old farmer from Blamapula in Banga Chiefdom, shared his lifelong dedication to vegetable production. He has been traveling to Batiland to work, paying a fee of 1,000 to access the land. As the community grapples with these crises, the call for assistance grows louder, highlighting the resilience and determination of these farmers who strive to feed their families and communities despite overwhelming challenges. Women in the security sector in Sierra Leone have called for increased support at all levels to enhance gender equality, rights and empowerment. This plea was made during an engagement held at the police mess in Kintom under the theme for all women and girls, equality, rights and empowerment, security sector, local empowering women as a vital tool for nation building. The event brought together female officers from the police, fire force, AGSLAF, ONS, correctional services and other security agencies, along with policymakers and civil society representatives. Speakers emphasized the crucial role of women in maintaining peace and security, highlighting the need for greater opportunities, leadership roles, and resources to enhance their contributions. The female officers said empowering women in the security sector is not just about gender equality, it is about strengthening the nation's capacity to peace and development. The women called for a renewed commitment to fostering a more inclusive and supportive environment for women in Sierra Leone's security sector. In a move to ensure more access to justice for victims of sexual offences, the Judiciary of Sierra Leone, with funding from UNICEF, has opened the first sexual offences model court in Bo. The Southern is among places that are recording high number of sexual cases. The Sexual Offences Model Court in Bo comes with special facilities, making it stigma-free and child-friendly. There is a holding center or waiting room, child or victim and witnesses protection box, which are designed to conceal the identity of child or victims, thereby guiding against stigma and instill confidence in victims of sexual violence to come forward. Stakeholders and members of the public commended the move by the judiciary under the leadership of Justice Comba Commander to establish the court in that part of the country. The Sexual Offences Model Court in Bo is only the second in the country. The other is located in Freetown. Chief Justice Commander said, "This is a testament of the judiciary's commitment to make justice accessible." Commending UNICEF for the support, the Chief Law Lord described the establishment of the court as a landmark in the criminal justice system in the country. He called on the security and stakeholders in the region to protect the facility. Sierra Leone has seen a surge in sexual violence against women in recent years, which prompted the president to declare rape and sexual violence as a national emergency. The southern region, like other places, is recording a huge number of sexual offences, according to resident Senior State Counsel for Bo and Pujaun, Augustine Sheku. The Sexual Offences Model Court is a division of the High Court of Sierra Leone that is dedicated to sexual offences. The only other court of its kind is sitting in Freetown. And finally, the Independent Commission for Peace and National Cohesion Sierra Leone, in collaboration with the International Institute of Democracy and Electoral Assistance International IDEA, held a day stakeholder engagement on peace promotion during political parties' lower-level elections at the country lodge in Freetown. The engagement brought together representatives from the Sierra Leone's 17 registered political parties, civil society organizations, and key democratic institutions. The primary focus was to address intra-party disputes that have historically posed challenges to national peace and cohesion. Discussion centered on the implementation of the intra-party dispute resolution guide developed by the PPRC with support from the Independent Commission for Peace and the National Cohesion and International IDEA. The guide provides a structured approach for political parties to identify, mitigate, and resolve internal conflicts, thereby strengthening their internal democratic mechanisms. Stakeholders highlighted the detrimental impact of intra-party conflicts, which often lead to legal battles and hinder political stability. The stress and necessity of establishing robust internal mechanisms, such as dispute resolution committees, to resolve disputes within parties without resorting to external litigation. Well, that's it for news. From the Slbc Broadcasting Corporation, I have been your presenter, Esther Sako. Continue to stay with your public broadcaster, the SLBC, if you can. Have a wonderful day.
Good morning and welcome to Slbc Television. Every other Monday, we can there with we Mercury Hour. And today, not an exemption, we don't come again with the program where they tell you about everything we need to know about the products them we they offer. And inside Mercury Hour today, we will limit we discussion with the online department products them we then they offer for definitely know waiting day inside that particular one day. Englishman can say the nitty-gritties of the online department, waiting with the two waiting contain day and waiting of course you need for know inside that particular one day we will bring to you this morning. My own name na bye Bangora. As usual, I can get my colleagues them from that department there and see how best to they hang it together and make sure say we come with the information. Now me immediate left I get Clifford Jackson. A very good morning to you and welcome to the program.
Good morning, bye. Good morning, viewers and retailers of Mercury International.
All right, and the voice of Clifford, and I get Octavius Jackson, one of the regular faces inside this particular program. Octi, good morning.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning, bye. Good morning, viewers.
All right, and the voices of my colleagues, them I get this morning. We will definitely talk about the products we get for do with the online department. And Clifford, let me take on this angle. We know say we don't talk about with promotions, we don't talk about the things they will offer, but for first timers, you know, we will meet up this program for the very first time. When we talk about the online departments that Mercury, what exactly are we talking about?
Thank you very much. Bye. And of course, we also on subsequent programs then for una way to be done the una say for be part of this online promotions and all. First of all, when we talk about this online, you get to forget you Android phone, because at the elite way of betting with a Mercury online, you get to forget you Android phone, create your online account by logging to www.mercurybet.com. You will fill in the different pages there, and of course automatically you become an online customer of Mercury International. And of course, just know say for the very first account when you create, we get for give you 200% sport bonus. Okay, then you get for credit your account, then you begin bet with we online, and of course you see the different promotions that we on now we yourself will benefit from.
Okay, Octavius, for add more flesh to waiting the descriptions of Mr. Jackson don't give this morning on the area of online for first timers, you know, we just the online Mercury department where they watch we for the very first time. What exactly are we talking about? Because Somando used to this particular red box, it has been the traditional way of betting. Now Mercury International really deal with the lotto and that of football, and now we say online for first timers where they watch we. It sounds a little bit confusing.
Yeah, well, like how Clifford mentioned, basically like the online platform, not just another means of betting, whereas you're able, it's digital, whereas you're able to use any Android or any internet connected device for access we website, and of course we on websites now mercurybet.com, where we enable you for play not only sports, but we get different or activities and different options and different events, such as we casino, we can call Vegas, we get with virtual games them, of course. Then virtual games there, and then instant pay games them, you know. So basically the online not just another means of betting, but you just have to be connected with an internet. Then it depends on the device. So man, they use them Android phone, so man can use the laptop, then desktop, but the main thing is you have to get internet.
Okay, let me go straight into the things that we will offer presently. Now we don't done with the Suzuki promotion. We'll be hand over inside January that 19 of the past. It is done and dusted. Take with you some of the promotion that I will get for the end of season and that of the Vegas promotions.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, we get two promotions and we go on simultaneously. Just like I mentioned, we get the one on sports, we call the end of season promotion. We call them the end of season promotion because it actually end on the 31st of May when at that day go be the Champions League final.
Okay.
So after that day on the 1st of June, we go do the raffle draw for get we winners them. Then we get the Easter Vegas promotion, and as the name entitled Easter Vegas, this one now for this Easter period we put them in for we customers them way they play we casino or we Vegas games them along with we virtual games them.
All right, of course, you don't get that one day from Octavius Jackson and Clifford. Don't tell you exactly waiting the online entails and waiting with the offer. So you said for the watch we under like way you don't get the discussion. The online department on its own. You know, we are in. You can play football, you can play volleyball, you can play Vegas, the spin and win, the virtual games them all day inside that particular one day. And if you look at the online department, now a department we get a lot of components inside the single online we surpass that of the football and surpass that of the lotto we can see from the red boxes. So just make use and definitely join the online. You sign up, you keep on betting, and a comfort zone you can bet as long as you get your device on your device day online. You can definitely access the products them way Mercury International they bring to you. My name is Bye Bangura and Clifford. Let me come inside the one we get for do with the end of season promotion. We get the keke as the star prize. Take me through how person they qualify from that particular one day. I will be one of the qualifiers for make sure say you did at the raffle pool, and at the end of the day you have a chance that makes you a winner of the prizes they will they offer.
Yeah, just like I said earlier, before you do anything first, you get for create your account first. When you don't create your account with Mercury sorry, www.mercurybet.com. When you don't create your account, then automatically Yusuf go start now for begin play. And how you go play for win the end of season promotions there also. We are we get the keke, we get 2 bikes, we get Samsung phones, then generators, and of course we get free bets as well where we go send now your account. Just make sure say from Monday to Sunday you do 10 different bets of minimum 10 use. 10 different bets we go do of minimum 10 use. And just not say of the bets there, so for cash out, automatically we cash out of any of the you bet and they qualify you. And for use free bet, actually we will give free bet qualify for play that one day as well. Or probably you don't do your ticket already, probably they cancel that game day, instead no go qualify you. You actually get for deposit and play your actual money, then you do you 10 tickets of minimum 10 loans per week. We do that automatically. You get one raffle ticket. We will qualify you for the draw of 1st of June. Okay. So of course the promotions there we get a grand promotion. We are the brand new keke. We go for the first prize, and of course the second prize we get Okada when we go give helmet with. The third prize, Okada we not get helmet, and of course the fourth prize to the ninth prize now Samsung. The fourth prize will give generator. Okay, then the fifth prize to the ninth prize will give Samsung phones then. Okay. And from that up the ninth prize to the 50th prize will give a form of free bets. We will start from 3,000 leons to 100 leons.
Okay, all right. Of course, you don't get that one day from Clifford, but Octavius, let's take you through the Vegas promotion. it's like waiting Clifford digest so get to do with the end of season promotion, but to get 2 promotions there we go simultaneously. So just take me through the Vegas promotion, how we they use for qualify, waiting a relationship between that of the end of season promotion, whether it has to do with games, it has to do with spin, and of course the do's and don'ts them.
Well, basically the Vegas promotion is pretty much straightforward. In safe from Monday to Sunday, you need for play up to 100 Leone. For qualify, you get 1 raffle ticket on any of the Vegas game them or any of the. But for the Vegas game, the raffle ticket is sort of the accumulate at a higher rate than that of the sports or the end of season bonus, because the fact remains promotion. The only difference is the fact say for the Vegas promotion we they offer the 5 kVA generator. Then for the Vegas promotion the free bets them go up to 250. So the prices range like this. The first prize itself now 1 brand new keke. Second prize now the Okada with the helmet. Third prize again are just the empty Okada. The 4th prize to the 8th prize, you will get Samsung phone for the lucky winner of them prize and day. Then
at the online, the French League 1, the German Bundesliga, you just name them, all day at the online. And of course, it's not just limited to football as well. We get volleyball, lawn tennis, basketball, rugby, all those things they inside the online. So just expand on the advantages where customers will get where sign up with Mercury Online.
No, the online for the opportunities and the chances then you understand. You don't highlight some of the sports then. All major sports that we can think of available now the online. Then 1 to 30, or you get the halftime, full-time winner from 1 to I think 11 or 2. You understand? In go up 90 different selection, 90 different child selections them where you able to put on 1 green bet.
Okay.
You understand? So the options them but couldn't apart from that we get them with virtual games there where they make mention of their virtual games there. Then quite the most popular game now in town we then call the Aviator, or we call them the crash games them.
Okay.
Then games and how it operates like the helicopter they fly to a certain peak till it crash, but how it fly the more time it spend till it crash, but how it fly the more time it spend now the air, now the more the points they generate.
Okay.
So at the end of the day, if you able to cash out before cents down to 50 cents.
Area.
Thank you very much.
All right, of course. Clifford, you don't become so outline the products them with the inside, and above all this particular price tag where we just can't deal with, so we go up to 50 cents. I think say that's now I for be a catalyst way, of course, go make sure say it's speed up presently what you go on for tell customers for seize the advantage provided by this particular department and actualize their dreams them.
Thank you very much. And waiting with this again, of course we see the results we come out over the weekends. We now at least now favor most of we players because of the type of way out
the debate.
Okay. This online get different other ways than way you go bet. We know to you go say Bayern beat or Man City beat. You get other ways that we what you go take goals, you go take bookings, meaning why would I see bookings, yellow cards, red cards, other. Well, we get different options.
Like you bet on the statistics or ball possession.
Definitely.
Okay.
So we get other things the way you go take. We not only place on the away win or the home win or the game get for the goal. So But we get one tradition where we can bet, at least we can fall on most of the bad situations in there.
Okay.
But the advice again, online gets a bigger opportunity. We go advise with customers if we change the way of betting, or of course we get the Vegas as well, as my colleague the measure now. So earlier we get the Vegas as well. We save the on now, and we get winnings them on this Vegas, especially this Aviator way, because it my colleague the measure. So we get big winnings today.
Okay.
But most of we know they even search for the games already. We just focus on the football. The football.
Okay.
We just focus on the football.
So it's a whole package.
Oh, of course. And that again, another way again, we go advise customers again for bet is that now weekend. Okay, sorry. This we get Champions League now with this midweek. Okay. You will select your teams that from this midweek now up to Sunday,
the weekend,
up to Sunday or up to next week safe.
Okay.
So Gloucester, you bet on say just this week Champions League I will play. Probably not all the games there inside this week here
go favor you,
because this at this range where Champions League is very tight. But you get few where you go pull out of the one way they play so, right? You take few days, if not 4 or 5 games for Champions League, you go Europa,
yeah.
You go
conference,
or you jump onto the weekends,
the Premier League and other leagues,
or other leagues them around the world. So you when I say at the end of the day, you don't get you 15-20 team them, you stake your amount, you wait. But this way we want just do bet with him from Tuesday tomorrow, which Champions League start
to Wednesday.
To Wednesday. The team that about team they play so, and of course we know almost with the stick now.
Okay.
Because of the bet responsibly.
Yes.
So that's it all we get for the watch into consideration, and at least now we bet wisely.
Okay. All right. Of course, that's from the Jacksons who gets this morning at the studio. That now Octavius Jackson and that of Clifford Jackson. I'll come and tell you about payment structure, because all this when we will talk about boils around paying you at the end of the day. If you don't win from you fixtures, you don't win from your settings that are online, all what you need for do now for pay you. And one way we make we number one for all the reasons that we payment structure, yeah, we definitely pay you in diverse ways, in different ways we pay you. We can pay you through the red boxes of Mercury International, that if you win from afar, then you go one for Kana office. We retailers then can definitely sort you out through the red boxes. That's now one way of we paying you. We pay you through free money. When you can we office at 26 Walpole Street, you look at them, say me, and I want for carry a heavy load, so now give me electronics money. We can definitely send you money through your phone. That we use the free money method. The other one are the physical method. Some man one for Tom Chief, when you go down win, he gets that Ghana must go, he gets in battle line at them. If you all flock, the Ghana must go for you again. It is done now with 26 Walpole Street payment center. The other way will they pay you now through the banks, them not this particular country. Some man don't win plenty money. They not want for lay. Of course, they come into contact with people. Only what you go do, you go say, "Una give me a check." Then at the end of the day, I go cash them na my own bank conveniently. And if you don't get bank account safe, you want them particular scenario, then they will dispatch a professional team. We will take you to the bank, make sure they open account for you, deposit your money there, and you start for enjoy the benefits we don't accrued from Mercury International. That's now with payment structures. If you come to with corporate social responsibilities, we don't contribute immensely in this country, and we still keep on contributing for make sure say the social amenities the way of course citizens there for use. We say we earn the day for make sure say we provide that. How we do that? We do that through building the capacity of individuals, by building schools, and at the end of the day, people go to their schools, then they acquire education, and with education, every other thing is simple, as easy as drinking water. A case study of that at the Dr. Kalisi Secondary School for the girls na Putloko, the Moyamba Preparatory School owned by government. It was built by Mercury in collaboration with this present administration. When Katakata did at the country in the form of a sickness, Mercury can definitely come around. In terms of flying individuals where they seek from this particular country in that humanitarian, that philanthropism, Mercury don't cater for a lot of operations where people in day-to-day, then they live from Mercury International based on the things we don't do for them individually. So all these things put together, it's like they come play as an individual, but in return the profits they go back to the nation. If you look at the staff, then the Mercury International, they are paid for through the NACI system, and we also they pay with NRA. Talking about we over 3,000 or 4,000 retailers all over the country, they are all paid for through the NRA system, and that alone they generate income for the government, and in return government they use that money they judiciously for make sure say they provide social amenities. So with all those things put together, now make we say winner number one. We not only they come for make you play, but at the end of the day we they give back to the nation and see how best they become a contributing factor. Let's tell you about some of the guarantees them way they get from Mercury International. Then they again go give you another edge for make sure say you eager for the play. We products them. We get a lot of collaterals them at the country for make sure say you get confidence in we that we they exist based on the rules of this particular nation. Of course, the money then at the bank that we winners then can testify that where they can win billions of loans, we pay them billions of loans without any blemish and no ala at all. And so the money then a bank, then a collateral, and the particular building where now with 26 Walpole Street Payment Center, that one old flat there now we get them. It is owned by Mercury. We need a rent them at all. And if you can Akuto Road, you see we headquarters, you gonna say yes, that particular building the money did. And beneath that particular headquarters there is another hefty construction coming up from that particular side. We owned by Mercury as well. So all those things put together, I just tell you them this morning for build you confidence that say, hey, then people are they talk about billion. What about if I will billions? Are they going to pay me? The answer is yes. So I admonish you this morning, if you watch me from the fence, you look very much skeptical for playing with products, them shake your body small and of course give yourself a chance for win big money every other day. The program we they listen to, we they watch presently na Slbc Television, the national broadcaster, na Mercury Hour we they reach you now every other Monday and every other Friday. My name this morning na by Bangura, and I deal with Octavius Jackson, and I same way so day with Clifford Jackson. So I deal with the Jacksons them this morning. Quick one as a way of rounding up Octavius. Let me talk about the reward hub. Quick one, and finally say your last statement and goodbye.
Yeah, family them of course we know we don't talk about we promotions, and this promotion I just want to encourage we online customers them that when you log on to the website, at the top of the page where you scroll the suicide and write promos. If now desktop you see the promotion, just click there and all the different promotions the way we get for offer, you see them made available for you. Okay. We can just name a few because at times we get short promotions the way maybe now 1 green day on a 2 days on a 3 days where we're not able for markets now because of maybe by the time we reach now the promotion can expire. But we want for the encourage the customers and let them check the promo page and see the different promotions they will get and how best they will make use or take advantage of them promotions there. Of course, the reward hub idea and customers and all the benefits from that we last program self who we left here with the regional office, another gentleman go for in reward where he buy now the reward hub. I think now the headset he buy now the reward hub. So the reward hub basically we the reward with customers them through what you call coins or points for just being part of the online, for the fact when they play.
Okay.
The more they play, the more they generate more coins. And then coins, and they subsequently, you're able to convert them into cash or into physical or tangible assets then. Then finally, before I close, I just want advice with customers say in creating your account, ensure say when you put your personal details, the informations where you get an identity card for. Now them you for put until next time, Octavia Jackson, they say bye bye.
And Clifford, just say a few one and say goodbye.
Yeah, this is not just an advice to we customers then, okay? Because last time we get a customer who win, I think about 83,000. You go with boku kind different people in the office. Maybe if you say they can do transaction. I don't know the way I ask. They say they all can left this one great person. You open to danger. When you win your ticket, find you one or two close person around you. Una can office. We check. We validate una ticket. We pay una go do meeting. Una get for do it una money. Then go and explain. Give everybody and anybody will tell. It must follow you for kind of office.
Yes.
And you go exposed to danger.
Yeah.
And secondly, make sure say you. The 18 year before you play any of Mercury International products. For now, I would say Tata and success ahead to Real Madrid fans.
And I make for understand so you don't qualify already. That's now an Arsenal supporter and at the same time they sympathize with Real Madrid. Well, I want to say plenty thank you to my colleagues them this morning. We don't definitely talk about the products them way with the offer and the online. We talk about the rewards for lately and we bring you the Vegas and the end of season promotion. I've been taking you through the collaterals them way Mercury gets, and of course we payment strategy as the way how we they pay we winners them. So all that's put together, I think say we don't give you the package exclusively for this morning's edition. Till we meet again on Friday, may we make the program reach you. My name is Bye Bye Bangura. Have a pleasant day. Take good care of yourself. Goodbye.
Godesia wa Slbc Tv humbatesia ba nyame Ibrahim Kumanga wa adwe hu bengama. Kepengo joko ma vehu ga veta yeku husi andangia we kutuma we na ha vele mu fomala uma. Ta aje go bubude ya ogulolo na we hin fula ya tuna rima ombo bule bon mahawi bon disibim. Kebevi bo disibim ta na we hin to court la wana kolwi malima hande na sema anyaga tape bo ati. Bena go avin gopo bude ya agula bedo na we hin fula ya hobo vulen na we ta dia tuna ta ba siala ta tunwe sia yi gadi yi sia tapi na we gopo bude na ta anda kutuwa agama wo ma ye tunwe na sia to ye gopo bude je agula ni tunwe na sia na we gadi yi gale nu gata pi hibi na sia jani ko everybody ji sia na kubesia ko kubesia na we beta ni ye hibi na sia ye go bunata agua na apude gwana yende na sia sia be hunya ni nyaniga so ye hu bate ji ko hunji Muhammad Kobi na we ta tame manage aje ye hu batina bala ye na sia ba ogulo na ta ogu bo betia ye ko miju ye go buje na we hi apude gwa ye do mi na hi ye ji na we hi bala bla ati tide go be hondo lol ma na we hi na mi ata ta tutu he yi gi sia ta pina ye na mi apie hi ta pomaga ye sia be vi tele bu ndi tia ta gu ta tu bu de sia ko ta la me he sia ta dalo kuma ye hibi na sia to aya milo na ade ye ko miju ye go bu de jita agura ye jita potego ti ma vi akiti na we hi ye de je sia ko we vi tu go te he go tu go ma ta dalo kuma o poma ye do ejima ye hu ba te jigu hunji amo cha sengova na wita gubuta kugo a phone flavor ko mampu man chawa ogulo nata ogugo agtia pa la mo mi aje blama pula mahawi kambaya mahawi ogulo ta adihi yekumiju ye hebi na we hi na mi ataguta gadi gisia ye na wita wisi abe wita gutu ko banga ye tile bunde chia ogulo lokuma ye do mi nata ye tugulo tana bofe geya ba kuko be a tauji ya na we hin ko we ti atolu hen sia hina ye hibina sia ko we ye ndi jisia sia pe egu opomanga ye ti amiro na ti de ke ba la yi gita na we ko we tulo ko hibu na ba mi lo tu guti ye do mi na sia te ge hin ko we ti atu hen sia ye hina na we agu opoma ye te masia be vitile bu ndi jisia ogu ola lo kuma do edu to ye ko lo hunji ko we tulo ko hi nyaage sia bo na we hi security ngbati sia ba do edu tugwa na to gogwa giti yake nyaage sia bi ko we tulo ko hi tubo na we hi hende na sia agu ola lo kuma sia ba vi security ngbati sia na we tagu tutu maga ma do tele bu ndi sia agu ola lo kuma te ko me wa yita to we lo miado policemen kinton na we nyaage sia ke de sia te bete ye hi ngbati jim ko tuto vi hi nyange sia ta gutu loko hitubo tia bevi security mbate sia ogu ola kuma do edu to ye komiji te amelo na te de ke ana we ye de sia vitu bulo te nyange sia tia bevi to mi sia na we hindi de sia security mbate sia ko we sia bevi te le bu ndi sia ogu ola kuma na we ta gutu digoma handaga ye ko we tu loko hi do edu digoma hande sia vi ogu ola kuma do edu to ye humbate jugu hunji ya na we hi cha pa busia ati fire force asla na we tikbete ye humbate jisia bo o weta ye hende jisia sia tu tudalo kuma do edu to ye kumiji te amelo na te de ke na we nyange sia tulo ko hi rotubu security humbate sia fa agwo opoma ye do ejima tagwo te loko hi do ejibu digoma hande sia vi ego la kuma go ye ke hi gbele ego do eju to ye ko lo hunji ko we nyange sia tugu tulo ko hi tubo na we hi malima hande na sia alatma ye hu bate sia ogula ma chani ko be jita pe bo anyange sia fasi we hu ko we ye hande sia ogula kuma jana tana sa batebla ati tugu na ti ya gutu goma a UNICEF na we sia ma tulo ko hi bu tana go wi ko we ta vi hande sia na we malima hande sia ala nyange sia ma tungwa na ati ye koti tata dawa bido bo disibim na we ye humbate je ko wutu gutu dalu kuma ti hamilo na ati deke ye koti jitata dawa hi ene apina hi hende na sia na we hi tada nyaage sia ma na we malima handaga le tapebo ati fasiri hu ko we yende jisia sia ula lokuma duejum te pelo na chani ko be de ge jisia na we ta ye hende na sia ye ati kitiga ko we yende jisia sia pe ula lokuma na ba melo te ya ye kutiji te da wana to ye ngba jigu hunji Diana na we hi bima bla ati bo disibi tugulo na ta te se gwa giama na we sa bate bla ati ye ngba te jibate de la lokuma to just the combat commander gulo na ta ogu gwa getia ye kumidun ye kotiji na we hi te da wabo ye pepe gwale ye na da hi abu opomaga ye chani ko be vi de na sia na we ta malima da gari inge sia ta da nya ge sia ma na we kitigali ta pebo ati yi de na sia putego akigi ke ko we yi de sia ugu ola kuma ke na fa mi lo te ya yi kotiji te da wa mi ado bo discipline to ya biro na ye kotiji ta ye filemi na we hi edweju ye ina salon te gun ke be vi ji na te ya te da wona ye to siatili tu be wa tutu la hin ke bo discipline ta hinge sia na we hi ta pebo anya ge sia fa sirio ye shamia vita te yale go tigo disibi ye peke sia pe hu ye na ba mi ro ye ko ti ta bi to gu ma to gbe ko we ye de sia sia to gu da ro ma na we o po ma ye do ejuma to ye hu ba te ju gu hu ji sia na te de la ke to hu gbe la fu sia le ga pe hu nya ge sia na we hi ye kiti ji sia alatma ye na ba mi ro do ke gu de ni hu ye ke ko go lo ye ko ti ji sia bi na we hi jata pe bo anya ge sia fa sirio ko we sia be bi sa sia vi tugute ajala na we agu opo maye dueji makolo higbele ke dile e due to yi ko ti jigu hunji ti amiro na ti de ke ku olo yi de sia pe tugute da ko na we agu nya ge sia vi ta ya tu malima de na sia lat ma ko we ti ya to lo yi sia be ke de ge sia na we agu opo maye dueji ma to yi ko lo hunji Hungbate yana we hin tutuma Independent Commission for Peace and National Cohesion Salova tugwa na ti ya gotugoma ajia na we hin National Institute of Democracy Election na we electoral hungbate sia bi ko weta tuguti dalukuma to ye hungbate jugu hunje tugulo na ti hi gotugoma ajia na we hin bimabla ati kebevi political party lower level ye ko grali na sia na we ye mahi ko we ye de sia gula ko te ko mi jita wulo miado konti lodge miado salon table to ye he go to go mi jita te pe je na we hi te party sia te ya ma jogo bawa na we sia te register ko ko be a puma wofla na we te pe te ye hu ba te juku hu ko ta bi tu to hi e de na sia na we hi nganya wo kon ka to yogo ya e be ga ko gula wa ti sia ma na we ye de sia pe to pu agu ya to go to dalo kuma po ma ye doejima to ye ngate yegu hunje ti amelo na te de ke ana we ye de sia to pulo agu ya ne moli na sia pe ya to go to dalo kuma na we ta agu opo ma ye doejima ko lo higbele ke dile e ye doehu ya na we hi bima bla ati ye ngate jugu hunje ti abe vitu gulo ti ndaga kini la kuma te pefa na we ye de na sia be ga ko gula wati sia ma potego aki ke ko we ye de sia be agu ola kuma agu poma ye doejima higbele ke dile e ye doehu bode sia jimi ha vele gu fu la uma ke penge yali ana sia na mo goma ne buba pe ma na ha veta yibu hinchi ya bi fu la uma ta aji go bude agwelo hebe ya na we tina rima ombo vule bon ma ha wi bon disibin na we yugo bude na ta pilo diate tu hen sia hi yende sia pe ya mi lo ma kebe vi bo disibin na we ta malima de na sia alanya ge sia mata pe bo ati facile yende sia to gwa na to ko titala wana bo disibin ko we yende sia ko la lo kuma ko ko ma e do ejima bori sia jin ha vele ko fu la ma oboma Slbc TV ho bate sia ba nyame Ibrahim ko mango do ya nga ke amolo e wati yake
Ikbas nemo ka kodi mo na fame you know nem solo se mkili SLBC television yimine Isa Mahmoud Butne konte tono antenne banki lenka ba ko yimri tofot ka kren ka kinaki afam ni kala suto bomputa akera pi monant no poto yi elako ka patakati Adera wengi aka pita ke matiado hawk boy ka antof ngai do bom ka baket ngai do bot da anatan de po to unlock kong yen o ka moengi amba ketinga do boy pi mo opusoto abari do makana tunkas afum anye mo fumpra afeta bera bot putie ngai pa bomi mo funtana da nga chambengi pi mo tabo mta kera tete ka ki kamera sol linsi I kamantare ogbenti wakera Nant nabati na konetoi atofa bana do aputoi etepesian fam ai oderoi kakapit matilaro hawk boy can't of ma do boom ambaktingai do bonti da mateni meone ananteni pimoi ne deri kande toi elako e af mabuti de tonkati dongi bari toni mabila matamati matamba watermelon maluntu kakbengbe e konkobos wai e kume pati af mabutka ela ko yibe apotoi Mohamed Keben kono manika do batilani kono tori ko pai o matemi maketa masuban mopol punkine molma ba fa intaste meta mati alaf mange akore ba fu de rogi sala tanto fanga maye fino ngi wa wuro de boli kanto fle kedo ontangi kanko nei akodo kikado batilan di datres compagnie ete de atura di e fuye binti kreto pi beni atura de pai alloko ngi tak totokoi masoto maketa ayokomo ngiyan amochias sengo vangi kono ngi ibafonyo ibakri molomo trini trent batran trent for trent sasi o uri do blama pula kai antof ngaido banka kono ngi kotori ta kura chopo sotoi wa to malaura eyets poto titatilangi kura kai la ko yengi okono ngi okoti kuro okone do batilan como kono orami akalai molomai atambali botongi mapa do poto a million ngini elion kanka ko so tonto fangi yen moyenge maf mangi masompane kuruka anantanengi akbisga afam ekbisga I etilangi epoyi kanka amara ne afmangi yang angi pi anane antumati bengi kanka ebon shoy ngani yetlantlangi kamai asotoradi kanka ambli tasa maketa yima sompa be mutmai kuruka antanengi afabo mai ka ankunga ka bum antofaswe ka butamiranye angpo ngaboto apa si kepsi sector pimoi ampo bar kadir kama atakangani momari matrane yi ke takangai ofosa ke karanga tongi ke toksa to timpi ak bisanya mempangi ka alokoi obmok bane kado police mesi kado kintom ka fo waga ko tel madi kay taf mabumi afeta mera botu putenga matrane mamari wai ka songa fosa kangang bili gumantof wa kama takangai afosa ngafa bumi ati so mepi ka asota fosa nyenyi ati bili afuma koloi ka antof mata menye makara afum baito am police affair force arslab ONS wa ngi toka do ma front of me ma operational center wai enki so ba afum manye o boom afum chomlesi wai afum ba eto yesiranyi yi enke yikai afeta mot pote ngai ngambe asubra ne afum ya ko de kantsime ngadeni amantel mai ikino kine ngatori makulu yi ambara ngi bum ngai mambit ka basi kanka toful yiki botoma ki kantof dantori kanka matona bate diri kanka ngai blit makidi astaka ngai de romance asoto e kalani kanga swantli bak butobal rangi bak e bolkom af maberangi afeta berangi a ofisa ngenyi ai be ka bum antof kama soto dimdim yi butamiran ki butumatrane kere antam tone ka pai pepinga kanka sari kama trimata katitingi antofika matako kedi chengi antibisga afumi kama abuts akulu gunoni oima tamatak bi tafeta bera ko mo kanto foi kanka anka sai kanko ngai kabu mafma ka piti etentana kanka akbenki mapatma ka fumper afeta nga fum afeta bera putenga yi afeta ngipo ya afabubala afuntane nga kamati mabanga yi afosa nye yi atoyeke nye ambare bana kanto fangenge nga sotoi akalai kurika UNICEF pi moye ngi apu bempai abare afufele nga yi ka do burpiti ka ankpanga mini di dak pasi kepai ka fumpera feta bera moto putenga o ya fo malomo afuntane nga kamati mabeng ada ketabat kanto fasu apa maka funtana fa umanyi ya feta bera nyi ambare nya de butoko do bonyenyi ni ankara mutei baske abem pangi kan kawinti bay nont ko nga o want yi o weekend ko nyi abai do mankora sire toko ankar o want afum pro kakati on bemo yi we fum ko ngo yi angi mabaki mishiro ambakuma do makotumai kerengai amak ngai kankai atita ngan nont ko pawi ko no fum pro wanto o wanto ko na funtane pimo ngi anon tani dati mit ko pai kama ura ka afmanien wa haso ka afmi angi mo fum pro afeta ngi tamang pape kanisa ko pai bi abut ko modir mata maka fum pro afeta mo to putenga ya ko mo ka ti mabenga ngi kakara ambaringi akara ambaringi ngi pimoi ambare bana nganto foswengi lurata kai justice komban kamanda kono tibtai kama akirai ambare ngi ka akpa panganto fongi yen o ama panta mengi akira ambare ka do boyengi pimoi ngabeka e barriere ngi do ma tunka satektai afon bo mai ma fupel ma fontane nga kamati ma mabengi allomi aino ka perpet chief justice komban kamanda kaka telma kongi do pai o ambare bana kan wa pa judiciary anapne ke petit sakiti kama afoto tiki katin tati kan of lekin wonta wa dan ko ani sefi salatai manke ngai sai pa kombangi kono no pa o ambare ni anti sakmar kankai katungkas matsa me afu malato yema to mami kanto di do bisna afu mangi dengi kama wopi matse ma fino be amne akele me kama wop ma fino anto fasu pi moy ala potrangi salata matse meles me ka fumper af mabum yi afeta mot putenga ka fontana ka dan kati kama ti mama ben ay mati ba me afu nga ya usanga ame makare o presidenti o pa ka pai ka fumper af mabum ka fontane ko pi toni a toyeke ngi finpe kere makli be pimo angpanga meni kurto kata ekbange balom to bakanto fose ninga bai afma pati afeta bere mot puche ma fumper ma fontana kata on benani ka fofo gi soto ki gre ka aussi no state council o wi ro boyi do puje wi o costin second pimo ambada ya kira ngino yengi ni awuri ka a high court nga anto fasu kere ni abuti mpapia to ko itaka fota tiki salatai ayema tend af mabumi anki tibam tarakofe matila Independent Commission for Peace and National Cohesion Sierra Leone nan ketekta kolab sodonai yi anki matila International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance pimoy apu mokbane mokbane mengi do makira mutofle salatai afam angie mi oma pantma edundu kelmai ka epati ngai mai makat pi ko buto ka ampa paro puto apa ai makro elo level election makbane ma op mai ka do country lodge kano camp makbane mengi afmangi urka epati to fotam tederan yi kan to fosi ngambe ambu prane wai enki ai afeta no mot putenga wai afu mai ba mata ka enki mu kore ma pantma ando do kelmai ma pai democratic institution ni ngambe ampu yi wa ampata to kan bare fofi ngai kan ka abli fofi tatak ati apate opati ambai kama abli fofi dan kati to koyi ka ebare bana kreantel ma benbeni abutni salatai ba putane yi masompang ami matora fumi katangane ka anki matila PPRC ngani naso to mari ka Independent Commission ange kan Sierra National Cohesion ayi international IDEA atia to ran mangi ngai ka manteni koi efof mampika epati ngai to man fofe yengi o wa to man pung efofinga ka epati epaske pasingani ka daran kati akwei kai ebari ebana afbe ayo ma panta miyenye ma ko panta miyenye na biska ngai kama panti kitangane eto ye sirangan antori mai mai kankai ka fofi ma paro puto district resolution committee ni abak di ponge fofi ka epati daran kati ni akbelia ko deri ka ebari ebana tukore ponka tganga betu pensane tsatsitsa afma minin kame pongo ka kera tika so karanto bekera annans na puri kan ko ne toy ka pet matila hawk boy ka yido boom antof ngadu minika antof ngai do bond apunto idi elako by chepsek bati awa abba kitsigado boy moyinka asotoy abari ya papi atokoi dopi makone fopta tgetai sala taf maruni mo fumper afeta mot puche ngai arani nga fumidran kati ambedenga ayemaiti otalno akira konowi kurno SLBC television yimine isa mamnu concerto nonka antenne bagile ka bakombre tofot part of local me famille patoni amampearanu
Aserma kata sumo itaga service Agnes baturena bena sistema selma mamba konti mena tepe takpa de enta gele kawi bubu na bambio koi utsono ngameti ba dume binde bang na ga hogoi ka bompi oga bungo ka ga bond awa lokori oga bo ba umayo binde kute de toyo gende kubasi ga binde buhiba de keta soi daga mote usaya Beni mamba indeni bahina bena rende kale bi kono event type na kuya maserma ukuntenya Agnes Obituary bubu mani buba mbiyogoi ka meti bado mebindeba na hogoi ka bopi oga bumu ka ga bond bubu bumba mbuntsoni la go mangin ka tuwe abinde tuwe mukimu na kwetkwetgende titsanda gene mabinde tuwe gene makoboko man wa tamelo mang minentonda le malunto mukimu hena kena mukumu ba fomo muke tsori gende ngai ga bubu bumba mutibinde Muhammad Kebi na de poko de na mane ya umba la odu mebinde o na Batland katare na gano kabia bia bin andi ke baga denga la wo imba bi koten tomba de mana bugu na guyo la wo gan tauta ubinde de tu uyo ana binde poko binde tepe ba to mana na mbara ba mande mena penke binde ba ge na binde kutipe kudo okeneme wo mpe okonke gende amo Charles Senguva onde kwat atote unte na oseteta nine koto soin tatsati gatunya o pakwalina to ga penka fenku ga blama ha basare de ga bompe mbambasi ni agwali kana de kunko inde tepe ba do mana una toro mama dina bena peke ni boso ba kenama na ba na wonka tunkum kopri oga wulun kemate baga ka atage ke bamba ga ni akwali ba bi kote ba do ma na atage na ga yuhu mutu bia bi kende bi de hele mi de bo tsoy mone ba te bamba ba na bara bamba peke bi de bangai ka bu bo hegende inka chonga utetere ba ko no na go masi na go se ba binde yare membe ka beni baga wila ka kwege ko komba ka ko polisi be inta bonita hawande binde se ka tabante babo amakutande kana binde de tikari ba mayo maga yereme ena yereme dukunu sembe na de ko ba yete ba kenama binde ne utetere ko mama kutane mabo binde ma ka do me binde na police mes ka kintom makutane mama mbang ba de utate o yete binde binde tepe ba doma na yereme be forma empathy bi yereme binde ba dukuno mayo imamante binde ba dukuno sembe dukuno tinchu tinti ho binde dincha ba halono na be ba yereme na be kai ga kotoi awa umba makutane mama mba matunku na de binde polisi bi yereme
bini waliga fire force bi ONS mene bia bi hena tombi ba yili ka kwegen ko komba inde bina kefen kande amakuta ne mamamba bakoko ni bia wonde bite sarani ende binde foma binde pisingiti ende badoma na ereme baga tito kape ope ba binde banya bagine penimba hena yereme banya ogende kagi binde ba binde bita pego ka hem awa onte kunke ende ba hal go ba no mamase ba no na yereme di tinti kabene ba tapagine in bene ba police me kunta beni ba hawandi to inde poko igende ba to na umba na binde ba masuba hal wono na kwege kokoma na go kaiga koto ga kere men ka koto ba be obe ba bineni ba le ba kata masir man ka koto yi ba ko kai ba hal wono ndi ba na ben ko e men tega ga kwege kokoma ba masebia bi moto usaya be ka kwege ko na mbide dukuno ma yo ma keneme pia upasune tebeni imbaga nondi imbaga kwege kukombang ka umase kungaega opo ga bi UNICEF bide ke preti awa upasi ka po ka binde ndabo ibaga denka kiti baga ngote usaya rende kana binde punkoi binde tepe bato na beba ngote usaya ga ofenko ga ataga bene na kiti bena baga ndega tseba poe awa mene ba maseba algo no na pati bi yerme na bide dukuno mayo ho ka kwege kokomba tema di ba peta funku ko basi ka kiti ba kene me ba ngoti usaya pati be na gende denga awa umbang ka kiti basi okomba kutoyo ba kiti ba ga ngoti usaya mene ya mtu ngende kumang ba ga binde nune pati be mambi ngoti usaya be pati be ma yerme bi ngoti usaya kabinde ba niye ba sabinde kucho ba ti logosa na bide ngoto usaya mo ma ene ka kutayetu kene me bi wonka diogu ya wonka ni ba binde ga ni abe ba hena ba sa tema de ba yuyo una bi onka basi okomba nde binde kuma ka sabinde kucho kana binde ke binde bi ngoto usaya be e ba seri be Helen ba ti logosa bi abisi abinde sa ke ba ga konda maseri ba bi konka payo kama o mami de kinde makonko ga binde kio ka binde bi ngoto usabe imbidu ko masiri mambi kana bakalani be poko ibine tepe bada na binde ye chowa umandi ba no kubasi ko manko peto endo kataraba pagno ga justice komba kamanda oga ko chowa ga beni baga no nimba awan kitimba ga ngoto usaya ga ufenko ga po atarena ka kitimba mamba be onkene ga ke ka boy awaga bo ena da hinti kubasi ungai gomba akebudo duna kubasi ungai unko kutoyo ba de ga kitimba ga ngote usaya umba forma pa wimbe ese tabante ba de takari entia mambo ba halgo no na beni ba ga ngote usaya na ukweto ka kwege kukomba bala batankina maserma okpo unte udonge bakata matebe nka kotoi hodome bi de haka proto na Independent Commission for Peace and National Cohesion ka kwege ko salon okpo amba mi de tunkuna de taponita hawande patini be ba pa makutane mama ka bi de tekagi ka beni baga politics ka imba ni baga sembemba amakutane mama mi de tunkuna de patini bikoye ba sembeng patini koi imbisombi bipaloke ka kwege ko mamba sembeng titanda takbonita hawa de takama tenko entaga kwameti bago ba makutani mabinde de tikage kabeni basia babineni bon ambam bise gatabante i bipipi aksi babinde ga tongwe ba no batema de binde banya imba babinde tema de banya kabe ope na bonte baga hutigi mba ko itebine o masebine ba no ba kpinkina de beteni baga ni o ba so baga ni o ba kalo baga hutigi ba no mo makotenda ba tema de banya bikotento ba do man so sanyo beteni sanyo tena pe maserman krabe ele kake ta ko mina tepe ele takbare de ta de kage Bobo meu tantam, bobambi ogoi ka meti bado mebi ne wana hoboy ka bompi oga bumo kage ga bond. Bobo mamun toni lago mandi upe biabi boy ga mone. Awa lokore oga bo mide ke toya kuba sigende ga bine denge keti baga bingote bia sayabe ka kwege ko manka ufe ko benena. Tena pe masirma yanda agne zuba ture yankonda bina yini handondo e maloma ena yinga bina.
Salon Broadcasting Corporation FM 99.9. This na the make us kono fumble make a na the big use them force. Wildfire don't put one big land so they can plant vegetable them na Hogboy village bomb chiefdom na bomb district, and both district don't get them force mommy and daddy business model cut. Now for the use proper one. Wildfire don't put one big land where they can plant vegetable na Hogboy village bomb chiefdom inside bomb district. This fire also been put plenty vegetable them when I like blocks, watermelon, okra, pepper, cucumber, and plenty more. Mohamed Kebi na the manager for Batiland, and he explained say this fire while we don't meet there don't hamburg over 500 farmer them plant them where they plant na that soil there because the soil is rich and fine, and when they can plant there, then they can come out fine one. The farmer then can also travel from all over the country for can plant na Bati land because in production fine way it can pull where the non plant done. So them in talk say not to the first time this then kind of bad disaster yeah, so they meet people them where they plant na that land there. Emo Charles Sengova na 153-year-old farmer we come out na Blama Pula inside Panga Chiefdom. All in life na vegetable e been on the plant na that particular land day. E don dey travel, they go na Bati land for go plant, and it can pay 1,000 million for make them get the land no more for make it plant. As community they grumble for sick at this kind of Allah we don't meet them, then they call and Allah for let people then go come can see how they go able for help them farmer the yaso we been done the plant and fend for the family them, and the community say we so they call for let them see how they go can solve this while we don't meet them. Woman at the security area inside Salona don't call for me then give them more support on all the level them we get to do with gender equality, right and empowerment. This been come during the time the all one meeting na the police mess Tom under the theme for all women and girls equal rights and empowerment. The security sector where they empower women them now one important role where they play for make the nation go before. This event also been bring plenty women officer them from police, fire force, RSLAF, ONS and correctional center them together with other security agency them with the one the way they make law and civil society representative them. When the different speaker them they give them message, then say na important role woman and they play for make peace and security all water. So reason day for let them give them big opportunity for leadership roles and give them team them we go make themselves able for contribute to national development. The woman officer then say we empower woman at the security side, not to dandy no more we get to do with gender equality, say but now for give strength to the nation and for let peace and development go there inside the country. The woman then call for make them look and renew then how they give themselves and make sure say they include and support them na the environment and make all women inside salon and the security sector will put on pan development. One way for make sure say all man gets justice, woman them and picking them where they can do mommy and daddy business. The judiciary for salon with couple where they get from UNICEF they open the first sexual offense model court inside Bo, and this been happening because Bo the southern area and south side and can record plenty case them we get to do with mommy and daddy business. The sexual offense model court inside Bo been carried special facility them way then get way they make we no go able point finger and person and picking safe way then go do things so go able for explaining safe then say so make one center when I wait in the room where the picking or big person we then tamper with go there and then so we so get one witness box where they make and where you know go even see whether they testify or be witness for sake of the kind of thing that they can do to picking them and woman them, and this go help for make them no point finger upon them during the case or after the case, and go give them confidence for make them can report the kind of thing them where they can they do to them. Stakeholder and member then the public been tell thank for this move as well the judiciary make under the leadership of Justice Commander, and they make the court for make all man go able for get justice. The mommy and daddy the sexual offense model courts not na the second one inside the country, the other one in Freetown. Chief Justice Commander say na the thing then this way the judiciary don't give themselves for make sure say all man gets justice inside the country. When I mean they tell thank to UNICEF for the support, the chief law lord talk say this kind thing here so where the judiciary don't left so na important step they don't take na the law system inside Salone. Call on the security and bigger leisure them na the region for protect that kind of courts there where they don't give them. Oman them way Salone people them say woman and girl woman and picking inside the year we don't pass now they more can get plenty case for mommy and daddy business where we make president Joseph pull word na do say it don't declare state of emergency. The south region like other places then say we so they get a plenty number of mommy and daddy case them according to the resident senior state council for Bo and Pujem winner Augustine Sheku. The sexual offense model court na division of the high courts na Salone where don't give themselves for fet mommy and daddy business case them where ki happen at that part in the country. The other courts say we so they carry on inside Freetown. An independent media commission for peace and national cohesion Salone together with the International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance International idea the all one meeting usai they engage for push peace during the political party lower level election them and they may all this meeting na country lodge inside Freetown. This engagement has also been bring plenty representative from the 17 registered political party them, civil society organization them, and key democratic institution them. The reason for this meeting here so now for solve the alala and confusion waking day inside the empathy they are so and the challenge where they can get and for make national peace and cohesion go all water inside the country. When they made all the meeting the main topic we get for do it how then go deal with the intra-party dispute resolution guide where PPRC be done develop and with support where then go get from the Independent Media Commission for Peace and National Cohesion together with the International Institute of Democracy Electoral Assistance. This guide here so they help them for make political party go know how they go do marketing the way they happen, solve them, allow we can be inside the party and so also get strength to internal democratic mechanism. The bigger ledger them talk say this can be serious problem where then different parties also can get Allah and it can seriously lead to fate and other things them where they unbog the peace way for all water inside the country. Inside that meeting they talk and Tranga one say reason day for make them go able for take Tranga step them where na like the district resolution committee them for day for solve the alala where they happen inside party them where go make the alala so not turn other thing inside the country. Well family na the use don't say but before I go like you na the big use them one time more. Wildfire don't pull one big land outside and they plant vegetable na Hogboy village. Boom chiefdom inside Bond district and both district don't get them first sexual offense model courts. Now they use done to make us in Okono.
Discover Sierra Leone, a hidden gem of West Africa, where the rhythms of life dance in harmony with the beauty of nature.
Feel the heartbeat of our culture in every beat of the drum, in every step of the dance.
Experience the tranquility of our shores, where each sunrise brings new stories and endless possibilities.
Immerse yourself in the vibrant tapestry of our daily life, where every color tells a tale and every face a friend.
Come, be enchanted by the sights and sounds of Sierra Leone.
A place where your adventure awaits
And memories are made.
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Weyus, and producer and presenter Christian Editions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Weyus and also reporter at the SLBC, and this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Taba, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC. I am Tilly Koma, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and human interest stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue. We are the best.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they've found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change. We've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened. Because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place, all of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
The taxi driver,
The barber,
the drummers, dancers,
all of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours. The future is ours. It's our time again.
and this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
The greengrocer, the teacher,
the dog. This space is ours.
This light is ours.
The beaches are ours. The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown. Freetown. We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too. We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don dey here from ten.
mass media in Freetown. Good afternoon and welcome to the podium. Our quote for today comes from Robert Jones Jr. and it says, "We can disagree and still love each other unless your disagreement is rooted in my oppression and denial of my humanity and rights to exist." Well, coming up in this edition of the podium, fire engulfs houses and other properties at Racecourse Road last night, leaving hundreds homeless. We shall be talking to CSO on the spate of power outage in the city. And Judiciary of Sierra Leone, with funding from UNICEF, opens first sexual offences model court in Bo. You can be part of the conversation. Send your messages to 030-073-719. The number again is 030-073-719. This is the podium coming to you live on Slbc Television in Freetown. My name is Daphne Zainab Kamara. First on the podium this afternoon, as fire engulfs houses and other properties at Racecourse Road last night, the NDMA makes an on-the-spot visit to the scene this morning. According to eyewitnesses, the fire was as a result of erratic electricity and suspicion of fuel hoarding in some of the houses. The National Disaster Management Agency, Freetown City Council, and other humanitarian organizations were at the scene where hundreds of people are affected by the fire. Our reporter, Abdul Mansari, was at the scene and filed in this report.
Come out near the scene because the things with the fire, so you don't know it might lead to gas or any other thing. This number to carry we don't bomb, and as we hear the sound, here we see it, people know to carry and one who partner streets and the dip and bone. So right now, na clients are. Okay, yeah.
Una keep look for me, please.
From 412 money part scrap, part move safe.
Okay, Carol can talk to you now, yeah? Come.
I am Kenema, the Director of Relief and Response from the National Disaster Management Agency.
All right, concerning this incident from earlier, so tell us what clue do you have about it?
So we were alerted, the National Disaster Management Agency was alerted this morning between the hours of 12 to 1 a.m. that there was a serious fire outbreak at Racecourse, especially in the community called Scrapyard, where they sell used scrap metals or car parts that are scrapped. So when we got the information, we are very quick to alert the National Fire Force. The Fire Force was alerted and they did their best. They came to the scene, the National Fire Force, together with the community, especially those who own the shops. They were there together, they were able to put out the fire. Even though the fire was put out in the morning, but a lot of destruction was done, a lot of parts were damaged, lots of money destroyed, and it was so severe that it was only this morning that the fire was put out.
All right, so what are some of the data that you collected regarding how many machines parts have got spoiled?
So what we normally do, the first thing to do when you have this outbreak is to put out the fire, which the National Fire Force did. They came with several of their fire engines. They put out the fire. After the fire had been put out, the next thing is for us to know the extent of damage. So it is important for us to know that where this fire took place was not a residential area. It's a business community where young men are engaged in selling parts, car parts, especially used one. So we had to do registration really ascertained the amount of damage that was carried out. It was a total of 26 shop owners or shops that were destroyed, and they gave us estimates of what was damaged. It is amounting to millions and millions of new loans. So we have all of those details. We've got it now. We are going to share with our partners. We are going to put the reports together and see what will be the next step. But this is what we've been able to do for the time being.
All right, so since this is a horrific incident that took place, so what measures will the NDMA put in place so that this will not occur?
As we said earlier, it's an unfortunate incident that we have to lose this amount of shops, this amount of spare parts. It's really unfortunate that most of the young people, this is where they are living. Their livelihood is coming from the business they do in this community. That has been destroyed. We know it is bad, but we always send this message out that let's all of us come together, let us fight, let us see how we can try to beat fire. You see the destruction that has been caused. Many of the property has been destroyed. Most of the items are gone. This is due to just one fire. We cannot able to restore them to where they were again. So
please tell me your name and
I'm Alpha Wangoa, but they can call me Cham.
Alright, please take me through this incident with Okonaya.
But this incident, by 12 to 1, I'm going to knock me because maybe they're off now. I don't lock me shop, I don't go to house now. So by the 12 to 1, I'm going to knock me and say me shop the bone.
Alright, so tell me how you feel about this particular dangerous incident.
I don't feel good because I don't go backward. I don't go backward. I don't suffer by the business. I don't suffer. I don't live by the business from 12. I came in with I just put 2.5. I began money when I something like because the first money I be 30 million, the second money at 10 million, and the last money at 8 million. The parts of the other half money the way I be the sell. All be inside the box. We come inside the box and they keep me money. They come in the box and the box was shown us so they keep me money.
Okay, what's the message you going to send out to
well, they talk to people government because me where they see so and I get me business. But I get past 6-7 man they a family man when they with me. What they pay any month, I they pay them, I they get them salary any month. I get beaucoup people outside what they take care of. But the small business what they do so don't come on so. Don't stop.
Yes, sir, please tell me your name and you know
I'm in a Councillor Obakar Tijan. We cover this ward, we know ward 420.
Okay, now we get ideas. Last night, how it fire incident. Tell me the idea we get about.
As you know, I'm a community. I did a client yesterday around then 12:30. Then this incidents occur. We will begin here until the fire. We'll be facing another team. So we'll go for run and come find out say that the iron gun and the fire they take place.
Okay, sir. So as of now, I don't get any clue as to really what lead to this fire incident.
As of now, not get any clue, but as soon as I can see, when I know say na place where na engine they can sell, they then use engine and then can sell it. So then get fuel, then oiling at the gun. So but we not get no clue for what really lead to the incident.
Okay, sir. So as of now, whose efforts are put in place for no really waiting happen? Because if something like this really happen over and over, then people are not really know what's not the cause. It will be so hard to engage. What are the efforts are put in place for really know what will lead to this fire incident?
As of now, what do they think of now? As of now, as you can see over yonder, NDMA don't come. Then the disaster management and city council don't come. We don't take a database of every shop owner and the name, and CCS we will work towards that. And even the mayor said for Kaya soon, we may and just don't talk for Kaya soon, and CCS we put things in place for every young man there, because now they get their livelihood. As you can see, they are all youths. And how they get, even some man self can come, they get young commission. Even myself na me motoka na ya can come. No personal, no motoka personal day we go come for ya, we dey ask for na ya, we go get. So this na
Many thanks to Abdul Mansari for that report. Well, a recent report by the National Fire Force shows that 80% of fire incidents from December 2025 to early March 2025. I beg your pardon, December 2024 to early March 2025 was caused by electricity fault. The recent is the Sunday's fire accident at Race Course Road. This report comes at a time when especially people in Freetown are struggling to get 22 hours electricity. The erratic light supply and ineffective load shedding are making things worse. Citizens continue to express frustration, including CSOs. When in the studio, I have Solomon Sundu, the Executive Director of Viankwe Foundation, Sierra Leone. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the podium.
Good afternoon.
Now, what do you have to say about these reports by the National Fire Force regarding fire incidents?
Well,
before we come to the causes.
The day the Fire Force launched their report, when we are together with one of their PRO on one of your sister program, Epics, he explained the causes of fire, and he explained their own parts, the resilience they have, their challenges, and moreover, he said, 70 to 75% of the fire, outrage caused by, electricity. Basically, it was referring to those who are doing illegal connections with substance, materials, and the like. So for me, our concern was why the EDSA cannot put, mechanism in place as to how they can monitor houses or people who are doing construction within Freetown. So for me, the report itself tells us that EDSA need to do more on the area of visitation to premises or residents or to offices, and let them put mechanism in place as to how people can go about electrifying their residents. Now
you mentioned the issue of substandard products, and you are saying EDSA should do more. Don't you think that the people bringing in these products, especially for electricity, you cannot duplicate? As long as it's not the good one, you should not use it, because we know that these are some of the problems. So what do you think about people bringing in these substandard electrical appliances or electrical connections and all of that?
We have standard Brio. These are the institutions responsible for them to go and verify, materials or building materials coming in. You may want to ask, what are they doing in the area of, substandard material? Are they posing fines on them? Are they doing their job? You have the Ministry of Trade, who is, supervising all of these agencies. So for me, I think the proactiveness here, EDSA, if people are constructing houses and want to, do rectifications within their premise, the consultancy needs to come out from them. How do they go about it? That is the sensitization they need to do. How people need to go and consult EDSA before even going for such material. If they put those mechanisms in place, I think even the standard Brio will be able to see who and who, or whose business people are bringing those substance material in the country.
Okay, and now also your organization, let's talk about what have you done in terms of talking with EDSA, especially in connection to this load shedding. But now we see, I cannot even call it load shedding. We don't know what's been happening. So have you investigated the matter?
Myself and PR, we are on, one of your sister program again, 98.1. It was telling the people that EDSA have no business in doing that. All they need to do is to provide what they call meter and the transmitter line. In fact, they were blaming people who are doing illegal connections. But my point here is, EDSA, you are selling the meters. You have all these gadgets. Why can't you put mechanism in place to do check or how to track those who are doing illegal connections. And what came out? ETSA employ, contracts people. They contracted them. When they finish, they will not take the ID card from them. They will not, receive the document they give them within that 6 months or period. Those people will go around again, impersonating that they are ETSA worker because they have their documents. These are the area ETSA need to look at. The contractors they are employing, why are they not doing, service to the people of Sierra Leone by employing people who need to do the work professionally rather than employing people on contractual basis? Those were the causes. If you go around, people will tell you, we have people who have come to disconnect us. They call themselves ETSA. If you report to ETSA, ETSA will tell you, these are not, our guys. They are not our staff. They are not working for ETSA. So who is who? The blame and the body has to be on ETSA.
Okay, so as a civil society, have you engaged them on that rather than sitting?
We have spoken a lot. We have spoken a lot. We have meeting with them, advocate in the area of sensitizing our people, and that's the only thing we can do because we are not working for ETSA. Our role is to sensitize the public, reach or do what we call outreach, and that is what we have been doing over the years. But you will see year in, year out, ETSA will tell you the same thing. If you ask, I wrote at one point, they are bringing complaints every now and then, talking about destroying of transformers. ETSA, why can't you employ, we have these national security guards, or you have the OSD department. Why can't you deploy them to your facilities? These are some of the problems. So ETSA need to answer the question for themselves. They are the body responsible. We are there to sensitize our people that if you want to do connection, meet ETSA. They are the body that's responsible to do the proper job. But if you go and contract somebody who is not part of ETSA, at the end of the day, ETSA will not be responsible. And one of the things, thank God the justice man is here, I think we need to start to take those companies to court. That's what we need to do, and that's the sensitization we are going to embark on. Because if we have this litigation mechanism, I think ETSA will start to realize their faults and their mistakes by paying damages.
So you think that there are cases in court regarding that?
By paying damages.
Don't you think there are cases in court regarding that?
That's what I'm saying. We're not hearing them. We're not hearing them. That's what I'm saying. So we need to do robust outreach on that. Let people start to take ETSA to court. By doing so, I think we have redress mechanism.
Okay, thank you very much. Continue to stay with us in the program. He is Solomon Sundu, Executive Director of Bianco Foundation, Sierra Leone. For another issue this afternoon, in a move to ensure more access to justice for victims of sexual offences, the judiciary of Sierra Leone, with funding from UNICEF, has opened its first sexual offences model court in Bo. The southern region is amongst places that are recording huge number of sexual offence cases. The sexual offences model court in Bo comes with special facilities, and in the studio we'll have the Deputy PRO of the Judiciary of Sierra Leone, Francis Boy, will tell us more. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the podium.
Good afternoon, and thanks for having me.
Now, tell us the essence. We know that sexual offences occur all over Sierra Leone. There is one in Freetown. There is another now in Bo. Let's talk about the essence of that, it being in the regions, but in Bo.
Yeah, so to add a bit of context to what we do, the judiciary is a creation of the Constitution of Sierra Leone, and we are mandated to preside over cases both civil and criminal. Creation of the Constitution means we are the legal mechanism, the constitutionally mandated infrastructure by which rights and obligations are enforced. So when we do so, we are minded, according to Section 120, 1-3, to be fair, independent, impartial in ensuring that we administer justice to the length and breadth of this country. Now, to the sexual offences model court, it is among the 8 divisions of the High Court. Now, these divisions came into being as a result of a constitutional instrument which came into being in 2019 Constitutional Instrument number 4 of 2019, where the then Chief Justice divided the High Court of Sierra Leone to 8 divisions. We have the Fast Track, Commercial and Administrative Division. We have the Anti-Corruption Division of the High Court. We have the Industrial and Social Security Division. We have the Family and Probate Division. We have the Land, Property and Environmental Division of the High Court. We also have the Sexual Offences Division of the High Court, General Division and the Criminal Division. So for the sexual offense, all of these courts have their jurisdictions in terms of what they do and the nature of cases they handle. But for sexual offenses, we realized at the height of the alarm with the surge on the attack on women and girls in 2018 coming down to 2019, which necessitated the declaration of public emergency on rape and what have you. We proposed and designed that because of the number of cases coming up involving minors as witnesses, involving children, people under the age of 10 years coming forward, being abused by men, accused persons across the country, there was need to ensure that we employ a child-friendly environment that will capture whatever the intricate details are of these offenses that are before the court. So we established the first in Freetown, another has been established in Kailau, but this is the first in the southern region of Bo, which was launched on Friday. Now the court is designed to, first and foremost, before now we had the PI of cases of this nature. Pupils, children, teenagers who have to endure that difficulty of testifying at the magistrate court for PI, and then again those matters where there is sufficient evidence to warrant trial at the High Court, they are again committed to the High Court for trial. So at the onset of the establishment of this court, we said, okay, we do not want to cause our children, minors, to go through that difficult task of testifying both at the magistrate court and the High Court. So we eliminated PI for all sexual offense cases. So now once the police has investigated a case of sexual offenses, it is charged directly to the High Court for trial. So then you will not have that child who does not even appreciate the nature of the harm done to her to come before the court at the magistrate court to testify in an open court. Her dignity is at stake. Sometimes the cases are the cause of their being in court for the first time. So we have to get them to a child-friendly environment where they are comfortable, they can testify without secondary victims. Another reason why the court was established, to ensure that we eliminate secondary victimization of these victims, both victims and child witnesses. Because if a 10-year-old girl is testifying against an accused person who is the dog, who is a neighbor, who allegedly is said to have committed such an offense against her, 10 chances to 1, if they're in an open court where they can have eye contact, the accused will have the tendency to intimidate, eye contact, what have you, threats. So this court is designed to ensure that there's an enclosed environment where the victims testify, where the accused persons will not have eye contact with them, where they are prepared and they are explained to the essence of them coming before the court. And so when they do, they're prepared. We have a prep room before I come to the facilities. They are prepared to testify in an environment that is child friendly. So a lot has been done, especially with the sexual offenses with the court. If a child below the age of 5, for instance, is before the court, we have a preparation room, which is part of the facilities offered by this court, where those children will come sit. If they have,
for all the sexual offenses? For
all the sexual offenses court, we have toys, what have you, teddy bears, that will just make sure they are in an environment where they are okay to settle. And we have social workers who are in those courts guiding them through the process. If at any point they feel intimidated, they feel they're in a strange environment, the matter can be stood down. It can be brought outside of the box where only the social worker and the judge is able to see them, and then they are prepared. They need to be some tremble throughout the process. Some will just shut down completely because of the environment.
Traumatic.
Of course, it's counting and explaining. So it is timely that this court, especially in those places in the provinces where the surge of the number comes from for sexual offences, we take this facility to them. So we increase the rate at which complaints are made on sexual offences, and then the confidence for people to come out to testify. If you are an elderly person, you are abused, but you don't want to stand in an open court to testify, this court can also give you this provision to ensure that your identity is concealed for the time being. You can testify. If you are shy, if you are afraid of the backlash from the public, you can testify from there quietly, and then you are taken out. And then justice will be served expeditiously, which is part of what we do and why the court was established.
So for cases in the regions that are sexual offences cases, so they can be referred to that particular court in Bo?
Yes, of course. For this was in Bo Town. This is in Bo Town, where we have the first for the southern region. Okay. So should any case emanate from the southern region, be it Moyamba or what have you, there's no need for them to come to Freetown. Okay. They can be directed directly to the sexual offences court in Bo, which is the southern court that tries cases of that nature. So what about other for expeditious justice delivery? We have one in Kailan. Okay. It is a spillover activity. So it will eventually. There are plans to ensure that we replicate this court across the country, even in the north. There is another court being constructed in Kabbalah. Upon its completion, there will be need also to ensure that this sexual offences is introduced in that part of the country. But once the funds are made available, we will ensure that this court is as much as it is important to criminal justice system, especially for child-friendly victims that come before the court. This court should be replicated in other parts of the country, and we're looking forward to funds. We thank UNICEF, who is our partner, who has seen the need to ensure that we have one in Bo and even one in Kaila. We encourage them from time to time to see the need for us to have this court across the country, so it will add to the speed at which cases of sexual offences are dealt with. Okay, and now since the establishment of these courts, let's talk about the results it has brought so far, because we know that when there was not a special court for these cases, some of these cases were delayed. Exactly. And we know because of the expedition of these matters, that is one of the reasons why these courts were established. Let's talk about the results so far. The results have been encouraging, very, very much encouraging. In fact, why the court was established, to ensure that cases are not stalled at magistrate court for PIs. But then at the time we didn't have JP's court in operation, so all the magistrate had to do was to deal with all sorts of cases, including this as important as one that has to do with an alleged victim who alleges to have been sexually penetrated or sexually assaulted. So to the speed at which cases are dealt with now, when you come before the court, the only cases this court deals with is sexually related, and there are judges designated just for that purpose. So for instance, if in Freetown we have for January, February, we had 10 cases committed for sexual offences. There are about 2 or 3 judges designated to that court who deal with only sexual offences. So the Chief Justice will do his job as the head of the judiciary to assign those cases to those judges to ensure there is speed. So if the 3 judges are to sit on those 10 cases, you realize we have 3, and then another will have 4. So that will increase the speed at which cases are dealt with. I went to Pujan just at the end of February. A lot of sexual offense cases were there. Before now, those cases will be transferred to Freetown for trial. The state will have to spend enormously to ensure witnesses are brought to Freetown here, and then even the inmates, as the cases are protracting, waiting trial, the government has to feed those inmates, and witnesses have to be coming and going and so it's enormous. The delays, sometimes they will prepare a witness from Pujan to come to Freetown, and then something else happens. That case has to be delayed, and the witness will say, I'm not well, I'm not able to today if I don't have money, as the case may be. So now the nearest place to Pujan is Bo. So once that is the case, all those cases are filed to Bo with a judge designated to sit on those matters exclusively. It will add to the speed, like we have seen in Kaila. We did a criminal session recently. Kaila has no case of sexual penetration. of recent, because there's a court there designated only to that cause. So if this is
so it doesn't mean that they do not have, but just because the criminal section does not have any. No, but the sexual offense court has. Because when you said it's like nothing of
not that there are no criminal cases, of course. But in fact, the fact that the court is in operation will instill some fear in those who want to jump into that kind of act, to abuse young girls. Say, hey, there's a court there. Without delay, will expeditiously deal with a case that is before the court related to sexual offense. So when you come, in less than 3 months, judgment is delivered, another comes, goes out of the court, people will learn that.
But do you think they're learning? Let's talk about statistics so far. We know that offense was declared a public state emergency by the president. The term, this number of years,
of course,
has increased, but yet still there are a good number. Has it reduced? Has this affected the proliferation of the crimes?
To a very large extent, yes. I will agree. Data has informed that, in fact, for Freetown, we hardly, for criminal sessions, like for the November and the January criminal sessions that opened here in Freetown, you hardly see a case of sexual penetration in the western area here. The dominant crime across the country for now, between 2024 and 2025, has been larceny. Various forms of larceny. Jog phone larceny by,
I think it's this push.
Of course, larceny by servants, office breaking and larceny, house breaking larceny across the country. That has been a dominant crime. Unlike previous years like 2019, 2020, when sexual penetration was at the top of offenses committed across the country. So it has been successful. The conviction rate is high, commendable. Where the evidence leads, there are acquittals and even discharges, as the case may be. So we are not just focused on conviction. Our focus is not to put people behind bars. If you are unjustly brought before the court should be able to prove that this case does not warrant prosecution, and then, as the case may be, the accused persons are acquitted or discharged as the evidence leads. But the progress has been enormous, and as we have, let's say we have completed the eastern and southern, attention now will be on the north again, to ensure that this justice, expeditious justice to sexual offenses, is replicated in the north, coming down to the local axes, Lungi, and what have you. But there is speed now with which these cases are dealt with, and
there is a reduction.
It has dropped drastically.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Francis. Continue to stay with us in the program. He is the Deputy PRO of the Judiciary of Sierra Leone, Francis Mori. But the podium is going for a short break. When we come back, we shall be talking about the month of Ramadan. First 10 days is today. Yes, today is the 10th. Welcome back. The podium is live on Slbc Television in Freetown. Be reminded that you can be part of the program. Send your messages to 030073719. But today marks 10 days of Ramadan. The first 10 days can be quite intense as prayers, as it paves the way for intense spiritual connection with Allah. Every year in the blessed month of Ramadan, as it draws near, Muslims around the world observe fasting, the fourth of 5 foundational pillars of the Islamic faith. The opportune arrival of Ramadan each year sparks an interest and awareness that gives rise to several questions. What is exactly fasting? Is it an aimless exercise of austerity or a religious discipline promising moral, physical and spiritual development? Well, for more on this, I have in the studio Dr. Sheikh Saliu Kamara, a member of CPED and a lecturer Islamic Education, MMTU. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the
Good afternoon. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. It's 10 days for Ramadan. Let's talk about the first 10 days, the blessings of this month.
Well, Alhamdulillah, Ramadan has incalculable blessings. Nobody will be able to calculate the blessings, the beauty, the symmetry of the month of Ramadan. As you said in your introduction, first is about spiritual development. the human being is like a vehicle, physical parts of the car and the engine. The beauty of the car is not the size of the car, nor the paint, but the quality within it. So it's about having an introspective look into yourself. Where did I go wrong? Why am I in a problem? Because many times one initiates his own problem. Is it the problem you don't control your eyesight? If you don't control your eyesight, what happens? You will not be able to control your libido. Allah says, oh, you believe. He said, lower down your gaze so that your libido will be okay. You have integrity. You cannot control your hands. You become a thief. You cannot control your heart. Then you become a problem in the society. So Ramadan seeks to tame the individual. You can't stop evil. And when you stop evil, integrity begins, respect begins, honesty, faithfulness, commitment, patriotism, positive socialization, relationship between and God, relationship between men. These are all the packages. So Ramadan is about packages of human values. It's values that you unconsciously begin to nurture. Just as you have the aim of education, it's about self-discipline. It's about making yourself a useful individual to society. So it's about being a solution. So Ramadan is all about and more. It's also about relating ourselves with our ancestors, our people. We remember them, we cherish them. We remember our colleagues, our friends. Those who were younger like us had better plans. We are here today. They were here last year. They thought that we are time bound and that we may not even see Ramadan next year. It's enough for us to hold back and say, look, we have to repent. I want to begin to repent. That's the beginning of real development individual. Repent is like apology. I will not go there.
Okay, now we know that fasting is the fourth of 5 pillars of Islam. And is it compulsory for every Muslim to fast?
No, first of all, let's bear in mind that the Prophet did not start Islam. This is something I want to correct to Muslim. He did not start Islam. And that he said that I'm like an architect who made the building has already been constructed. What I did was to just finish the churches. So fasting was not an institution established by the Prophet. It's there.
No, I did not mention that it was established.
No, I'm just bringing here a point here.
Because when you're saying point of correction, it's like
no, it's not you. No, I say point of correction to the Muslim. Yes, that's what I'm doing.
Because so, I know.
Yes,
what I'm
I know.
Yeah.
Inshallah, what I'm trying to say here is that let them know that the Prophet just make things in churches. Okay. That Islam has started time immemorial, because Islam means submitting your will to the will of your Creator. So everybody who submits his will to the will of his Creator becomes a Muslim. So you see that Ramadan is a month of self-restraint. It's about fasting. It's about not eating, drinking, and not only that, it's also about controlling your eyesight, controlling this within 29 or 30 days. Month of Ramadan. It's like a big spiritual workshop that also has social benefits, social cohesion. People come together and see the irrelevant, the disease called tribalism. It's removed unconsciously. People come to love each other because they eat together. When they eat together, what happens? Love comes in. Every time we sing the national anthem, land that we love, our Sierra Leone, and you can come when we eat together. When we eat together, love begins in the family, in the community, in the nations there. And a lot of diseases called greed, selfishness are really tempered because you begin to be obliged to those people that help you. And many poor people, of course, begin to get income, because by the end of Ramadan, what happens? People get a lot of income, help. Mudu is given, and some people can accumulate and begin to do some kind of micro business. So much is happening, and I want to tell you, the nation gains a lot when Ramadan comes, because the money that pours into the country, people are sending money from outside, and we are also sending it to the provinces. So you see the social cohesion, the international relationship comes in here.
Okay, so the question I asked is it compulsory?
For some people, no, Islam is a flexible. It's not compulsory for others. Okay. They are flexible. For example, the extreme aged, because they are so useful. They are a bank of historical material, so we need them. So the aged who need medical treatment should not fast. Women in menstruation should not fast. You know, they are already in a difficult situation. Islam will not give the code to them. Underage children should not fast. Those who are traveling will become hectic for them, should not fast. But they are given opportunity. You feed one person or more. So you still have to be involved. You are helping a person. You become your brother's keeper. you help somebody to fast. So in this way, you get the reward of fasting. And like I said, this extremely sick should not fast. So you see the flexibility of Islam, and that's why Islam is called also a natural religion, because it taps on flexibility and rigidity.
Okay. And now, some school of thought may say, like you mentioned, some people who are extremely evil, during the month of Ramadan, they abstain from all other acts that Islam does not permit. But as soon as the fasting is over, they go back to their old ways. So is it just for that month that a Muslim should be a pure Muslim?
Where do you start? Somewhere. You have to start somewhere. We all went to school. 80% of people are criminals contra educated people. Education did not help them, but a conscious that I went to education, I can change. So there's always a consciousness that I did not study economics to become a thief, to save the nation. I did not study politics to oppress people. So that consciousness is there. So it's Ramadan is just giving a consciousness that you can stop evil.
But
by nature.
Here are some Muslims saying, now why they fast? You wait till fast more done. And then they go back to the same thing.
No, they will not go with that magnitude. What we are trying to say here, the human being by nature has evil tendencies to is human. So this is a kind of gradual stages. For example, at least we will pick certain things. Somebody who does me good in Ramadan, I will not forget that individual. Even that aspect of being grateful, that is permeating all aspects of life, the person becomes very beautiful. You cannot be perfect. I agree. There are weaknesses. We go back to some of these weaknesses, but there should be an institution that's at least groom the people in a month, and Ramadan does that. It does that. It does so much. It does a lot, and it goes a long way. By the time people recover, want to go back, most of them Ramadan comes in. And besides, in between, after Ramadan, you still go. You have a lot of fasting in between our prayers. So once there's continuity. Like education, they say it does not stop by just graduating. You have to read more to discover that you are still ignorant about so many things. So life is about constant improving, you are growing spiritually.
So is that what, like I know that you're a cleric, I know you have vast experience in all of this, and I know you practice what you preach, but don't you think that should be more as a burden for Islamic leaders in mosques, in areas, telling people Islam is not just for Ramadan.
Yeah.
After Ramadan, Muslims should just aspire to be holy all throughout.
Obviously. Also, holiness has also moved to the physical. That's why the angels ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Allah, why do you want to create other creations when we are constantly praying and remembering you? He say, I know what you don't know. He say the balance is needed. What we are trying to say, Ramadan Islam keeps on panel beating the minds of the people. I always say nobody comes from light. Everybody comes from darkness. Nobody comes from enlightenment. It comes from ignorance. We keep on getting enlightened. I think that's what we are doing here now. Enlighten the people on the danger, for example, of rape, or the danger of doing these things. How you harm the society, how you harm that individual. The more people are aware of this, and Ramadan Islam is constant reminder of the people. When you go to the mosque, it's about how to live with your leader, how leaders should live with the people, how do you sell, how you buy, how you live with your wife, with your children. Is a reservoir of Islamic laws that are flexible, beautiful, accessible. That's what you see. Before Ramadan, you should not steal, you should not lie, you should not thief. But many people don't go. But gradually, like I said, we keep on hoping that along the line of life there are gems that we can pick for the development of the nation.
And now it's the first 10 days. Let's talk about the coordination. How can one comport his or herself during these first 10 days before we go to the second and the third?
Yeah, Ramadan is like going to look for a degree. It's stages now, so first year, finish. Now go for second year.
The first 10 days. So what are the benefits of the first 10 days?
Yes, it's just a kind of introduction. The first 10 days are introduction. You are introducing the courses. Like you have the first year university or first year, second year. Now we are moving now to the depths, the center, wherein tension begin to mount, that we're moving to the next 10 days. After this, we have the last 10 days of Ramadan. So for the students, for a Muslim who want to have higher grades, which is the aim, then he has to start tightening up, having burned the midnight candle. Maybe I've not done much in first year. I find that my grades are weak. I think I have to improve. So second 10 days means it's a more improvement because we are moving to the third days, where last 10 days we are in the certificate to be awarded, and what a divine certificate to be given to us, for which we will not only save ourselves, also save our families, our community. More prayers, more fasting, and more thank you to people who have made it, who have helped us in life.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Continue to stay with us in the program. Well, still with us in the studio, we have Solomon Sundu from the Executive Director of Bianque Foundation, Sierra Leone, talking about these fire incidents and the power outage. Now, coming to the load shedding, you know, some of us in Freetown see that they'll tell you they're on load shedding, but there are particular areas that will be on constant power supply, whilst others will be on constant power outage. So what do you have to say about this as a CSO? You are now saying that you are going out telling people to sue EDSA because of the erratic power supply.
That is what I'm calling for, because when you look at the destruction, yesterday we saw, fire outbreak at, Red Cross area, due to what? The same electricity outrage.
Are you sure that was the cause? Did you find out?
That's what we had. That's what we had.
Well, so you cannot assert that's
I cannot assert, but that's what we had. The main opposition, they had their monthly meeting. They came out with so many, issues related to EDSA. One, you're seeing NRA asking that EDSA is not paying even the GST tax they took from us. The opposition is asking, the money we paid, the top up we buy, where are this money going? Now we own the car powership up to $90 million. Where are they going with our money? What are they doing to our money? So for me, I think we need to call on the opposition, just like what they have started doing. We have the parliamentary committee in charge of energy. Let the energy committee invite the authorities concerned. Explain to us what is happening within the energy sector. We are seeing power outrage. What is happening during the dries? We heard about the MCC supporting us with fixing, our, lines or transmitter lines. What is happening with other companies? That is the answer we need from, EDSA. So we are also urging the parliamentary committee in charge of energy for them to invite, whether the coordinator of energy, and we even have the president who is a minister, they can invite him and put him to questioning that what is happening with EDSA, because we are paying our money and we are not seeing the returns of what we are paying for. Now the NRA is asking that even the GST they are taking from us, they are not paying it. It is all over the place. And one of the advisors to the revenue collection, he was on the radio explaining the same thing. So what EDSA is doing with all this money and not improving our electricity supply within the capital city.
So as a civil society organization, what do you plan to do about this?
Well, we are planning, other people are saying protest. We don't want to protest, but it's dialogue. So our role here is to urge the authority, more especially the parliamentarians who have the authority to invite ministries, departments and agencies for questioning. That's what we are urging them for. And that is what we want to see.
Okay, now, in connection with this fire incident yesterday, we see so much loss and so much damage. And you said you passed there, and what more can you tell us about that?
It's so difficult. When you go around the Clienttown area, you see the trailers park, trailer that's supposed to carry containers from the key. Those trailers were packed around that area and they got burned yesterday. My sister, if you go around Red Cross area, there's a big store there where people pack their engine, scrap metals and other materials. So for me, it's a big loss for those business people. That's why I'm asking if we can only take EDSA to court and seek redress. believe you me, they will start to take us, the citizen, with very seriousness.
So what if there are other issues that cause the fire incident? Because from reports we have here, they're claiming that they're alleging that fuel is also hoarded.
But that's also their role. That's
not excess.
I'm coming. What I mean, if really we are talking about, fire force bringing out reports that 80% of the report they are, the causes are from electricity. So why can't we put them on their toes? That's my point. We need no question around that. Let's put, let's bring ETSA to the book. That's the urge I'm making. Let the parliamentarians, those who are in charge of an energy committee, invite the authorities, put them to question it. I think we have the answer from them, just like what the opposition has started doing.
Okay, thank you very much. And also, Francis Murray, you're still here with us in the studio. Now, let's talk about these cases, because we know that the judiciary has a sentencing guide. Let's talk about the sentencing guide for sexual offences. Because we know that there's a minimum for 15 years. So do they all go by that?
Yes, they are bound.
Or it depends on the nature of it?
On the nature of the offense, first and foremost. Every case has its own intricate details which will guide the judges as they preside over them. No two cases has the same details. So when they are before the court, the judge as an independent arbiter of justice will have to look into the offense charged, the magnitude, the evidence adduced by the prosecution, the manner in which the accused person did the act against the victim. The judge will have to consider the age of the accused person and the relationship between the accused and the victim, and even that of the age of the victim. So when all of these details, when all of these details are put together, and then the judge now will refer to the sentencing guidelines. They came in line with the sexual offences court to guide them at the time of establishment, to ensure that we come down heavily as a nation, upholding the human rights also of those victims, as well as ensuring that those who are perpetrators found guilty by the court face the full force of the law. So the guidelines are like a point of reference to the judges to say, let's look at the magnitude. Most of the cases, the perpetrators across the country for sexual penetration mostly have been, if we say 80%, have been below the age of 30. So that is a general concern. It means several quarters have to be questioned, from family upbringing, societal decadence, where have the morals gone to. So it brings a lot of stakeholders to the fore, to ensuring that we instill in society values that should ensure that our girls will walk the streets of Freetown or in the provinces with no threat of being tampered with, that our women, our girls, our mothers will go from one farm to the other being safe, even among the opposite sex. So these guidelines will help to a very large extent. Sometimes also the judges have discretionary powers. If they say minimum, it does not mean you should give the 15 years. Based on the age of the victim and the accused persons. Let's say both of them are 17 plus, both are below the age of 18. And then you look at the medical report of the victim, the medical assessment done on the victim, you are certain that you weigh it. Sometimes the judges can say, as the case may be, you can go for 3 to 4 years, you can go for 5 years minimum.
So you think that discretion is not influenced by any other?
No, not at all.
Bribery,
not at all.
Corruption.
Not at all. We are minded.
How sure are you of that?
Because we're talking about judges going by the very essence of our establishment. Okay. Integrity of our judges remains top notch, and especially when it comes to girls, society will lose so much if our girls are not protected. Imagine if you have 10 or 15 girls in the provinces impregnated before the age of 15 years. The burden on parents. 10 chances to 1, those children will end up being the kush takers in the street without proper care. Some, the fathers will renege on their responsibility, single parenthood, without that male figure in the society. So all of these factors have to be considered when these judges arrive at their judgment in ensuring that we, to a very large extent, minimize, if not eradicate.
So most of the time, discretion is used mainly on underage.
No, the discretion is even for the maximum.
Oh, okay.
So if you say above 15 and above, not exceeding this, it's left to the judge to measure, to weigh the veracity of the offense, the impact it had on the victim, and then before that judge, guided by the sentencing guidelines, will arrive at a particular conclusion in respect of that matter.
All right, thank you very much. And as we round up, Dr. Sheikh Salim Kamara, the 10 days is done. We are approaching the next 10 days. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, these 10 days are very important days because we increase the intensification of the introduced programs. They are not actually programs introduced, we'll say introduced programs, because we've been fasting before, we've been praying before, we've been saying the same thing. But here now, these next 10 days, people, their consciousness becomes stronger, that I want to have better grades. So those people who have not done much, they feel, I think I have to do more, because it's an opportunity must come again. When they think of those people who were with us last year, they are not here. When they think about our fathers, our mothers, when they think of what we want, because Allah assures us that whatever you want, He will give you in this month. And He has promised that he who fasts for 29 or 30 days with sincerity, with honesty, then his sins are completely deleted. So that thought alone become motivation enough for us to intensify more worship, more prayer, more fasting, more patriotism, more honesty, more faithfulness, more committed. In other words, development comes in unconsciously.
Okay, so how does fasting enhances spiritual development?
Of course, like I said, there's a correlation between the inner and the outside. When the heart is polished, when you talk about sincerity, you are talking about state of mind. Nobody can discern sincerity, honesty, and faithfulness. It's within you, and you are being talked to. This, you are doing it for Allah. If people are conscious that what they are doing is not correct, you don't need anti-corruption. You know God is watching you. All this corruption is seen is because of the absence of God. You talk about moral bankruptcy. That's what we are saying now. The fall of moral standards. So Ramadan also comes to improve this. Keeps on telling you. Some people start testing properly and they will continue like that. Yes. Yeah, of course. I say some. Life is not about general. It's about some. In any society, there are people who are constantly improving. Yes, constantly improving. Life is about improving. There are people, they will not be extreme again. So that's what we are trying to say. And Islam is not forcing you, but with spiritual development, like the car, the vehicle will run smooth. When the engine is okay, the vehicle will go anywhere despite the physical body. So that's what Ramadan does. It will make us normal. It will make us pray for our people, our colleagues, our friends. Inshallah. Like I said, we also pray for Slbc because it's my institution.
Just give us a prayer quickly as you please.
Amen. Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka anta sami'ul alim. Accept our effort. It's you that have commanded us to make effort. You have not commanded us to be perfect. For this effort to make, inshallah, grade us well like a good teacher. Oh Almighty Allah, help us in the country, guide us all, make us happy. Those who are not married, oh Almighty, help them to give them good marriages. Those who are married, no children, inshallah, you can give them. You've given Abraham, Zachariah, all these people where they prayed honestly and they fast. Allah empower us in the country, make us peaceful, unite us. Subhanallah,
thank you very much. Well, that was Dr. Sheikh Salim Kamara, member of CPED and lecturer, Islamic Education, MNTU. Many thanks to my studio guests for being part of the show, Francis Mori, the Deputy PRO of the Judiciary of Sierra Leone, and Solomon Sundu, Executive Director of Bianque. Foundation. Well, my producer has been Salman Tapa. My name is, before we go, our quote for today came from Robert Jones Jr. and it says, we can disagree and still love each other unless your disagreement is rooted in my oppression and denial of my humanity and right to exist. My name is Daphne Zainab Kamar. The podium returns tomorrow, same time. Stay with the SLBC. Have a blessed day. Goodbye.
This is News Brief on the Hour on the Slbc Broadcasting Corporation with me, Esther Sako. Wildfire have destroyed stretches of lands filled with vegetables in Oboi village, Boom Chiefdom Both District. The blaze ravaged various vegetables including garden eggs, watermelons, okra, peppers, cucumbers, and more. Muhammad Kebi, the manager of Batiland, explained that their situation faced by over 500 farmers who cultivated the land due to its rich nutrients, and farmers traveled from across the country to work in Batiland, which is known for its food production. However, it was disclosed that it is not the first time they have faced such adversity. Ahmad Charles Segova, a 53-year-old farmer from Blamapula in Banga Chiefdom, shared his lifelong dedication to vegetable production. He has been traveling to Batiland to work, paying a fee of 1,000 to access the land. As the community grapples with these crises, the call for assistance grows louder, highlighting the resilience and determination of these farmers who strive to feed their families and communities despite overwhelming challenges. Women in the security sector in Sierra Leone have called for increased support at all levels to enhance gender equality, rights and empowerment. This plea was made during an engagement held at the police mess in Kintom under the theme for all women and girls, equality, rights and empowerment, security sector, local empowering women as a vital tool for nation building. The event brought together female officers from the police, fire force, AGSLAF, ONS, correctional services and other security agencies, along with policymakers and civil society representatives. Speakers emphasized the crucial role of women in maintaining peace and security, highlighting the need for greater opportunities, leadership roles, and resources to enhance their contributions. The female officers said empowering women in the security sector is not just about gender equality, it is about strengthening the nation's capacity to peace and development. The women called for a renewed commitment to fostering a more inclusive and supportive environment for women in Sierra Leone's security sector. In a move to ensure more access to justice for victims of sexual offenses, the Judiciary of Sierra Leone, with funding from UNICEF, has opened the first sexual offenses model court in Bo. The Southern is among places that are recording high number of sexual cases. The sexual offenses model court in Bo comes with special facilities, making it stigma-free and child-friendly. There is a holding center or waiting room, child of victim and witnesses protection box, which are designed to conceal the identity of child of victims, thereby guiding against stigma and instill confidence in victims of sexual violence to come forward. Stakeholders and members of the public commended the move by the judiciary under the leadership of Justice Kamba Commander to establish the court in that part of the country. The Sexual Offences Model Court in Bo is only the second in the country. The other is located in Freetown. Chief Justice Kamba Commander said this is a testament of the judiciary's commitment to make justice accessible. Commending UNICEF for the support, the Chief Law Lord described the establishment of the court as a landmark in the criminal justice system in the country. He called on the security and stakeholders in the region to protect the facility. Sierra Leone has seen a surge in sexual violence against women in recent years, which prompted the president to declare rape and sexual violence as a national emergency. The southern region, like other places, is recording a huge number of sexual offences, according to resident Senior State Counsel for Bo and Pujaun, Augustine Sheku. The Sexual Offences Model Court is a division of the High Court of Sierra Leone that is dedicated to sexual offences. The only other court of its kind is sitting in Freetown. And finally, the Independent Commission for Peace and National Cohesion Sierra Leone, in collaboration with the International Institute of Democracy and Electoral Assistance International IDEA, held a day stakeholder engagement on peace promotion during political parties' lower-level elections at a country lodge in Freetown. The engagement brought together representatives from the Sierra Leone's 17 registered political parties, civil society organizations, and key democratic institutions. The primary focus was to address intra-party disputes that have historically posed challenges to national peace and cohesion. Discussion centered on the implementation of the intra-party dispute resolution guide developed by the PPRC with support from the Independent Commission for Peace and the National Cohesion and International IDEA. The guide provides a structured approach for political parties to identify, mitigate, and resolve internal conflicts, thereby strengthening their internal democratic mechanisms. Stakeholders highlighted the detrimental impact of intra-party conflicts, which often lead to legal battles and hinder political stability. The stress and necessity of establishing robust internal mechanisms, such as dispute resolutions committees, to resolve disputes within parties without resorting to external litigation. Well, that's it for news. From the Slbc Broadcasting Corporation, I have been your presenter, Esther Sako. Continue to stay with your public broadcaster, the SLBC, if you can. Have a wonderful day.
should we always say Bismillah?
Because when you say Bismillah, Allah is with you and put barakah in all what you do.
Bismillah, 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 au nom d'Allah. Bismillah, Bismillah, in the name of Allah. I wake up every morning, say God is the unique. I'm hungry, I wash my hands, but before say Bismillah. I wake up every morning, say God
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Alhamdulillah wa bihi nasta'in. Amma ba'da, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Don't greet to Nam in the name of peace, unity and one word. This na CPED program, an institution of women, the enlightened women them, where they ready for enlightened people them about the values of Islam. And we all, inshallah, with me today by the CPED series them, a great institution when SLBC will get to paradise there where they can talk about Ramadan. But most important talk we can talk now is about the Quran. What in the Quran, how the Quran became done, what it constitutes, how they compile them, what happened till it did the Kaidi. So inshallah, and what our responsibility to us who picking them, who family for learn the Quran and the relationship with the Quran and other subjects them. But now start with we girl picking, who paradise there, now greet the first, who call for Fatima Mansari, they recite for you first this verse here, inshallah, bismillah.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها الذين آمنوا كتب عليكم الصيام كما كتب على الذين من قبلكم لعلكم تتقون أياما معدودات فمن كان منكم مريضا أو على سفر فعدة من أيام أخر وعلى الذين يطيقونه فدية طعام مسكين فمن تطوع خيرا فهو خير له وأن تصوموا خير لكم إن كنتم تعلمون شهر رمضان الذي أنزل فيه القرآن هدى للناس وبينات من الهدى والفرقان فمن شهد منكم الشهر فليصم ومن كان مريضا أو على سفر فعدة من أيام أخر يريد الله بكم اليسر ولا يريد بكم العسر ولتكملوا العدة ولتكبروا الله على ما هداكم ولعلكم تشكرون صدق الله العظيم.
Beaucoup thank you to we got picking Naya we na Fatima Mansare we na third year students na the Faculty of Engineering na Fabe College Mio Amameta. Before we can comment on what we talk so now greeting people and family by
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
We get also we youth Naya we the youth Naya Moena Muhammad Amin Bari inshallah and I graduate at the University of Miltimagai Technical University by Education and Sociology. Now listen, great people and family.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
We get to new sister Naya, of course it can be the Naya, but for this program and until they come in the great Miss Hafsa himself will prepare now for shooting works by going in power for enter university. While I greet people in Hafsa.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Yes, Papa de Mama de Amin, Dr. Ibrahim Salim Kamara, Acting Dean of the Faculty of Education, Miltimagai Technical University, and the Chief Imam of the Timni Central Mosque. For the past 2 days, Temuge Sils Naya will start for look about Ramadan. We look at what Ramadan means. We say Ramadan. The word Ramadan comes from the Ramadan ashes. So which means Islam, the primary aim of Ramadan, now for white people sin completely therefore like Mabonam. This is confirmed by the hadith them. They should not talk about fast. We will pray inside the month of Ramadan for the 29 or 30 days. Allah they forgive all the sin. I think that's the biggest motivation, biggest encouragement. Now we go for talk say Ramadan I call a divine call by Almighty Allah. He call a category of people them. Even Muslim they not only call, he call the people they will know more than merely accepting Islam. They want them when one graduates forget a distinction, forget a certificate for enter Jannah. They say Allah don't mandate, He don't decree. Allah don't make a prescription for them for fast because of the benefit with they inside including health. Because the benefit with inside including socialization, the cohesion, family cohesion, national cohesion, the kindness of the relationship between mortal and God and mortal man. Okay, Allah say, He say not to new institution, we don't do harm for people there before we believe. So we no say fasting, not to prophet statum, no prayer, not to prophet statum. Already we no say Jesus alayhi salami, when I saw a prophet inside Islam, inside be fast yesterday. And we no say Moses also be fast yesterday. Job, Zachariah, Abraham, David, Suleiman, they all be fast yesterday. So fasting is a institution. You see why God give fasting? You see because He benefits to no go control. Allah kum tatakuna. Whether one day will be daily so that we God conscious. But the first series will talk about the benefit of God consciousness and the free from corruption. If everybody conscious that Allah is watching you, then certainly the thought of being corrupt no will come at all. God will watch you. Police know He will see you. CIA know He will see you. ACC know He will see you. But when you say God will see you, you know they are zero but up zero. When I was zero went for rights, you know go to that one they fail, and when you give for account to Qiyamah. So we talk about so that we will be people that will go lack, because Allah will judge we by the close of well by our size, and they judge we by taqwa. You see the one we got honor pass on, that the person we pious and piety, not to think we go show outside a day within between God. So that our first one now we look now go na Wuda and the people they wait for fasts, wait for fasts. Of course, we know say a Muslim believer for fast, but we talk about for fast. So before we come by this ayah, waiting matter the issue of Islamic education inside Islam, the difference between Islamic education and other education, and why forget to education by going back. Before talking about it, now quickly talk about people who want for fast. Give me two people who want for fast back. Fatima, among the women, the more.
Among the women, then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tell He say we get the pregnant woman them and we get the lactating
so
mothers.
Woman we pregnant enough for fast.
And the lactating
woman that the one they give Bobby.
Picking Bobby.
You
and the one we in this in na a monthly period.
The only part menstruation not for fast.
Not for fast.
But what did they happen
after when it completes them period and day you need for pay the date of them particular days then the way in this in miss.
You why is it what you make enough for fast? Logically,
because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells what will back or He said that woman then doing this then they in the menstruation then they in difficulty. So if you look at a particular woman they then they feel some woman that they get belly out, some woman that they get head out. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala no wants difficulty for it. As Allah say He wants easiness for it. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala exempts them people and the belly woman them as well. The pikin need the nutrients. So the way they get that nutrient then through the food we be say they eat. So if they exempt the woman and they for fast, not only for because of the health, but Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala they try to protect them as well. So they make Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala exempt them from fasting. But the days they will be say they don't miss, therefore repay them. But the day the prayer during the and they for repay the prayers.
Thank you so much for that wonderful summary. You say the woman not for fast and person way they give Bobby not for fast. So he give me the logical reason. The logical reason, they only safeguard the woman waiting in a trial because he need a medical attention, he for take food, he also need safeguard the picking the unborn child. So you see the Islamic approach, the unborn child not for be harmed. Because if the mommy no eat fine, chop timely, it affect also the physical growth of the pikin, the mental growth, the education don't agree. And what a wonderful religion when they take consideration into nature. You see, woman back with by menstruation for fast. Of course, we know say Allah say the time when woman they by the menstruation, na difficult time for them. So they are not for fast because they lost so much. So you need food for replace that blood they with the loss. So and what they for do, they for return the fasting after Ramadan don't pass. But the woman waiting by menstruation, we don't know if for return the prayers the fasting after Ramadan, they all. So we'll go back quickly to Muhammad Ali. Yes, Muhammad, yes. Please now Yuba, what are the other people that waiting for fast?
Alhamdulillah wa salatu salam ala rasulillah. Rabbi shali sadri wa salli amri wa alu ukrata min lisani yafqahu qawli. Among the people waiting for fast again, we get the aged, that the old people. The reason is because according to how certain people are old, some then the more than the old, the more you find out say they know they lose that strength way them they get. Some then now as you begin also you don't lose a lot of other things them pana. So you know say at this age you go able fast, alhamdulillah, because it varies. You know, sometimes the way this person is old is different from the way how the other person is old. So if you think able fast, alhamdulillah, but Allah will exempt the aged people. Another category of people again that to get the young one them and picking them. You know, for say power yes, because of all man they fast that they use. So you say power pass the picking them fast. No, make you not harm the picking them. But Islam they encourage you for make you train them. Maybe they fast from morning till 10 or till 12. From that you train them small. Based on that they bad at all. But for force them because Islam no and say they incumbent upon them. No.
Okay, thank you. Don't you took other set of people who know for fast, but it show also logical reason for say old people them. Of course, the difference from old people and the strong pass young man. So mommy them the low sports, the pass young people and we how many injections they give now we sick pass all. So therefore they keep fast the Wildfire for say okay with them. But the one where they fight for say you need medical attention, food for country for the thing, Allah no one harm them. So Islam not to religion with the harm person self. Even by principle them. It tell you about people them on the age picking them there's a need food. Of course when they go to the 10 years now for encourage them for fast, but time they normally see no force them, not to force them for fast. Because you need food for grow. Now we go to you after any other category of people that the way feel say they for fast, we do any menstruation, watching with the menstruate for fast, pregnant woman for fast, and the one way when they babble for fast. And I'll tell you about person when a young one, the old people, every person back going feel for them for fast, and what you think so?
The sick people then.
The sick people, yes. Now all kind of sick people them. No. So if me body just warm, I can stop the fast.
The one that we meet to say that they in critical sick bed, that they in critical position for sickness. They need medication, and anybody who need medication, he need food. Some medication that they will be so then they need for get food before then they take them. So for them good health, so Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala exempt them from the food.
So Islam very good, a very important point that the one way critical, you know say the one way sick. They say the one way the sick, he really need medical attention. Even if they fast or some kind of sicker only when you get for take medicine before they take care of you, take that kind of medicine then for break the fast. Say that critically ill, that sickness, that ulcer, even ulcer different from ulcer. No, some ulcer the day I'm doing like you fast. Some ulcer the day you know go fast. So the doctor know all the grace and day, you know better. So not to foresee you go concoct sick. So any other person, the person will travel, they say to travel, the person will travel instead the day too. So person will travel, he will kill them. So person if you travel, no problem. So therefore he can fast, no go fast. Me I don't travel from Nigeria for Kaya, I fast. So they don't fast. So where go I come, I don't get for return them. But I know I able not get for vomit. So people they vomit from plane. So if you want from motoka, so before you convince the people there, they say no fast. It's not very simple. Thank you so much for giving who are except from fasting. Now come to the issue. When they tell you say the month of Ramadan Now the month in which they reveal the Quran. Yes, Fatima, tell us what they call Quran.
Quran, the Arabic meaning means continuous reading.
Quran means a book where they continue for it. Now.
As the first verse Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala revealed, he say Iqra, Bismi rabbika alladhi khalaqa. He say read in the name of the Lord we create you. So the first commandment Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent down about reading the Quran, about reading about you, Lord we create you. And the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam told me I say Tolabul ilmun faridatun ala kulli muslim wal muslimat. He say for seek knowledge na compulsory upon every man and woman. So this wonderful Quran, yes, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tell we say we read about, because every word so far we be say we'll learn about in the inside this book. As Allah said, Dhalikal kitabu la rayba fihi hudan lil muttaqin. He say you see this book, doubts not the day. He say now guidance for the one doing be say they're spiritually conscious, they're godly conscious. So if Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala don't put this book here so as guidance for we, this book here they will guide you through the path them, as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tell we again, inna anzalnahu fi laylatil qadr. Why make this Quran special inside? Why make Ramadan special in itself? Now because na inside this month here so na in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala send down this Quran, and inside this month here in a special day, a special night, we be saying Laylatul Qadr, we be saying in worship equivalent to 83 years, 4 months and 10 days according to some scholars. So if now this month here, so Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala send down this Quran, and the word Quran means continuous reading. As a believer, as a Muslim, we need for constantly engage with this Quran here. So we need for interlock with the Quran as we the verse where we read Shahar Ramadan alladhi unzila al-Quran hudan lin-nas. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala say he sent down this Quran in this month of Ramadan, guidance of Mutalman. And if you watch the last verse Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala say in Surah An-Nas, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala say, he said minal jinnati wan nas. He said this book now for the jinn kind and the Mutalman them. So the Quran not come down for the Muslims anymore. Now then we need for land. The Quran it come down as a guidance for Mutalman them and the jinn kind them.
We tell you thank you. Really, see now and no say abayasu what you good we can't pick in them so that when they smile. The one that we talk about the activists about the can't picking them. I think I can't pick here when Sabi get too high. You get the English education, you get Islamic education. I believe for Syrian come here, hey, the man they can look married and they get lock. Inshallah. And the picking of the Cameroon they become very productive. Good picking they will be leaders and they go do it for we. And he say the Quran like mean read again and again. The more they read them, the more they understand and the more they inspire you. They say the Quran, the revealer inside this month, now you make Ramadan special. And they will up a letter to Qadr, we can talk inshallah about in the nearest future. They say the Quran, you know, kind of for Muslim them, they come for everybody. They say wooden linas, now a total guide for what a man them. We tell you thank you, inshallah. We go now to brother Amin Bari. But let me listen to you, ba. What do you know about this Quran here? Why the Quran? God not tell the prophet, but this net here, we get for can talk about. He revealed the Quran to the prophet. How he begin for revealer? He read that this ball castle. Why he first not tell her first land? He not tell her pray. He not tell her fast. Now education, I tell her first. What you make education a priority? Because you need education. Why education is a priority over worship? Tell me small man.
Alhamdulillah wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillah. Alhamdulillah, the Quran the tell we can to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. It can done bit by bit. You know the kingdom, you know being kingdom as a whole. Because Almighty Allah say in the Quran, Lilu Sabbit bihi for adaka, so that it make this Quran the steady in the heart of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And the Quran Almighty Allah reveal through Jibril alayhi salam to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam for the period of 23 years. Imagine the Quran for 23 years. The Prophet alayhi salam they learned the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now, this particular Quran linking to education, let me know say first of all, the development of every human being first is based on education. But first know about the creator, the one we bring in here. Then from that you can learn any other book Because from what your sister just say, he says Surah Al-Alaq. Now that's what metal us. Now that make now 2 read daily. Okay, the first read is about to create to the oil bring in aya. Because not what I get for return. And I get for ask you the time we don't spend a dunya. What you do for pleasure. And the second ikra, any other book you want for read in the Western education, you can read them. Because Islam not biased for just look at one side. You see, if you get 2 years and for make you succeed in this dunya, you succeed in the day of Qiyamah, you just get forget 2 years. But in the year after, Allah not consider the other eye. Because to Allah no value. What in value to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? The first year, the first ikra. But to make you succeed, for make you go able for move in this world, you need just forget the 2 eyes. Now the Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam, he tell me in a beautiful hadith we reported by Abu Umama. He said the Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam say, Iqra al-Quran fa innahu yati yawm al-qiyamah shafa'a li ashabihi. He say, una recite the Quran, una read this Quran, because he come on the day of Qiyamah for God intercede for the people where they be make a friend. Imagine Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in book come on the day of Qiyamah for talk on your behalf. Wallahi, no matter how it looks, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala go sorry for that particular individual and grant a Jannah. The reason is because you will make the Quran a companion. You not take TikTok, make a companion. You not take WhatsApp, make a companion. You not take Facebook, make a companion. You not take social media, them and club business, you make a companion. You companion at this dunya, now be the Quran. Because of the Quran be your companion, wallahi, in the grave it will be companion, and in the day of Qiyamah, it will argue for you till you enter Jannah. Now, Abu Ashari radiyallahu anhu, he said the Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam say, Al-Quran hujjatulak aw alayka. The Quran can either argue for you, will be making a companion, for you will be making your friend, for you will be left for freedom yesterday, or he argue against you, he give witness against you. So Allah, this morning yesterday we created put on a dunya, you know, be get me time. Some people they wouldn't take Quran put on a shelf. You know what the opinion. Subhanallah. Imagine the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala put on the shelf. Allah send letter to you. With that he normally tell you see the Quran na letter on metal send na risala. What metal send to the mankind. How somebody go write you letter, minister write you letter, president write you letter, you know pay that letter. How you go know the information of that letter? You take it put on a shelf. Subhanallah. This is the Quran of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. What metal don't bring to the mankind. So therefore any person, because how you gonna see that letter, Allah started and say Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. The Quran it come from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Bismillah, in the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. You go to that. This is the end up beautifully. It's a minal jinnati one nas. The Quran they go to the jinkind and to the mankind. So if people read this letter, how you gonna know what the message your letter has said is?
How you gonna know the message when they put there if you're not going to read the Quran? This is a very important question. Which means Ramadan can ask a question, what you make you not learn the Quran as a Muslim? Why? What you make you not learn you picking the Quran as a Muslim? Why you not learn the Quran? You see, imagine the president, the minister write you a letter that is serious. You don't know whether promotion don't come. You don't know some package don't come. You take that letter, they put time, not going to forget them. A big losses. So Ramadan they can ask the question, why have you not learned the Quran? What's wrong? But he will learn all other things. They say the Quran, he can't to the Prophet, not bulk like I say so. He can't on piecemeal for 23 years. Not only that, he said, what he make the Quran can't down small. He says so that it will steady inside what a man heart. He said when you learn Islam, the Quran, when you don't get everything. Now go to Hafsa. Hafsa, you don't really concerned about the Quran. You began with Thomas when they call Hafsa, when the Prophet left. But before going for slow, ask a question. How the Quran, whose method would they be used for compiling the Quran? The Quran, you know, tell you, say, no come one day. It can for 3 years, 13 years in Mecca, 10 in Medina. Tell me how the Quran and compiler, what are the two methods that be used today? This is not a question you can come by Islamic studies.
The Quran, the compiler, first of all, the Prophet preserved in a way that for my memory.
Why did you find voice?
through memorization and writing in the written method.
Now,
so through memorization, the Prophet will be encouraging, be motivating Sahabas them for me to memorize the Quran in the way that in they show them different verses them inside the Quran. Like if you possibly add up playing going Surah to Waqia, you are read for possibly don't delay Surah to Yasin. Even if you want to get people bad people like you slay Surah to Baqarah. And through the written method, the people they write the Quran in different kind of things. They will write back of tree, they will write about stones, they will write about animal skins. The reason why I make they will write the Quran for them things there, and because at that time China will be the oldest country in the world, and not be event paper it. And the Prophet be born during the 5th century, that he be born during the Jahiliyyah period, the Dark Stone Ages.
Yeah, when I read what you have to say, you say the time for confirm and also for expand waiting in brother talk when the brother Bari. They say the Quran will be the can. First of all, the prophets not to where they come. Where come, if they come by chapter, come by verses, now so it left my memory. And also it make people memorize them. People memorize Quran and they read the Quran and they read the verses. But I make people let come, everybody will learn them. Among the membership they within for 3 years, they say they motivate them. But I think it be for some people them. If they buy them, if they buy them, if they tell them say, when I read so to Yasin for when I die people them, they call so to Yasin ala mautakum. If they tell them say, if it is difficult for you, learn for the sort of Waqia. Everybody will think difficult part. If they hear that. He say, you will afraid evil, or evil you want devil na you host this sort of Bakara. And boku in this way, now so people they memorize the Quran, they get thousands of people they cram Quran. Now so Sister Hafsa Yana tell me, he say not only that, the Prophet will encourage some Sahaba them when I be elite, when I be right. He say when I write, but when I be right, na paper, now I say no. We write up a bank of trees, per animal kanda, per stone, per trees. So he try to answer a question. What do you mean no write the Quran per paper that time day? You see that time the technology not start yet. Prophet Embona at the end of the Middle Ages, whether the 5th century, 570, 571 AD, na Embona. So that time the technology not start yet. China not invent paper yet. Will not be heavy civilization. Before Prophet became Nadunia, China was already there as a civilization. So not to pick a civilization, no. Instead, now so that the Middle Ages, where they call Dark Ages in Europe, and they call that also medieval period. You see now how this great lady, what they call Hafsa, where they go into history, we talk about medieval period, they say Jahiliyyah period, he said the Middle Ages, he talk about China being a civilization. I think you don't give you some kind of information we'll go all. Yes. So we'll come back to Fatima. You don't really go to your sister talk. Today look like na 2 for 2. Today 2 man there versus 2 man there. But you know look at no more. So don't come back now. Where the Quran it can't do this way. Now no for say in this way na so the Quran not be suffer from interpolation. Because within a period of 23 years, the Quran has already been compiled. Now, what now you can know how the Quran they organize them in a book form during the time of Bakar. When Prophet died, what will be happen? Sayyidina Bakar come to power. What will be happen with the Quran? Tell me about.
Before the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam died, he left a copy of the Quran to him with Hafsa. And after when the Prophet ﷺ died, before the Prophet ﷺ died, in the sense some amongst the strong army men them to make them go fight a war in Syria. So and the war will lead that war day now a 12-year-old boy that they call Osama. So after the Prophet ﷺ died, Abu Bakr Siddiq he become the Caliph of Islam, the first Caliph, the leader. And when he become the leader, during the time where the Prophet ﷺ died, the kuffar them that the one that will be say the rivets and one way just can't join Islam. Just before the Prophet ﷺ died, they come meet Abu Bakr Siddiq say, he say may Abu Bakr Siddiq exempt them from giving zakat.
And tell Abu Bakr dinner. Prophet no die, say they can exempt them from paying zakat. So Abu Bakr degree for example to pay zakat.
No sir. So like when Abu Bakr Siddiq be rejected that day, Then they built a war, whether they call the Battle of Yamama, where they kill about 70 Hufad. That the one the way they memorize the Quran. So when they don't kill them people there, so they Hufad them. So Umar radiallahu anhu began to Abu Bakr Siddiq. He said if we don't, then they kill people the way they memorize the Quran. We know they able get people when we say they able for teach this Quran here. So with that, then come about the idea for compile this Quran here. So the one the way we say they don't write pad and paper them, then book
paper,
then they trees them, they stones them, they all carry them together to make them compile into one form. Abu Bakr Siddiq be there in this compilation in die. Umar become the second caliph. When Umar become the second caliph,
so you don't get issue. Alhamdulillah, you don't get issue at all. So what you sister don't talk now is when the Prophet died, he left the Quran in that crude way. Crude materials then. The cow after we talk this no. He left the Quran in back of trees, back of stones, back of animal kada, because technology not started. He said when Prophet died now, he left in person a copy to one of UF where they call house and he gave a secretary local Zaid. So where the Prophet died now, well, he gave people away a new convert to them. They feel say Islam not just for going inside come out also. They come into Abu Bakr the first caliph, but except you for pay zakat, we don't continue for the with you. Abu Bakr said not to make the laws of Islam. Zakat, now for money man they wait for spend, they think before na the tax of Islam. For the money man they will pay annually. So because of this, they can attack the states. So Sayyid Abu Bakr, in people, the scholars will be there and join the army. So they kill 70 of them. Umar be worried. Because he can't tell about Kareno, so don't let the Quran not interfere with them. So they decided to call the Zayn for chair a committee of people who memorize the Quran using after you copy, we keep Prophet you. Now they put the Quran the way they did for saying, so every day, so every day, so every day. They all see the two of them. They all memorize them. Yes. So what evidence will they should say? If the Quran had memorized yesterday, they still memorize them. So because if what you know be happen yesterday, no go happen now. People they still there that the world where they memorize Quran.
No, Alhamdulillah for that. You see, even till yesterday, Foysil they make them program, and you get sisters, them brothers, they will be see them memorize the Quran. So Allah Subhanahu wa Taala tell in the Quran say, He say, na in don't send down this remembrance here, so and it will save her from any form of fabrication, and will save the Quran from any form of interpolation or form of for make people and change the words them. So with that, Allah Subhanahu wa Taala don't make that particular promise there. Till now, you get people when we say that they make effort to make them memorize the Quran. The young one then when we say that they memorize the Quran. Even till now, yesterday you look from amongst the one when we say they memorize the Quran. You get the youngest girl when we say now 11 years of age, he don't memorize the Quran. So you see, people that they make effort towards this, and because of Allah Subhanahu wa Taala promise.
Well, tell you thank you. Say the justification for saying the Quran memorized yesterday. He say it mere fact that they memorize it now. See, yesterday something wonderful happened na Frabe College, Afi Theatre with Amigo College. Yes, 37 years ago, Padami College there. Now yesterday they get big Quran memorization competition nationwide. When I pride of the nation, yesterday we see God picking them when they memorize Quran. They go by them some kind young people, they youth them who memorize the Quran. Allah Akbar, they say, see where that yesterday when I 11 years, all the Quran that he eat. And he said several times for say he now as an engineer, very soon they call her engineer Fatima. So he said to memorize the Quran. Alhamdulillah, I think I go join Muhammad. Now go back to Hafsa after terrible small bar, you know, he good lady woman. Because he got very concerned about the woman there. Because if you see that they are good thing, we all don't benefit. If we are there, we all don't. So tell me small, where the Quran they not compiled in the book form now. We don't say that woman not get problem. This now intake for 10 years after Sayyidina Bakari, about 3 years. Then Sayyidina Umar 10 years, 13 years now. When Sayyidina Usman come, what did it happen? We bring about the Quran for car inside paper now. This paper, this Quran we get now.
So
I'm not hearing from you.
After the demise of Umar ibn Khattab, Sayyidina Uthman became the third Caliph and can take the mantle of leadership. But though your mantle of leadership, he faced a problem, and the problem we're facing, the articulation of the people, how the people they be pronounce the Quran. They be pronounce the Quran in different kind of ways because different types they don't kind inside Islam. So in decide for tells Zaid, the prophet in sect trinket, then call some of the Ufas, the more they mean Ufas, people who don't know the Quran verbatim, they read them word for word. Let them teach the people them how the prophet be they articulate the Quran, how the prophet be they pronounce the Quran. And lucky for Uthman, China they be don't event paper by then, so he decide for put the Quran in paper form, in book form, like in the today, like today, and tell the people and let them burn all and quoting the way they be they write the Quran. But I make any Quran where you open behind they see the right day because Uthman here.
Utelu Tenki. He said after Sayyidina Bakar passed, when for the prophet, yes, Sayyidina Umar came, problem with it, but Sayyidina Umar to expand Islam. He don't go to Egypt and North Africa. So you see this one, I look like a powerful historian. So Islam don't reach North Africa during the time of Usman ibn Affan. In less than a period of 23 years, Islam had not only conquered Europe, it had conquered Egypt, it had conquered Iraq, it had conquered Iran. It had also moved North Africa, where I came from Itibabas them. When you move Islam from North Africa to West Africa in Guinea-Conakry. And from Guinea-Conakry, Islam enters Sierra Leone. Allahu Akbar. So within that 10 days, he said something happened because the people don't carry Islam, new people, the way how they pronounce the Quran, too correct because of the dialect. So this one be the problem. So Sayyidina Usman, this third caliph, for call back say, let the committee, let make sure say, let the Quran deal like how prophet be the leader, the articulator. They don't do that one day, luckily for him, China, this ancient civilization, way there before even the body prophets. Between China, I don't tell you, not to picking country at all. Where's the prophets? Go seek knowledge like in China. So China was already known. Before that time, the America, no one know England, don't know what I eat. They know the England, know the itself. And the China be there. So now so it be happen. China don't invent this paper here. They just take now this material here. They send up by this they ledger here. Paint them send up at different Islamic centers in the world. Now so Islam within a period of 23 years after the demise of the prophet, death of the prophet, Quran will be intact like I need to show. Inshallah, we'll get question for answer. But look quickly to Mr. Mohammed. You know you two sister they wanted to talk because about the Quran. What is the major responsibility of the Qumrah to you picking for land Quran? If Qumrah sit down, you don't agree for land, you don't like picking. What Islam say?
Alhamdulillah wa salatu wa salam ala Rasulillah. Islam is a very beautiful religion that it tries to guide we within the teachings and the principles of Islam and what the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam say. The major responsibility of every believer Muslim parent, a need for no say now for educate in picking them about the Creator we bring them here. May they know about Allah first, then may they learn the Western education. For any parents we make a picking learn about Allah, the picking go no responsibility towards them. Why make today we they see parents undergo crisis na the homes them we them picking them na because they left with your metal say them follow them desire, them follow what they want, and they left with your metal say. Because of that one day, now that's make it the final say in every society today in the world, picking the slap in parent, we see picking a mind is earned by parent. It means the parent be not lacking responsibility somewhere. If you see picking up a mouth for causing mama, it means say a parent be not lacking responsibility somewhere. Because for any parent, Muslim parent believer, we give in picking Islamic knowledge, and no irresponsibility towards in parents them. It is very big. Even the way they talk to in parents them, it is taking time. So if you begin no irresponsibility towards in parents them, means in parents them lack somewhere. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tell you in a very beautiful verse, in Surah Zukhruf, verse 36, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala say, وَمَنْ يَأْشُوا عَنْ ذِكْرِ الرَّحْمَنِ نُقَيِّدْ لَهُ شَيْطَانٌ فَهُوَ لَهُ قَرِيبٌ. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala say, for any person, for whether man or woman, for any person, whether old or young, for any mortal man, whether rich or poor, we turn him back from the remembrance of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Allah said, "Nuqayyid lahu shaitan, but who Allahu qarin." Allah they appoint for a shaitan. That what in this mean? It means say the pikin they do not know what he want for do. He thinks say for move according to how he want for move, not according to the principles of Islam, not according to what Allah say, but according to his own desire. So he just go he want for go. And they can people a day. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala say another verse. He say, "Waman yurid an zikri rabbihi." What he Almighty Allah say? He say, "It make for this dunya ma'ishatan danka." It make the dunya difficult for them, and then they don't ever get peace. Why? Because they throw away the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in a corner. And if you throw away the book of Allah in a corner, Allah they make life difficult for you now. In which way? You begin and no go ever get respect for you. You go lost your respect to you begin them. They will challenge you because you not tell them what Allah say. And because you not give them the Islamic teachings, means say they take the Western education where you give them and bring them your life. Even if you die, they know they will make for you dua that you don't lose. But wallahi, oh, good news for the parents who did make effort to make them begin and learn Islam. Good news for them can parents in the day. Happiness for them in this dunya and happiness for them in the day of Qiyamah. Now let me take a brief story where we start been telling me. Say the Prophet during the time of the Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam, this man he not be make for making picking, he not be live, he not be learn Islam, but in wealth be de pambele, and in time of death be done near. So where this man before he die, now they tell him wealth something. We wallahi may Allah grant you a spouse we go listen to we and obey what we tell them. Amen. He tell him wealth say me wealth. I know say they can't die. And me not be obey God. Me no learn about God. I know say me and God will go for go London under. But do ya when you born with Pekin, put on by Islamic knowledge. Me go learn about God. When this man can pass away, we in wealth born, he became a certain age. Now they put up for me go learn about God. Because of who say been there, you not get peace. As today, but couple the way they don't pass away, they not get peace to say they day today. And they became a day now they dance. They by enjoyment, they feel pump themselves. You don't know what you pray in the but who's can fit away pass? You pray them that is going to dance pantapa. Subhanallah. So this woman will put him begin for me go learn God Islamic knowledge. When the ustaz say Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, when the begin say Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, this part get percentage by it became the knowledge where they seek. It get percentage per annum, and mama get percentage per annum, and the stars get percentage per annum. So because of this one, I am receive for the punishment of the
thank you. So from Musa and us, inshallah, I say the Kumra will make him Pekin and Quran, the Pekin will get chance for me to have for them. But if you learn all that thing, then no more, you left that one, the who's do I go make now. Now computer, they say computer, WhatsApp, technology, social media, no passing the Quran. So if Pekin will forget you, he's not going to serve you because you make the Pekin forget God. So let's start forgive Pekin godly education. When you get godly education, that kind of person will succeed in the next world. He will remember you, he will cherish you. He will not ever turn animal for slap you, for curse you like the kind of Pekin they will want today, going to serve with God. So when you ask the question by this program here, he say if you like for God Pekin for where to assist during this month here, especially when they are fasting. Me, they answer that question. They not know the way long woman for wear trousers, but the only thing for tight. And if forget clothes where they cover a hip, cover down. So for make a tight. For make a, if I close them, everybody, man or woman, find for wear clothes way tight. We tight and say we get also medical effect. So wear trousers, wear clothes, we cover them, or wear something where they cover till your hip. Necessary people necessarily. So not Ramadan no more. Ramadan or Ramadan, the Muslim is the same the way they dress. Not to Ramadan, cash you have for dress. Yeah. Now for your good, they also ask if you write for people learn for the brag about the fast or the fast, So you understand me, I did my fast, so no, so tell I joke the person, the joke no more. Actually, the prophet say, when person will make a palava, tell I say, I did my fast, not to brag. There's a difference between brag and somebody for say they my fast. So tell the person, you want to give food, you don't go say I did my fast. Yes, I did my fast, now for I go eat, and if I eat with you, so that's a different thing between brag at all. But not to where you go, people go and boast because na between them God and you for say the fast. So my God in power, as we land up now, or ask quickly, tell me what are the benefits if you learn Quran, picking learn Quran, we go learn other education, what you can do say quickly.
We get to do the hadith we say al ilmu quwwa, knowledge is power. So anybody so far we say is seek knowledge, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala they add for one power. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tell you Surah Al-Mujaddala, he say yawfa'u Allahu alladhina amanu walladhina utu ilmu darajat. Allah they elevates the one the way he say then believe from amongst them and the people of knowledge. So if you now a person will be say he gets knowledge, he gain elevation as the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
So knowledge we gain knowledge, it gets elevation, especially also spirituality inside it. It could serve as a check. Yes, me and you after telling back, if person learn this Islamic education, this Quran, now you go to school, you go to Fulumuku.
No. The Prophet Ali Shalom tell me about two kind of knowledge. Say al-ilmu dinya, that the knowledge of the deen, and ilmu dunya, then the knowledge of the dunya. He say who that want the goodness of this world, they get knowledge, and through knowledge they get discovery, technology, and honor. So it's very important. So when person learn the Quran, they get all different kind of knowledge because Quran na kutubul qayyima, na encyclopedia of all kind of knowledge. And they give you history, geography, science, and so many things then. And Ibn Khaldun say, if you're not teaching that became very high knowledge of the Quran, they say they kind of so many things then, and they will get sense. Now for that, they can learn Quran, we go to school. Then they beat in time, we they go to school. We beat to copy in time. They miss another money, not to nothing, because we're climbing. And one of the quality of education, memorization. So Fatima, no, today, Afsa, make for me to pray for this institution, administration of this SLBC. Pray for the wider brother, all the way there. Also pray for the country. Pray for Allah for giving a word, Allah for bringing benefits. Inshallah, help you by prayer today. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Qul huwallahu ahad, Allahu samad, lam yalid ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل أعوذ برب الفلق من شر ما خلق ومن شر غاسق إذا وقب ومن شر النفاثات في العقد ومن شر حاسد إذا حسد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل أعوذ برب الناس مالك الناس إله الناس من شر الوسواس الخناس الذي يوسوس في صدور الناس من الجنة والناس.
سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
I don't like children who say Bismillah. I don't like children who say Bismillah.
Don't forget, never forget Bismillah. Don't forget, never forget Bismillah.
And when the night is dark, if you forget the dua of sleep, I would come in your dream when you forget Bismillah.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. And when the night is deep, I say the dua of sleep. I read a nice story, but before say Bismillah. Before say Bismillah.
before sleeping, before living, before sitting, before drinking, before singing, before playing, before reading, before writing.
Bismillah, 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 au nom d'Allah. Bismillah, Bismillah, in the name of Allah. Bismillah, 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 au nom d'Allah. Bismillah, Bismillah, in the name of Allah.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they've found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change. We've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened. Because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place, all of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fisherman, the taxi driver,
the barber,
the drummers, the dancers.
All of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours. The future is ours. It's our time again.
And this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright, the greengrocer,
the teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
This light is ours.
The beaches are ours. The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
Today is Monday, the 10th of March 2025. Hello and welcome to Sports Updates live on TV. I am Francis Barnett and we are broadcasting live at Broadcasting House in New England View. Well, this is the program that always informs you about the latest in the world of sports. In today's edition of the program, as Leon Stars prepare ahead of their doubleheader in the World Cup qualifiers, we shall be exclusively talking to the NSA to know preparations ahead of these matches. And also in the English Premier League, Arsenal and Manchester United played a 1-1 draw yesterday. We have to find out who is the greatest beneficiary in that particular match yesterday as we'll be going through the Premier League. Well, already it seems as though Liverpool will be crowned the champions of the English Premier League with that draw yesterday for Arsenal. The stories plus more lined up in this edition of the program. You are invited to participate by sending your comments and views to the number on your screen, or you find us on our Facebook page, SLBC TV Live. The program is Sport Update. Welcome back. This is Sports Update live on TV, and you are invited to participate, ask questions on the issues discussed here, and we'll definitely ask them if they are in place. You do so by sending your comments and views to the number on your screen, or you go to our Facebook page, Slbc TV Live, or you also find us on all other social media handles. We now start with the program proper as Leon Stars prepare for their double header in the ongoing World Cup qualifiers. The National Sports Authority, NSA, has launched a funding process for the national team. Well, we'll have to find out, and for that we have in the studios John Gegba. John is a member of the media team of the National Sports Authority, and he is my studio guest. Good afternoon, John, and welcome to the program.
Yes, good afternoon, Francis, and good afternoon, Sierra Leone.
Leon Stars will be playing in 2 weeks' time, or less than that, against Guinea-Bissau, and I think against Egypt, and this is a double header. First, let's talk about preparations ahead of this match.
Well, basically, as a regulatory body, the National Sports Authority is responsible to ensure that the national team is well taken care of. As we always say, the national team is the property of the government of Sierra Leone, the people and government of Sierra Leone. So therefore, when once we have any game or games coming, we prepare well financially. We ensure that they have the everything needed to support them to win. You know, as an institution, that is what we have always been doing, preparing the ground for the technical team to step in to ensure that when there is nothing lacking, you know, so that is what the National Sports Authority, as mandated by law, is doing. You know, we are well prepared ahead of the 2 matches, one in Liberia and the other one in Egypt. So that is why we have launched the fundraising, because it's not only that government support the national team, we want corporate institutions, you know, to also step in, and that is why we are going out to different institutions to ensure that they support the national team this time.
So what is it that is missing? Because for far too long we've not seen the NSA or Ministry of Sports or whoever the institution is going out to ask fundraising, because it's always other sporting disciplines have been crying over the way the national team Leon Stars is being treated at an advantageous way against them. So we've always seen this situation, but this is different this time around. What is it?
Well, the national team is different. The Leon Star of football is different. Football is the biggest capital, political capital for every country. You know, so as a government, we thought it fit that since it does not only bring the political capital, but it brings national cohesion. You know, through football, we see a lot of people coming together, even people that are not in speaking terms, we sit together and cheer up their teams. You know, so that is why as a government, as an institution, we put premium on football, and Leon Star as a case. You know, so it's not that we are marginalizing other sporting associations. We always try as a government to support where we can, not only finance but other means. We are always supporting. Sporting associations can bear witness that we have always been supporting them. You know, but when it comes to national team, Leon Star, we know our participation is important as a country. We cannot say we will not participate because there is no money, or we can. That is not even an excuse. You know, so that is why we pay premium on that on the national team to ensure that the resources and whatever is required is provided.
So the more reason the questions, because if premium have been paid to the national team Leon Stars, and now Leon Stars is asking, the team is now asking I mean the team, everybody involved. I mean it's a package. The NSA, the Ministry of Sports, the SLFA, and even the national team. So if this team is now asking for fundraising, when before now, they will just say, okay, the budget has been sent to the Ministry of Finance, and Ministry of Finance is ready, or they will disburse funds at any time from now for the national team. But now we are seeing a shift in the dynamics, so that's the more reason why we need to know why.
Basically, there is no shift in the dynamics. The normal process that has been going on is ongoing as I speak. We have done the budget. The Minister of Sports has presented to the Minister of Finance, and it's always a process to get those funds out. So whilst we wait for the funds, it is normal that we...
Is it that Leone Stars need extra cash?
It's not
from the one that will be given by government? Because we've seen government being the sole financier of the national team.
The government is the biggest supporter of the national team and other sporting associations. And as a result of that, they have always been able to provide those resources required for the national team. So therefore, what we're saying here is it's a normal practice that institutions raise funds. You know, it's a normal practice all over the world, you know, even in the United States. Otherwise, we would not say Donald Trump would have just said, as a billionaire, I will support my campaign, but they raised funds. So this is a normal practice. It's happening in Nigeria, Ghana, you know, in other countries. You see corporate institutions coming on board. They will say, okay, I will buy the tickets, I will do this, I will do that. You know, so this time around we also say, okay, in as much as government is the highest or the biggest supporter of the national team, it is also important that we talk to corporate institutions, let them step in where they can. Whatever comes from them, it will be made public, and the government also will say, okay, this is what the corporate institutions or individuals have provided. We also are going to provide what is left. You know, but as I said, like you also said, government has been the biggest supporter of the team, and this is not the first time this is happening. It has been happening, and it's a normal practice.
Okay, so John, before now, we had corporate institutions, as you rightly said, coming in, but it's been a while that we've not seen these institutions coming in to support the national team. Not only the national team, even other sporting disciplines. I think one of the sporting disciplines that have enjoyed that support from corporate institutions is the Sierra Leone Cricket Association, volleyball, and the rest. But the national team, I don't know what went wrong. Before, we used to see business institutions coming in, but it stopped at some point. Do you think you're going to make Leone Stars that much attractive that we attract business people to say, okay, look, let's go and support our national team, let's pour our money on the national team, Leone Stars?
Yes, we have contacted over 30 corporate institutions.
And what has been the response?
And positive. Very, very positive response from everyone. I've sat in meetings where we have made phone calls, and those people have responded positively. And whatever we started doing, we consulted with His Excellency the President. You know, when we told him we wanted to do fundraising, because it's not all the time that we run to Ministry of Finance for funds. You know, he said that is a very, very good idea, and he supports the idea. So after the meeting with the President, we initiated this idea, and we have met with a lot of people. The Vice President also supports, the First Lady. You know, they are all in support of this, and they are in their own little way. They are going to see what they can provide whilst we wait for the Ministry of Finance. And as I said, whatever we are going to receive from corporate institution or from individuals, we are going to make sure that we make it transparent, so that people will know. We have already done the budget to the Ministry of Finance. They have it. We will tell them, okay, this is what the corporate institutions provided, and this is what you should provide now. So we put everything together, and at the end of the day, we get what we want.
So who will be managing these funds?
The National Sports Authority is
okay,
by law.
So you and I know, or we could recall, that President Bio once launched the Sports Basket Fund. We want to know the status of that, because if we have that running, up and running, we need not to go back to these institutions because they should be putting money into that fund. Well, let's talk about its status.
When Dr. Emmanuel Safar took over, we made nothing in the basket funds. Even with the seed money that was given by President? There was a seed money provided by His Excellency the President, but that was used for the New Star, the AFCON. You know, it was used. So when we came in, when Dr. Safar came in, we wanted regulations that will ensure that corporate institutions or individuals contribute to the funds. So that is what we have done. We have developed the regulations, and we have engaged with the Minister, the Attorney General, Minister of Justice, and that process is at an advanced stage. And once that is completed, you know, we will not be struggling for all, or will not be waiting to raise funds. You know, corporate institutions or NRA, for example, we have a role to play. So maybe whatever goods or services is provided, a percentage of that amount will go straight to the basket funds. So we have developed the laws, and it's at a stage where we will complete soon, and the basket fund will be provided. We are not the NSA that will manage it. There will be a board of eminent Sierra Leoneans who will be in charge of that. So not only for football, when once we need resources for other sporting associations. Okay, so John, before we let you have your rest, let's talk about how much are we talking about? What is the expected amount that the NSA is looking forward to receive in preparation of these matches that we are talking about? Mark you, this is just the World Cup qualifiers. Very soon, the Leone Stars should be preparing to play in the Nations Cup qualifiers as well. Yeah, basically, once we have these games, we are looking at $700,000 to $800,000 because it's a 2 crunch matches. You know, if we are playing Liberia, we are supposed to play in Sierra Leone in Freetown here, but unfortunately our stadium is under renovation, so we have to play our home game in Liberia. You know, before Dr. Safar came, they were playing in Morocco, but he thought it's fit that playing in Morocco was quite expensive for us as a country. So we asked whether the games can be played in Liberia, and it was possible, and that is why even our Nations Cup qualifiers, all of them were played in Liberia. You know, so coming to play in Liberia basically cut down on the expenditure. So we anytime we have, because the national team and the technical directors will be flying from Liberia to Egypt. You know, hotel allowances, game bonuses, all of that will be paid. So we are looking closely to $800,000 to $1 million. Okay. The national team, Leone Stars, if the team is to qualify, even though the contract of Mohamed Kaloun, it spans on to 2028. However, he has a project, and that is Project 2027, that is to qualify for the next Nations Cup. Why is it that the World Cup is not a target? The World Cup is a target. It's a target. But premium is not put on it. This is quite important for us at NSA and as a country. You know, we are not just going to play because we want to play, or it's a statutory game that we want to participate. It is our responsibility, or his responsibility as the team coach, that he qualifies the team to the World Cup. We have 5 matches to play, and if we are fortunate enough to win 3 or 4 of those matches, we stand a better chance to qualify. So it's important. The World Cup is important, you know. And he has also, in the previous contracts, we have Article 11.2, which talks about performance, you know, as a coach. So he also is going to have that in his clause, in his contract. You know, we have 5 games with him playing 5 games. I think he's going to produce results, and that is what we are positive about. Don't you think our expectations are too high? We always have to, because We have no option.
How are we preparing to manage it?
We are very much prepared, and if you can go down to SLFA every day, the national team is preparing, is playing, you know, and we want this time around also to build on the home base. You know, that is why the home base team, they have started training way before now. You know, so we are very much prepared.
You
for
mean we want to use the home base, more of the home base players for these qualifiers?
Yeah, basically we want to ensure that we qualify. Whatever is available to us for us to qualify, we are going to use it. You know, whether it's foreign base or home base, we are going to use whatever is available to ensure that we move from the previous stage to another stage in football.
All right, thank you very much. Continue to stay with us. Well, he is John Gegba, and he is from the National Sports Authority. As the National Sports Authority has launched a fundraising drive to fund the national team Leone Stars, even as they prepare to face a doubleheader in the ongoing World Cup qualifiers. Mind you, that World Cup will be held in USA, Mexico, and that of Canada. Well, the program is Sports Updates live on TV, and Frances Bynard is my name. Well, initially I told you that we are going to talk about the English Premier League as it's becoming interesting. However, it seems as though Liverpool will be crowned the champions. Well, I don't know. We don't know what will happen, but from that draw yesterday with Manchester Arsenal, with that draw against Manchester United, I think everything is now in favor of Liverpool to make sure they lift the trophy again this season. Well, I have with me in the studio my colleague Abdul Kabir. Abdul, good afternoon and welcome to the program.
Good afternoon and thank you so very much for having me.
The English Premier League, it has been an interesting season for the English Premier League. We've seen Liverpool, we've seen Arsenal, of course Chelsea also. We've not seen much from them. They started well, but in the middle of the season it's not going too well for them. And we've also seen Manchester United. In fact, I'm afraid that team, something else will happen, but I'm not going to say much. You have been following the league.
Yeah, unexpected twist of events in the English Premier League. So to speak, we've seen the accuracy of certain teams. I'll tell you for a fact that Liverpool, they've been highly impressive, and in fact their manager the team has been slotting the goals as the name implies. So you see, they've got a very fine team, a well-balanced team, and Liverpool, from every indication, they've got the upper hand to clinch the trophy at the end of the day. They visibly demonstrated that since the word go of the English Premier League. It's such a very interesting moment, and for the other teams, things are not looking good. Difficult moment for Arsenal, Manchester United, you mentioned, Chelsea, and the rest of the other teams. And Manchester City, you know, the dominance, the end of the dominance, I'll tell you for sure. Before this time, it was City. And in fact, Sierra Leone had a fair share of the triumph of City, because they had the Manchester City in Sierra Leone. We had Sheikh Amani, who was all over the place celebrating Manchester City. But times are changing now. It's difficult for you to see Amani moving around these days celebrating City. No, Liverpool, the Reds, they are up for it, and this is football, a game where everything is possible.
Abdul, don't you think this season Liverpool has been in a very good position since the start of this season, if you compare Liverpool to the other clubs in terms of injury concerns and all the rest of it? Manchester City, yes, they had this issue of Rodri, and that's
the Ballon d'Or.
Yes. No, well, let's forget about the Ballon d'Or. Let's talk about his injury as well.
Yeah,
you know, this has been a major setback for Manchester City.
Massive setback.
Yes, and we've not seen that kind of situation in Liverpool. The last time they had Van Dijk, we all saw how they struggled to cope with the league. But this time around, all their key players have been informed. So because of that, they have been able to manage the Premier League, and their biggest rivals has been Arsenal, and Arsenal of course, they bottled the league right from the transfer window when they failed to get a serious striker to put in their attacking line, and because of that, that league is gone, because from every indication now, Liverpool are running away with the league.
Yeah, the runaway champions, if you like. And I will take it from the transition they had Liverpool. You know, they had Klopp. For me, he led the foundation to what Slot is enjoying today. He guided the team to major honors in the English Premier League and outside the English Premier League, the domestic league. They dominated the league outside as well. So Klopp made a very huge impact, a significant impact in Liverpool. He guided the team to major heights in the game, and he assembled players. For me, players who are equal to the task, players who are ready to play. Mo Salah, you know, the other day we had the Kaga issue. He mentioned for the English Premier League, Mo Salah is such a brilliant player, but he's not playing in a major competition. The AFCON argument was all over the place, describing the AFCON as not a major competition. That was absolutely awful on the part of Kaga, the former Liverpool. And we saw the matching from Africa. We are still talking about Liverpool.
What African players have
done. I love the synergy from African players, including the four-time African best Samuel Eto'o, Didier Drogba, El Hadji Diouf, and a host of other players.
You saw what Mikel Obi said.
Indeed, Mikel Obi. In fact, JJ Okocha said this player who is describing the AFCON has not been a major competition.
He said he's not a serious player.
You cannot compare this player who has never won a Premier League. You know, the back and forth in terms of the
Abdul, not only African players who've seen where English players or other players from other parts of the world.
Ferdinand as well.
Not only, we even saw the former player for Arsenal, Ian Wright. He was so mad about that comment, saying that it was
unfortunate.
It was an unfortunate statement coming from Jamie Carragher to say that AFCON is not a serious competition.
No, AFCON is Africa's biggest football show.
So what do you think? Don't you think this is a whistleblower for African leaders, especially those in the administration of sport, that they should step up to make sure they make this competition attractive?
Absolutely. So it's a wake-up call, and the president of CAF, Patrice Motsepe, and the rest of the team, they should roll up their sleeves. I think they should now continue to work to make the AFCON more attractive, make the AFCON
and African players playing in these leagues should also prioritize their league.
I know.
Their competition.
You've got the African legends. They've been doing a lot. They've been doing a lot. They've been playing competition. They've been organizing themselves. Many a times when you see the AFCON awards, the CAF awards, they'll go there to celebrate African unity. This is not just about football. It's about that Pan-African conversation. It's about getting everyone on board. It's good for the game. And the AFCON has been, for me, it has been a saving grace for Africa.
Now, Abdul, let's go to the national team, Leon Stars, even as they prepare ahead of their two matches in the ongoing World Cup qualifiers. You have been following. I know you were there when Mohamed Kalon was unveiled. You actually represented the SLBC there, and now he has started training. However, we've seen Sierra Leonean players doing well in recent times. I don't know if it's because they want to qualify for the World Cup for the very first time in history. We've seen Sierra Leonean players doing very well across Europe. You see, we saw the performance of Juma Pa yesterday. Yeah. You know, one might say when he was playing for Valladolid, you know, that league, that club was, because of the position they are occupying in the Spanish La Liga. However, you saw his performance yesterday.
It was classic.
He played for full 90 minutes against Marseille. And of course, Mohamed Kalon, I know he actually watched that match. I mean the coach now, because to see Juma playing in that position and how effective he was, then you begin to say maybe we just need the scout to up his game, to continue talking to these guys to make sure they know that yes, these are credible people. We are representing Sierra Leone, and then we'll get these players coming. Don't you think so?
Yes, certainly. In this day and age, in fact, you don't need to labor around getting players who are effective in terms of playing. By the click of a mouse, you know who is performing, who is not performing. Jumaba has been so good, but unfortunately for us, Augustus Kagbo, who picked up an injury, tough moment for the Leone Stars.
And even his club,
the
coach is so worried. He said
he is deeply worried because Augustus has been a very fine player, a very consistent player. He has scored some goals.
And we all know his performance, his contribution to the national team.
He's such an invaluable asset to Sierra Leone.
Okay, so Abdul, let's look at other players across Europe.
Yes, other players are doing so well. Just Koma as well, very fine player.
And we saw Kake yesterday. I think his team,
his debut. Yes. He played. We saw Amadou Bakayoko as well, who was also on target, and Mustafa Bundu, and the rest of the other players are doing so well.
Unfortunately, on a sad note, the goalkeeper Mohamed and Kama involved in a road accident, but we say thanks to God he was not injured. His boss, his club boss, they were going for a match from Tanzania to another city, and then they had his boss involved in his team boss involved in an accident, but thank God he was not injured. He's safe and he's doing fine.
We are thankful to God for that. It's a welcome development for the goalkeeper, and now we've seen the emergency of other goalkeepers. Speaking of which, Alhaji Sise, who plays for Bantal FC in the local league, is on the radar. Alhaji has been a very fine shot stopper, and Alhaji is quite a goalkeeper to reckon with as well. You know, it's good for us to have competition in terms of helping the player. Once again, I want to commend the team, Alpha Lansana as well as with the team helping out. I just hope he will survive at the end of the day, because there's someone who represented Sierra Leone. We saw pictures of him the other day, extremely bad pictures of him, but now with the encouragement with the national team, I'm sure this will help to revive him once again. We've seen a couple of other stars who are helping Keole Conte. These are established names. Keole Conte played football to the admiration of everyone. He represented Sierra Leone, he played in Italy, he had an illustrious career there. So I'm sure with Keole Conte, Musa Kalon and the rest of the backroom staff, Sierra Leone is up for it. But one thing I want to say is that the coach has made it clear that players who are performing well, players who are playing week in, week out, players who are regulars will be part of the Leone Stars team. I think it will be on a basis of merit. On that basis, I'm sure we'll have better players who will represent Sierra Leone proudly, because it's not just about representation.
Okay, Abdul, so we'll have to talk about better representation, because you know there is this argument that because Mohamed Kalon is at the helm of affairs, FC Kalon players are dominating in the national team. But we'll have to talk about that, because you and I know even before Mohamed Kalon, FC Kalon players have always been in huge numbers in the national team. But we now go for a short break, and when we come back, we continue with the program Sports Update live on TV. Well, in case you are just joining us, you're watching the SLBC, and the program you're watching is Sports Updates live on TV. Frances Bernard is my name, and I am your host. In the studios, I still have John Gegba from the National Sports Authority and Abdul Kabia. Now, John, let's go back to you. You know, the issue of fundraising in Sierra Leone, many people will tell you that I don't want to put my money in I don't want to put my money, for example, they will say if it's on SLBC, well, because SLBC is not performing, or in this case, let's say the national team or the national volleyball team, I don't want to put my money because they have not been doing what they are supposed to do. And I don't want to associate my institution with places where people are always quarreling. You and I know when it comes to the national team, we always have issues. It is either the SLFA has done this, the NSA has done what's contrary to what is supposed to be done, the Ministry of Sport has done it, and all the other stuff. So because of this, it's always difficult to get people coming to give their support to sporting association, and the national team Leon Stars is not an exception. What's different this time around?
Yes, first of all, we want to encourage Sierra Leoneans, we want to encourage corporate institutions that it's important to always support, to pay back. You know, for the first time, what we are doing is not only done by NSA. There is a committee that comprises of the National Sport Authority, the Ministry of Sport, the Sierra Leone Football Association, and even Office of the President. His Excellency Dr. Julius Madage is fully involved. There are representatives from State House who are part of this fundraising. So it's important as institutions that you put your money, because we are very much positive that this time around we are going to qualify. You know, we are not settling for less. We are hoping for the best, and we want to encourage everyone. Let us come on board. Let us be patriotic. Let us support our country. Once we are out there flying the green, white, and blue, is important not only for us here as Sierra Leoneans, but other people will admire us, and they will say, okay, this time on Sierra Leoneans or Sierra Leone as a national team is well prepared, you know, and they even were able to raise so and X amount of money, and that was done by corporate institutions or individuals. So,
John, the energy put into Leon Stars, it's no secret, it's not being put into other sporting associations. Why? Like volleyball, basketball, you have cricket, and these sporting disciplines have also been doing well, and they have been winning medals in international competition, but much is not given to them, or much attention has not been paid to them.
Basically, maybe much media attention has not been paid to what we are doing for them, you know, but as an institution responsible for regulating them, we have been supporting whatever way we can, and most of them, this year 2025, we have placed them in categories. You know, while maybe you cannot hear of some of those supports, is because we have told them whichever sporting association we are supporting, whether to international matches or whatever, you have to first play at local level. You have to go right around the country. You should not just be in Freetown and say you are an association of this. When it comes to traveling, then everybody will come to NSA that they want to travel. So we want to move away from that. We want to have a national associations playing at every district of
the sporting disciplines I named, I want to believe they have a national face. The volleyball, the beach volleyball, we talk about cricket. You and I know the developmental drive the cricket, Sierra Leone Cricket Association has been undertaking, because if you go around the country, I think the SLBC has been covering their activities. They have a facility, is it Zimi also? They have a facility, they are working on their facilities in Kenema, they are working on one in Bo, at the Bo School facilities, and other places. So this is a national, but yet they'll come here and tell you, yes, we needed to go, but we could not get, they'll go to the competitions, they say, okay, NSA say, let we go. We'll come back, then we'll give you money, and it becomes something that they will be moving back and forth.
Well, basically, why the NSA regulates those sporting disciplines, we have the Ministry of Finance that provide the funds. We, as an institution, we always ensure that we provide the budget to the Ministry of Finance. So it is now left to the Ministry of Finance to tell us that resources are available, and once those resources are available, we'll make it available to them. So we have been supporting not only cricket. Cricket might not get the huge support they want, but whatever way moral support, we have been supporting as an institution. So that is why I said 2025, we have placed them in categories. Those that are bringing laurels to this country. Cricket is one. And moving forward, we are going to ensure that we will be supporting them fully. because they are flying the green, white, and blue out there, you know. So a lot of other associations will grumble, but the NSA, we don't have the resources to support everybody.
Okay.
You know, but we are going to ensure that what we can, we do.
Okay, so now we've seen another information. I know many people must have seen this, that Mohammed Kalon has finally named his backroom staff according to what we had from, and they are quoting the executive director of the National Sports Authority, that Mohammed Kalon has named Musa Kalon, Paul Parker, Keule Conte, and Musa Kalon to be part of his technical team, and his brother Kemukai Kalon is taking over from Junior Lawson as the kids manager. You know, concerns all over the place the other day as to pictures which emerged from one of his training sessions that he has named, that they saw his two elder brothers, Kemokai and that of Musa Kalon, being part of his coaching staff. They are Sierra Leoneans. However, because they are the Kalon brothers, people have been raising concern. John, is there a concern for the NSA, or you just okay with whatever?
As National Sports Authority, that is not our concern. It's normal everywhere in the world that when he appoints a coach, he brings in his backroom staff, whoever he wants to bring is.
And when he fails, they go together.
When he fails, he takes the responsibility. It's a command responsibility. Whether he brings his wife or whoever, as long as those people he has brought will help him succeed, that's not the business of the NSA to determine. The NSA can only pay the coach and ensure that there is performance. When there is no performance, then we tell SLFA that we can no longer pay the coach because of non-performance. You know, so it's not our business or to determine who he brings. Our business is, as a government, we want to qualify, want to participate in those competitions. Whoever he brings is a best practice all over the world. That when you appoint anybody to serve as a coach, you can call anybody to come and assist. You know, I'm aware of those names that you have called. You know, but it's not our business to determine who and who.
All right. Now, Abdul, these names have been out in the public. I think people, and including you actually predicted some of these names, and today we've seen Mohammed Kalon naming these people to be in his team. What do you think?
Well, I think it's a timely one, and I'm sure, because at the end of the day, result is paramount here. Remember, the concept is concepts 2027. The aim is to obtain qualification. So I'm sure these are results-oriented individuals. So if you have people who are performing, no matter the relationship, no matter the connection, no matter the relation whatsoever, you name it, but the fact remains, if they are performing, they should work. They are Sierra Leoneans. Sierra Leone is for Sierra Leoneans. So let them work in the interest of the country. As long as we are going to have qualification for the Pamoja AFCON in East Africa in 2027, I'm sure that will be very much satisfactory at the end of the day, because the ultimate aim here is qualification. But the players within the football family are not too particular about the names of whoever Kalon is serving as assistant coaches or what have you, but the fact remains they want to obtain qualification. So Mohammed has an assignment. The assignment is to obtain qualification for 2027, and if by any chance the World Cup, they might pull something there, I'm sure that will be an added advantage for the team. But the fact remains, qualification is hugely at stake here.
So people have been raising concerns that the national team, the home-based team, the players invited, the team is being dominated by players from FC Kalon. But you and I know, even before Mohammed being appointed as head coach of national team, that has always been, you have FC Kalon, Bo Rangers, Eastern Lions, and the other players, especially Bo Rangers, FC Kalon, and Eastern Lions, have been dominating the home-based team.
For me, I don't think this should be the focus for now, because you have players who are performing well. I'm sure we sampled the views of people off the records. They told us, look, if these players are performing, I think they are fit to be in the team. If players are fit and proper to be in the team, then I don't think that should be the issue here. What you should be dealing with now is how we should galvanize funds, how to be able to assemble a team that will give Sierra Leone the needed qualification.
That is what the NSA is doing. I'm
sure, yes. That's a very good call, and I think it should be a collective push to get to that finish line at the end of the day. For me, what Mohamed is doing now is absolutely good. Having a couple of home-based players, if you don't use them now, when? So if you can utilize a good number of the home-based players, let's take for example back in the day when Mohamed and others were playing, Junior Tumbu, Junior Pare, Jazino and the rest of the other players, they were playing locally before they made it internationally. So at that time, the synergy, the cohesion, the organization, everything was there. So they had great moments back in the day at the time.
Abdul, I was fortunate to go to the city center the other day. I was just asking John about the management of our expectations. You know, some of these guys who knows that I work for the Slbc and I'm a sport journalist, you know, when they saw me, they say, you, Kalon, hey, want out if we win this game, if we qualify to World Cup, the expectations are too high from Sierra Leoneans. They have to manage it because, you know, these qualifiers started some time ago. Mohamed is just coming in to complete it. We have to be careful. We are in the same group with Egypt.
Yeah, Group A.
In the same group with Egypt, Guinea-Bissau, I think Djibouti also, and so
Burkina Faso, the Stallions of Burkina Faso. In fact, we play to it all with the Stallions of Burkina Faso in Mali.
So the people have to manage their expectation, don't you think so?
Certainly, particularly for the World Cup. The World Cup qualifiers. Egypt, they are flying away. Flying starts for Egypt. In fact, they are leading the group A with 10 points or so. So it means we should be very much mindful of the World Cup. But for the AFCON, it's a must. The Pamoja AFCON, it's a must. But for the World Cup, I want them to just be calm and relaxed. But for the AFCON, it's a must. Mohamed must take us to the AFCON, and our team is in safe hands.
Mohamed has been thrown into the Lions Den.
Well, I'm sure Mohamed will pull through. Mohamed played as a skipper for the national team. He represented Sierra Leone. He sacrificed a lot for this nation.
So when he was appointed, the newspapers in Italy, I'm sure you saw some of their headings for Mohamed Kal. Even though we don't speak, we don't read their language. However, you see the name Mohamed Kal with his pictures with most of their dailies. They carry that story. I don't know why Italy think Mohamed is one of theirs.
Well, Mohamed played there. He did everything in Italy, and he had a great time there for internationally. And now Mohamed is part of the family. Mohamed is always one of them because they've got a family. When you played for Inter Milan in those days, you're like a family. So that synergy is there. That spirit of camaraderie.
As a journalist, if you are to, what are your expectations for Mohamed Kal?
Mohamed Kal, my expectation is to build the team around the home-based players, not just for him.
Do you think he's going to be a good coach?
Certainly he is, because Mohamed has got the needed qualification.
Will he qualify us to the AFCON?
The AFCON, yes, that's a must. Mark my words.
All right. Thank you very much, Abdul. So, John, we have to go. And launching this fundraising is one, but for you to be moving around and also to making it making it to the media houses to make sure you let the public know about it. You don't know, you might have business people who might want to drop their 50 leons. It's also important, you know, a little drop of water makes a mighty ocean. So you have to start. You don't just stay in your office and say, okay, we have met with the First Lady, the Vice President, President Bill. You have people in the marketplaces that might want to contribute for Leone Stars development, because they want to celebrate as they did when Leone Stars qualified after 25 years to the Nations Cup. What are you doing?
Yes, basically we want, like I started, we want to encourage everyone. If you want to contribute, we have people, we have committee members that you can contact. If you go to Ministry of Sport, we have Director Koji. At Sierra Leone Football Association, we have Benson.
So don't you have an account number? Because people might want to drop the money in the account.
There is an account number, but I can't read it here now. I don't have it, you know. But we have been moving around. Before I came here, I was with the MD of Sierra Leone Commercial Bank. He requested, I stated here that this fundraising the president of Sierra Leone is also.
What about a street show with some of the players? You know,
Yeah,
you move to
road
some
show,
of a road show. I mean, you move to some of these keys, major streets in Freetown.
Kenema is in town.
Guy is here. Get these players on some of these big buses or trucks.
Yeah.
You know, you play music and they display the Leone Stars jersey. Definitely, you get people giving you their 20 Leone Stars, 10 Leone.
We are
Even school
using,
kids.
we ensure that we use every strategy available to us.
All
But
right.
as media houses, also we encourage you that on a daily basis you propagate this information to ensure that we get the required resources.
So after that,
for our
we
national
send the
team.
invoice to your office.
No, you don't. This is patriotism. We all
Okay.
support to raise funds for our national team.
All right, John, thank you very much. Well, he is John Gegba from the National Sports Authority. Many thanks to you, John, for being part of the program, and many thanks to Abdul Kabir. Frances Bernard is my name. On behalf of all of us at Broadcasting House, thanks for watching, and keep watching your public broadcaster. Yes, Slbc, have a lovely and wonderful day. And next on TV is Musa. Have a lovely day. Goodbye.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they've found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change. We've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened. Because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place. All of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else, or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown. Freetown.
Freetown.
Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown. I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
The taxi driver,
The barber,
the drummers, the dancers.
All of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
the future is ours. It's our time again.
and this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
The greengrocer,
The teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
this light is ours.
the beaches are ours. The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown,
Freetown. We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don dey from there. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
Good afternoon and welcome to News Hour on the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. I am Stella Banguram. Coming up in this edition, European Union and SLRA monitor the Moyamba Junction and Mashiakabo Highway Road construction. Both districts gets first sexual offences model court, and wildfire destroys acres of vegetables in Hogboy Village, Bombont District. These stories and more in this edition of News Hour. Stay with us. Welcome back. Welcome back, and now to our first story. The European Union and officials from SLRA have monitored the ongoing road constructions of the Moyamba Junction Road and the 14-kilometer stretch Mashiakabo Highway Road from Songo Junction to the Mabang Bridge. The monitoring exercise was to appraise the quality and level of works done so far. The construction of these truck roads, when completed, will link the southeast and enhance rural developments. Moses Conte went along with the team and now reports.
Since the collapse of the Mabang Bridge in 2013, access to Songo and its environs has been challenging for indigents and business people who are applying that route. But the swift interventions of the European Union and the government of Sierra Leone have seen the construction of this Moyamba to Moyamba Junction Road, Songo Junction, and the Mangbang Bridge, which have eased the suffering of residents, business people, and drivers who have been using the road.
This road, we're glad the road they make for we because it will be the strain actually.
We are happy for the construction of this road. Prior, we couldn't afford to access because of its deplorable conditions, but since the road has been constructed, it has helped us greatly, especially as bike riders.
So we not get no problem again, but right now, we're glad.
The significance of the bridge does not only connect major transit points to hard-to-reach business areas and villages within the country, but also outside Sierra Leone. European Union Ambassador to Sierra Leone, Jacek Jankowski, expressed satisfaction with the ongoing construction work, noting the road were not only constructed for transportation purposes, but also to improve the quality of lives of rural communities and enhance businesses.
We don't build roads, but we build them for sake of people, local people, and they will have, this part of the road will have a great impact on the local community. And it's a corridor which connects the country from the south to the north, and it's very important because for people to live better, to profit because of their location, they need to have a good construction, good corridors, and this will contribute to this connectivity of the road. Of course, it will also decrease the cost for transport and will certainly decrease the time.
Deputy Director General, Sierra Leone Roads Authority, Engineer Van de French, said the role as authority was to maintain the quality of what is being delivered.
Yes, so we have several tiers of supervision. We are the technical supervisors, and we also have supervisors representatives from Italy. So they are here on a day-to-day basis, checking exactly what the contractor is doing, making sure that it fits with the norms of the project, the specifications. And we have our laboratory also here on site so that all the quality control tests are done on a daily basis to ensure that at the end of the day, the designed and constructed road meets the lifespan that it was designed for.
According to indigents, before the road construction, there were several challenges to accessing nearby communities. They commended the European Union and the government for such venture, noting that the road, when completed, will ease their suffering and easy access to other communities in the shortest possible time.
Before this, we be the strain.
Before now, we were suffering to access good network. Transportation fares were high, but since the commencement of the project, we believe transportation costs will be reduced for the local people.
It's short, you know, go strain for good.
With the support of 120 million euro from the European Union for the project, the ambassador pledged that the European Union will continue its support to the people of Sierra Leone. The project is set to be completed in May or June this year, where it will be officially commissioned and handed over to the government and the people. Moses Conte reports for SLBC.
In a move to ensure more access to justice for victims of sexual offences, the Judiciary of Sierra Leone, with funding from UNICEF, has opened the first sexual offences model court in Bo. The southern region, like other places in the country, has recorded some of the highest number of sexual offence cases. Sori Kamara witnessed the commissioning of the facility and now reports.
Ensuring that justice is meted out to all ensemble. On this note, let me formally open the sexual offences model court by cutting the table.
The sexual offences model court in Bo comes with special facilities. There is a holding center or waiting room, a victim and witness protection box, which are designed to conceal the identity of the child or victim, thereby guarding against stigma and instill confidence in victims of sexual violence to come forward.
One of the problems we were faced with is there was no conducive environment to get our especially the victims. You see, for example, victims are normally in court with us, open court. because there were no waiting room for them. And then when we want to call the case, you will see I will walk out, take my victim by the hand. All those are outside the court. We'll see them. And they are supposed to be protected victims, right? We don't want the stigmatization when they are out there. People are saying, oh, look that pick in the middle reaper.
Stakeholders and members of the public commended the move by the judiciary under the leadership of Justice Combat Commander to establish the courts in that part of the country, calling it history-making.
This type of court will set in this region, in particular. Let us tell our colleagues, male friends, to tighten their buttocks. Because any moment we brought here, we need to control ourselves. If you don't get embarrassed, don't embarrass yourself.
Them man they will not really know what they happen with them now.
Called on the security sector and stakeholders in the region to protect the facility.
Let me assure you all present here, and even those who are not present, that the judiciary is capable, willing and ready to deal effectively with matters touching and concerning sexual offences, as we have done over the years, and we shall ensure that the said sexual offences model court is maintained and also should live up to its expectation.
Sierra Leone has seen a surge in sexual violence against women in recent times, which prompted the president to declare rape and sexual violence as a national emergency. The southern region, like other places, is also recording a huge number of sexual offenses, according to residents Senior State Council for Bo and Pujon districts, Augustine Sheku. For Program Coordinator, Prevention and Safeguarding Rainbow Initiative, sexual violence in the region is on the increase.
Experience. In 2017, we did a backlog for the southern region. In September and October, we were in Bo, and then November in Pujon. And it's very, very clear that the most the offense that is being committed in the south is predominantly sexual related offenses, because it was 490 plus cases, and of those over 460 were sexual related offenses: sexual penetration, rape, meeting a child for sexual purposes, sexual touching.
I want to tell you, say a really day in that increase every day, especially from picking the way they come up from 11 years to 16 years. Really they go through sexual penetration, sexual abuses or assaults almost every day.
The Sexual Offences Model Court is a division of the High Court of Sierra Leone that has the jurisdiction to deal with matters of rape, sexual penetration and other forms of sexual violence. It is one of the several structures established to curb the troubling spates of violence against women and girls. Suri Kamara, SLBC News, Freetown.
Wildfires have destroyed stretches of lands filled with vegetables in Hogboy Village, Bom Chiefdom, Bont District. The blaze ravaged various vegetables, including garden eggs, watermelons, okra, peppers, cucumbers, and many more. Mohamed Kebi, the manager of Battleland, explained the dire situation faced by over 500 farmers who cultivated the land due to its rich nutrients, and farmers traveled from across the country to work in Battleland, which is known for its food production. However, it was disclosed that it is not the first time they have faced such adversity. Mr. Kebi urgently called on the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security for assistance, as the farmers are racing against time. With the rainy season expected to begin in May, the risk of flooding looms large. He emphasized the need for more seedlings to ensure they can replant in time for the upcoming planting season. Amor Charles Segova, a 53-year-old farmer from Blamapula in the Panga Chiefdom, shared his lifelong dedication to vegetable production. He has been traveling to Batilan to work, paying a fee of 1,000 for access to the land. As the community grapples with this crisis, the call for assistance grows louder, highlighting the resilience and determination of these farmers who strive to feed their families and communities despite overwhelming challenges. The International Organization for Migration under the Global Impact on Migration Project has organized a 2-day session to discuss on strategies which are designed to respond to irregular migrations in and out of Sierra Leone. The Global Compact on Migration is an international instrument that aims to foster cooperation on managing migration issues globally. Abdul Mansari has more.
Is enabled by the financing from the European Union, which is financing this technical assistance of the development of the plan to implement the GCM in the country.
Sierra Leone is said to be on the process to developing a national implementation plan and establish a national coordination mechanism. The National Global Compact on Migration seeks to foster a shared understanding and to strengthen skills and knowledge related to its objectives and guiding principles. One of its aims also is to enhance a shared understanding of the GCM and to align it with Sierra Leone migration realities and development priorities. Officer in charge IMO in Sierra Leone, Dr. Pauline Mashara, said in 2018 Sierra Leone adopted the Global Compact for Migration, and in 2022 they had a policy on migration which was signed and adopted as well. She said the trend of migration has been changing, and so the need for immediate attention is required.
Changes in the trends of migration which needs to be captured as we evolve in terms of managing migration. So what I would say in terms of the gaps is that we need to address the challenges that are coming with especially rural-urban migration. We also need to deal with the challenges that are coming with a lot of young people moving from Sierra Leone to other regions in the world. And so what we need to do as stakeholders is to make sure that capacity is built, first of all, of the major stakeholders, but also that we inform and create that awareness among all Sierra Leoneans that if one wants to migrate, there are regular pathways that are clearly set.
Senior Technical Advisor, Ministry of Internal Affairs, Amadou Mana, said the session was to ensure the management of safe, orderly and dignified migration in the country. He noted a lot of people have been losing their lives due to unregulated migration.
That a lot of people are losing their lives when they migrate irregularly. And the report, last year's report is telling us, 2024 reporting, that up to 68,000 people lost their lives whilst migrating irregularly.
It was called for relevant authorities to take action and actively participate in the ongoing development of National Implementation Plan and the establishment of National Coordination Mechanism on Migration. SLBC News, Abdul Mansari reporting.
You're still watching News Hour on SLBC TV. Pharmacists and drugstore keepers have been capacitated on storage and logistics information systems reporting tools. Organized by the Christian Health Association of Sierra Leone with support from partners, aims to enhance participant skills to efficiently manage medical supplies and accurate reporting within the healthcare sector. Esther Nene Kamara attended the training and files this report.
The 3-day training brought together pharmacists, drugs, demonstrating how accurate data collection and reporting can prevent stock outs, reduce wastage, and improve supply chain efficiency.
How you can account is generally accountability and reporting to higher level for the higher level decision making in terms of procurement of drugs and medical supply. So I'm also training them in terms of rational use of these drugs at every facility, because you cannot just get drugs, use it at random.
Usman Bangwa, a storekeeper at Rotifunk Hospital, Moyamba, and Safia Tukorima, a pharmacist at Baptist Eye Hospital, Lonsa, expressed their appreciation for the training, noting that the skills gained will help them to improve transparency and accountability in drug management.
It's more about how to take inventory
and stock control, and also how to adjust if there is any loss or damages in the store.
We've benefited a lot out of this training because we've come to encounter many things that we've never been doing in our facility, like the logistic management information system. It's something that impressed me so much because they taught us on how to process and how to manage our data in our pharmacy.
This initiative is part of Charles's broader efforts to build capacity within healthcare sector and contribute to the delivery of quality healthcare services across the country. The training concluded with participants receiving certificates and a commitment from Charles to provide ongoing support and training programs. For Slbc News Hour in Freetown, Estanine Kamara reporting.
Women from the Sierra Leone community in Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, in the United States of America have celebrated the International Women's Day on the theme, Women Rise and Speed to the Next Level. The symposium was part of efforts by the former Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Honorable Marie Jallo, to sensitize women in the community about women's empowerment and being agents of change in their homes and communities. The symposium was held at the Christ is Lord International Church, Philadelphia branch in the USA. Here's the report.
Discussions were centered around the role of women in the ministry of Jesus Christ, women and culture, women in leadership and politics, and women's reproductive health rights, among others, indicated the role they should play in empowerment and advancement with the aim of showcasing their abilities to become more resilient and self-dependent. Honorable Dr. Marie Jallo, cataloging the importance of the day, said she has been organizing such a symposium to educate women about their roles in their homes, places of worship, and the community. She said she has been advocating for women's rights, the need for education, and working side by side with their counterparts for a better livelihood.
Women, submit to your husband. Yes, as Christ loved the church, so love your wife. Let God help us. God say, I will make helpmate. Genesis 2 verse 18. And took the woman. God did not take the woman from the foot, neither from the head, but from the side. So you cannot sample the woman. You cannot even overhead the woman too much. You have to give us. You need her. You need to talk together.
In his address to the women, Reverend Dr. Jibila Sampuka Bangura spoke about the importance of the day. He said, effective collaboration is key to advance gender equality. He said International Women's Day belongs to all who care about women's equality, celebrate their achievements, and take action to forge gender parity. The launching of the book, The Power of Prayer, and the presentation of awards to women who have contributed to women's empowerment and development within the Sierra Leone community in Philadelphia was part of the ceremony.
Equality, development, and peace.
Women in the security sector in Sierra Leone have called for increased support at all levels to enhance gender equality, rights, and empowerment. This appeal was made during an engagement held at the police mess in King Tom under the theme For All Women and Girls, Equality, Rights and Empowerment, Security Sector Local Empowering Women as a Vital Tool for Nation Building. Jonathan Turner reports.
The event brought together female officers from the Sierra Leone Police, Fire Force, ASLAF, ONS, Correctional Services and other security agencies, along with policymakers and civil society representatives. Speakers emphasized the crucial role of women in maintaining peace and security, highlighting the need for greater opportunities, leadership roles, and resources to enhance their contributions.
Capacity building programs. Women should enjoy those benefits. Women should enjoy part of the resources of what our institutions benefit. Women should be represented not only to be admins, but to be heads of units, heads of departments, heads of sections.
But we want more women to come on board, and that's our goal.
Participants urged the government and stakeholders to implement policies that promote the inclusion of women in decision-making processes and provide them with the necessary training and resources to excel in their roles. The women called for a renewed commitment to fostering a more inclusive and supportive environment for women in Sierra Leone's security sector. For SLBC News, Jonathan Turner reporting.
In a heartwarming display of community support, 2 men have successfully undergone hernia surgeries funded by the Jagaban Charity Foundation. Patients Mohamed Aliyu Banke and Sulaiman Kamara expressed profound gratitude for the timely intervention that saved their lives. They had been suffering in silence for over 2 years, unable to afford the medical bills and burdened by the stigma surrounding their condition. Our reporter Christiana Kamara was at the clinic and now reports.
One of the beneficiaries, Mohamed Aliyu Banke, shared his journey, stating the suffering he underwent. Mohamed Aliyu Banke disclosed that he was ashamed to open up to people and was not financially strong to cover the surgery cost.
Jagaban make a become belief, save me life from problem. Very tedious to me your life will not be the things I will be able to solve by me yourself. But I tell and thank you for what you do for me so now. Save me life. I feel good and I tell and plenty thank you.
Sulaiman Kamara's wife, Aminata Sise, revealed that her husband had been struggling with the ailments for 3 years without proper medication, noting they have saved her husband's life.
This man, this is
Director of the Jagaban Charity Foundation, Baba Kamara, emphasized the organization's commitment to supporting those that are in need. He said they find joy in making a difference in people's lives and they will continue to do so in any way they can.
You have to help people the time that they are in need. Not the time that you are in need of them, but the time that they are in need of you. That is the right time you have to come in their doorstep to help them. And that is the right thing that we are doing right now as an organization, and even the one that is sponsoring this organization, who is Mr. Mohamed Omar Kamara Jagaban. So we are calling on others out there to come on board and help the common Sierra Leoneans to survive and to live.
The surgeries conducted at the Better Health Clinic in Mounticourt cost over 14,000 euros, according to the matron in charge at the clinic, Mayan Bangura. The operations were successful, highlighting the urgent need for awareness and treatment of hernias, particularly among men who are more vulnerable due to various risk factors.
After today, it will be admitted for the next 3 days, and after that, it will be discharged home, and then it will be coming on alternative days for dressing. And after the wound is healed, it will still need to come to the clinic for follow-ups and checkups.
The successful surgeries not only highlight the importance of accessible healthcare, but also serve as a reminder of the critical role that charitable organizations play in bridging the gap for those who are financially disadvantaged. SLBC News in Freetown, Christiana Kamara reporting.
Vice President Dr. Mohamed Julde Jallo has pledged government's continued support for women, especially social protection and in actualizing the Feed Saloon program. He said during the commemoration of the International Women's Day, government has done so much for women, ranging from increased enrollment in education, reduction in maternal mortality health, sports, trade and fisheries, among others. This year's theme is for all women.
Protection, a productive portfolio. We have seen situation where we give out safety net cash transfers We are focusing on women. We are making sure that the largest group of beneficiaries are women, and we don't only give them safety net, but we encourage them to get into the productive logic. So use those safety net so that they are able to enhance the legislative and policy framework to promote gender equality and women empowerment. To promote gender equality and women empowerment. Make no mistake, His Excellency the President established a distinct Ministry of Gender and Children's Affairs. Since independence, we don't have a ministry in this country that is dedicated to promoting women business. We did it, and we are going to continue to do more. And the mandate of that ministry is to promote women and gender-related issues. This bold act, by creating a dedicated ministry for that, we have been able to shift significantly the gender landscape over the last 6 years. You could have imagined if you don't have a Minister of Gender.
In commemoration of International Women's Day, Advocate Sierra Leone organized a legal education and stakeholders meeting with female inmates at the Female Correctional Center in Freetown. The event aimed to empower incarcerated women with legal knowledge and support, coupled with a donation of essential items. Esther Nene Kamara reports.
As part of the International Women's Day celebration, Advocate Sierra Leone brought up and support to female inmates at the Female Correctional Service in Freetown. Advocates meeting with the incarcerated women created a platform for the women to gain valuable insight into their legal rights and justice system. During the event, a paralegal, Ayo Max Dixon, engaged the inmates, providing education on issues such as legal representation, fair trial rights, and the procedure involved in accessing justice.
They call them felonious offense and serious offense. So if the charge go call for no offense, the magistrate not get the power for determine that case. They call and waiting preliminary investigation. And for let the prosecution say, okay, you get a case for answer and send the matter high court. So like if the charge go call for any other offense, as I say, serious offense, when they put you on the dog, when they really charge them, will say you don't get nothing for say because now preliminary investigation, no matter when they send high court.
Inmates were given the opportunity to share their stories.
We now the inmates say we go come back, and now we 3 no more day inside here. We go the 26th of November. We come inside back. I get a student like me, they not already jail me, and I don't carry age. I dey look am as if young, and then I come from hostel. Now happen. Like the only I just it's an argument so many friends there. But later on they had problem died. So I needed to kill her. I don't know for 3 years, 5 months, I don't go up to now. Because all on can I not look for that. Because when they go college at the age of 40. You know me, but time the waste there, I don't go if I don't come November 26, I don't come back.
So many of we there or things them, we're not gonna say we innocent. But some of we can mean good. Bad thing can happen to good people, of course. I there with my mommy, my younger sister, and my younger brother. In back then, prison. Or something where we mean good. But unfortunately, it turned very bad. But yet still we'll be willing for refund the money. And I get my other colleague there back where car inside prison for small money then. And money where they willing for give. But some of the complainants they will get do, they can do and willfully say you and they make you go lead on a chain.
Deputy Director, Ministry of Gender, Bami Sese said the ministry is willing and ready to empower and protect women and children's rights. Added that they are working tirelessly to ensure that they enact laws that will protect and promote the rights of women and girls. Chair Advocate Board, Josephine Dowda, emphasized the importance of ensuring that every woman, regardless of her circumstances, is treated with dignity and has access to justice.
We're always here. Working with the women, advocating for them, providing legal education, and also providing legal assistance. So today was a day we felt we should be here to celebrate with them and ensure they get the message of equality which comes with International Women's Day.
Deputy Director General of the Sierra Leone Correctional Service, Susan Coker, encouraged inmates not to give up and embrace skills training and also be positive that one day they will be set free. In addition to the legal education, Advocate Sierra Leone donated various items to support the daily needs of inmates. The donations included foodstuffs, wrappers, slippers, plates, and cups. The gesture was well received, bringing smiles and a sense of relief to the women. For Slbc News in Freetown, Estanine Kamal reporting.
We are promised to live this place and never to hunger. We are praying for this place. Lord have mercy.
Still on the International Women's Day, it is often said that by educating a girl, the community can be educated. The One Girl NGO is open to gain more public commitment towards this objective by raising funds for their work in Tonkolili and the Western area. The One Girl NGO chose the International Women's Day to make the appeal for donor support and partnerships towards girls' education and their retention in school. The fundraising event took place at the Vanilla Complex in the Aberdeen Resort area of Freetown. Harold Williams reports.
The One Girl organization chose the International Women's Day as an opportune moment to proudly showcase their work. Visiting on her second trip to Sierra Leone from Australia, One Girl CEO Emma Hess described One Girl as a small but mighty organization that gets girls to stay in school by integrating their education with their health and service to both family and community.
Our fundraising team is based in Melbourne, Australia, where I'm based, where also Eva is based. And we have a large group of supporters who donate generously to One Girl to support our mission. They understand the value of our work and want to contribute to a more equitable world. They are your friends from across the sea. The real work happens here in Sierra Leone with our talented team who work here.
Testimonies from a few beneficiaries expressed deep gratitude for the change made in their lives. Some are partially orphaned or otherwise come from broken homes or extreme poverty, but demonstrated promising prospects to utilize the scholarship and mentorship of the One Girl organization.
So I started to my daycare, then go to another school, government secondary technical school, SS1 again. Between second term to third term, my mom also fell sick.
Nene Alice, National Coordinator for Slango, thanked the One Girl organization and all NGOs working on girls and women's empowerment, which has contributed towards a favorable shift in legislation to the increased support to women. She said One Girl was an organization that was deserving of donor funding and asked girls to reciprocate by becoming conscious of their vulnerability and becoming resolute to achieve credible positions in society.
I don't even know my parents. I only survived with my grandma and my grandfather. They are the only people that took care of me up to today. So when I went to One Girl, everything changed. I have a family, I have a place that I call home. They not only support me through my education, but they give me a place that I call home. They make me live as a person. They give me a safer place. They make me a better version of myself. They made me who I am today.
My father could not even afford my uniform, neither pay the fee that was demanded. So it was really hard and tough since he wasn't doing that kind of job that would provide him a lot of money, and I have like our 3 siblings.
Big thanks to One Girl because they are doing a great, they are playing a great role like a mother to us.
One Girl's fundraising director, Eva Foreman, expressed belief in Sierra Leone that there is incredible space for partnerships with organizations such as One Girl that have grassroots connections. This was underscored by One Girl's Program and Partnerships Director Sia Lajaku Williams.
Every year, International Women's Day serves as a powerful reminder of the ongoing quest for gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls. In line with the Giri Act of 2022 and the newly enacted Early Child Marriage Act of 2024.
Voices encourage active participation in societal development and highlight the legal protections and opportunities available to them. The participants engage in discussions on critical topics such as gender-based violence, economic empowerment, and the dangers of early child marriage. Gender officer St. George's Foundation, Aissatou Wuri Jallo, stressed on the importance of educating women about their rights, noting that when women know their rights and understand the laws that protect them, they become powerful agents of change in their communities.
St. George is organizing this International Women's Day so that women can know their value, their responsibilities, the duties, the responsibility they should be taking in the communities in terms of decisions making, in terms of position, in terms of their homes, what they should be doing. The environment you find yourself, don't give up on yourself, don't listen to the naysayers, continue to do more, continue to push yourself more, and continue to empower yourself more.
The Early Child Marriage Act of 2024, which raises the legal marriage age and introduces stricter penalties for offender, was a focal point of the discussion. Many participants expressed hope that the new legislation will curb the high rate of early child marriages and ensure young girls have the opportunity to complete their education.
Some of we they start for go school, then we turn dropouts. We left. Sometimes we see we company they go na club. Then also we follow the same step where then they go. Now they not tell well.
When it talks so young people in there, when you also bad, you they turn on finish house. So we call that word the serious sign in brain. If not to be God and St. George, by now we go there close to the finish house there. But thank God, after God St. George they teach me a lot, and I learn I get the experience.
As Sierra Leone continues to make strides towards gender equality, forums like this serve as a reminder that while progress has been made, continued advocacy and education are key to achieving a truly inclusive and sustainable future. For Slbc News in Freetown, Esther Nene Kamara reporting.
The Electricity Distribution and Supply Authority, EDSA, and the Electricity Generation and Transmission Company, EGTC, have jointly commemorated International Women's Day under the global theme Accelerate Action. The event, held at the Golf Club in Freetown, brought together government officials, energy sector stakeholders and development partners, all aiming to amplify women's voices in society. Esther Suzanette Parsley reports.
Over the years, significant progress has been made for women in the energy sector, ranging from personal growth to technical skills development that has helped address crucial challenges in the industry. During the event, women emphasized the need for increased female representation in strategic managerial positions, as this would unlock more opportunities for women within the energy sector.
For equality, hence the need for acceleration. So what does acceleration look like? Firstly, it begins with education. Education is the foundation of empowerment. When we educate a girl, we educate a community. We must invest in programs that ensure more girls attend school, stay in school, and pursue higher education without barriers. Secondly, acceleration requires economic inclusion. Women must have equal opportunities to participate in the workforce. We cannot settle for only 30%.
Various speakers, including Deputy Minister of Energy 1, Engineer Edmond Noni, and Dr. Joe Lahai Somano, Director General of EDSA, highlighted the importance of women's representation in the energy industry. They stressed the need for collective efforts from the government and development partners to accelerate gender equality and social change.
In the sector, and year after year, we will see things then get better, not just for the sector, but by extension for the women as well. Because when the energy sector does well, it actually helps the woman in many fronts. Now, us, on our businesses and in other personal activities.
And that we owe it to you, and you owe it to your fellow women to make sure that electricity improves. The good news is that we have a lot of very competent women in the sector at all levels, from the support staff all the way to the technical level. I'm very blessed to be able to work with 3 extremely competent women in ministry leadership. We now have directors, assistant directors, the accountants, who are all women.
The celebration, spearheaded by women in energy from EDSA, EGTC, and the Electricity and Water Regulatory Commission, not only honored female engineers, but also provided a platform to